I stepped off into my other room when Anson supposedly dropped his F-bomb. What was he referring to when he said it?
Well, first he apologized to MG for tone policing him for, using profanity, and then he indicated that, hey, we all cuss sometimes, fuck. And it was a very senior version of the F word, but it was unexpected and it was good. It's kind of like if you're watching network television and they drop like a curse word that you weren't anticipating. It just has much more impact than people that utilize the word all the time. It was probably the most impactful way of using the F word since yesterday when Abdul typed it in the chat.
Today's room title was not in competition with Gary Baumgart's room, was it? Because I didn't see his room.
It was not. And if it ever is in the future, it'll just be a coincidence. Anson and I have discussed, and we think that it was important to kick it off. It was kind of a shot across the bow to them, but this thing can live on its own. It's its own thing. It's different enough. In fact, if you think about the format, it's the fact that there is a dialogue that goes back and forth with the people that are on the stage, the fact that the chat is open on Clubhouse as opposed to on Facebook, those alone are differences. Not to mention the diversity of thought in the room. These polls that we've had, we've done these rooms now we've done 3 of them, and each poll has been very close, meaning that it's not an echo chamber, which some people would accuse the other room of being.
When I hear TDS, if it sounds effeminate and it sounds angry or frustrated or full of anxiety, and you ask someone, what's one thing that Donald Trump's done that you like or approve of, or even suggest? I mean, it's like an attitude about, no kings, resist always, orange man bad. It's very rare you'll hear like a breakthrough, therapeutic session for some type of TDS, individual. I mean, I like to call it therapy for Democrats or therapy for liberals because I don't know. I mean, talk therapy and creating dopamine, but talking about Trump for some people seems to be their fascination. Who's that pseudo-intellectual guy? What's his face? Part of the Dark Horse philosophers. Sam, or what's his name?
Sam Harris.
Sam Harris. I heard him do a podcast and somebody edited, all the Trump slips that he made in like a multi-hour review, and you're like, holy shit, this guy talks about Trump nonstop. That's like a example of TDS. eventual implosion that happens in the discourse where so much toxicity, so much negativity, so much hate speech eventually tips the ship. And then the party starts again. It's kind of like, you have to watch it to kind of notice the tipping point in a room where people actually can't listen to negative linguistics for that long and so much toxicity. So, sometimes they'll start playing songs. Sometimes the song is, I will vote for Donald Trump. It's like this African tune, came out of Africa, about a bunch of Africans who supposedly like Donald Trump. And it's a real music video called I Will Vote for Donald Trump. I don't know what country it's from, but in the politically correct room, they seem to use it as like a backdrop to clean up the messiness from home.
Sorry, I got a message from Hanson. Tomorrow's room, which I will not be able to attend, is going to be about K through 12 education. I don't It looks like politically correct is making a little comeback here in this poll. But no, I mean, as far as people in this room voting for most entertaining, they're up to 12%.
Poor Chillers was only 6%. I went in there the other day, Monica, no disrespect, I know that's your house. But I went in there the other day, Monica, and everybody was screaming over like you could not hear anyone else, especially Concrete was the only voice in there worth listening to.
Chillism. Roger, is that bet still on that you were asking about Monica? If anybody had any documentation showing Monica was spreading racist information or posting racist information? What were the terms of it? I forget that. And the dollar. I thought it was 500.
It was 500. That bounty has expired. I would consider putting a new one out. The last time this has been brought up, though, was brought up by Rich. The one thing I would just caution people of doing, because I do not like dragging people that are in this house. I have respect for everyone. I want to show mutual respect to everyone. And so when Rich brought it up, I'll just say this. Rich brought it up and said, "Hey, I've got evidence that so and so said this really bad thing," and then right after that being said, two different people put something in my back channel about Rich saying the same fucking thing repeatedly on a loop. You can't make these things up, right? And so, Brett, I would just say, if you want to go down this route of accusing somebody of saying bad things, what's going to end up happening is people are then going to send me the audio clip of you saying those things. And I just don't want to, I would rather save the embarrassment for everybody and just, why can't we just move forward and acknowledge that all of us have done and said things on this app that we probably regret, and we should just move forward.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people should regret the things they say before kicking out the hard stuff. I would say terrible things to people. I will, and you will probably get a listing of all of those things. I doubt you will get a listing of all the people I individually helped or groups that I've helped.
Brett, hold on, yeah, just real quick. Yesterday, 3 different people sent me things that you supposedly said. In the audio clips, I haven't listened to any of them, mainly because I have a personal relationship with you on this app, and I have my own interpretation. And I think, and I think you're hilarious, but I'm bold enough to tell you as a friend when I think you've gone too far. And I'll be honest, I think some of the times when you get yourself excited and you get caught up in that gladiator mode, and I don't even necessarily know if it's fully your fault, because people will put you in these situations of like, oh, it's Brad, he's gonna do battle. Brad's a fucking warrior. He's gonna put on his helmet, he's gonna grab his sword, and then he's gonna do what warriors do. I just personally think we need a little bit better rules of engagement, and if we were to do that, I think that everybody would get along better. We would have more respect for each other. We need to learn that this has been an experiment, and during this experiment, all of us have done things that we regret. Again, I mentioned this yesterday. There was a time when I treated Ken terribly on this app, terribly unfair, and she was kind enough to forgive me when I apologized to her. And so I am at fault for doing things on this app that I'm not proud of. And so yeah, I just think there's room for all of us, whether that's people with 2 T's or 1K or whatever initials happen to be letters that happen to be in your name. I think that we should all give each other a little bit more grace. That's all.
Or if they have a bush garden. Roger, just to clarify, can you, because Brad's gonna put the blame on me, will you let him know that I did not send you whatever recordings you have?
You did not, and I can honestly say, well, hold on, look. The people that sent me they're not even in this room right now. But but I don't care because I know Brad. I like Brad, and when Brad goes too far, I say I think, hey, Brad, I think you went too far. But it's up to him whether he wants to like rein it in or not. But I respect Brad. Brad, because here's the thing, and Brad, please continue because I interrupted. The thing people forget is some of the great things that Brad has done on this app and off this app. We're serving this country. We should all say thank you to Brad before we say fuck you to Brad.
I appreciate that. And I wasn't the one bringing forth this. I was just asking if the offer was still out there on the table because it was brought to my attention today. There looks like there is evidence. I will not be bringing that forward. I'm leaving that for somebody else.
Was that Rich?
No, it was not Rich. I wouldn't accept it if it was Rich. I will say that I'm going to allow those individuals to discuss it amongst themselves to bring it forward. I just had one clarifying question. Is that it has to be on Clubhouse or can it be related to Clubhouse through a Discord channel? Because it appears that there's a lot of communication about that was downloaded. So if that offer was still standing, I think these individuals would be able to win that prize.
Yeah, no, this has been an ongoing saga, and I will say the bounty is down because I don't like to bring more oxygen to the topic at all. And I'll tell you why. I have had my issues with. Well, let me see. Let me go across this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shit. There's 10 people on this fucking stage, and 8 of the 10 people, at some point in time, I have been cranky with, and probably an asshole too. And that's just the people that are on the stage. Forget about the people that are in the audience. I've made a choice, since I've come back, that I want to let bygones be bygones. In fact, I'm going to actually unblock everybody I have blocked. And I'm going to start anew, and I'm going to start the only people I'm going to block are people that decide to break the rules of the house. And I think that it's time for a spirit of forgiveness. That's what I'm encouraging.
Mojo, does that mean Rich could come back?
I would love for Rich to. John, have you talked to Rich? I would love to see him apologize to 2 people, and then confirm that he's willing to follow the rules of the house. In which case, I will unblock him, but I don't know if I'll bring him into this space until the apologies are done.
Mojo, I wanted to come in to say how much I appreciate and I'm happy to see you back here. And you've stood me corrected many a times, and typically I just hit leave quietly because I can't stand up to the arguments when you own my ass. You've owned me many times, for sure. I do want to say I am disappointed today that a replay was deleted in one of the 2 rooms, which we all know we're talking about.
Which replay was deleted?
Shy and Jasmine deleted their replay. Keegan kept his.
Well, hold on. Please refer to rule number 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about other. Okay, so I just wanted to keep it anonymous, so I won't say, but one of the replays of 2 regarding today was removed, and I'm disappointed in that. Because if you have replays on and then you delete them, what's the point of a replay?
So can I ask you a question? And
Please.
Why do you think that I can do something about somebody else that deleted their replays? How does this grievance? I know people think that I'm the wizard, the guy behind the curtain that's got all the levers that can do everything. How can I fix that?
Well, I think that you're very cerebral and you always provide a lot deeper
Sean,
content.
just put a name on it. Who deleted it? Whose replay was it?
It was
That's not to be talked about.
He violated rule number 9, but I'll bring it up.
And I apologize for violating the rule.
That's okay. There's worse rules to break. That's probably one of the more pedantic ones, and I break it probably more than you guys do. so I'm just giving you a hard time. But no, look, I will say this. I've always found Shy and Jazzy to both be very annoying. And I thought today their handling of the content, I think it was the least messy I've ever seen them, and I found myself enjoying the content they were creating. So yeah, very interesting. So
I agree. That's why I was disappointed because I thought that replay was far better than the other replay.
yeah, well, look, it is what it is. Everyone's got different opinions. Can I just call out my friend Hakima here? And he is a friend. He's also a liar. He says he could swim better than me. But Hakima, how come you haven't voted yet?
My bad. I'm literally just. I've been hearing you guys away from my phone. I didn't.
Kristen hasn't voted. I feel like if you're gonna be on the stage, one of the, especially like everybody's getting mod badges, especially if they have to join us. I think it's important to participate in the polls. I won't put pressure on 2Ts because I don't put pressure on her. I learned my lesson with that.
Well, I feel like I can't vote if I'm part of the contestants. I'm part of In the Muff. And I don't think that's fair. I think it's a little bit of my bias.
Yeah, Kristen, I feel the same way considering I sometimes co-mob with JB. And I absolutely adore JB and our conversations. But then I really like this house too because it is wild and crazy. So it was tough. Kind of.
Just be honest, and who cares?
Well, I will admit that I don't like even taking sometimes the vote because I keep getting bombarded with this flash screen thing. This pop up in my face. And I have to hit X multiple times just to get the thing out of my face. So once I vote, I don't have to see it anymore. So I'm like, okay, I'll just go with the one I believe the most.
Hold on. Somebody's trying to come in with a weak mic saying hello. I want to say something to somebody in the chat though. Miss DeGroot never had a Scrabble with Mojo. It's funny, you might not remember, but I remember in an abortion room, you came in very strong with your opinion, which by the way, I agree with, but I was doing the whole heavy moderation thing, and I cursed you out. That was my first interaction with you, was in an abortion room, and I cursed you out because you went on this rant, and I felt like, oh, this woman's not shutting up, and I cursed you out, and then over time, I was like, I can't believe that my first experience with her was me cursing her out. It was fucking crazy. So I apologize for something that you don't even remember happening.
Wait, did I yell at you then? Because Roger, I don't remember us ever really squaring off.
You and I, Brad, we've had a couple of things, but usually what they were was, do you remember the time when I was going really heavy on criticizing Republicans, and I came into a space with you and Gerard and KK. Am I allowed to say KK's name? I know there's people that don't like
Yeah, you can.
I like KK. Just full disclosure, I like KK. I like everyone. Anyways, Brad, you and I got into a discussion, and I remember you accusing me of being a leftist, and I fucking lost my fucking marbles, because you were the first person on planet Earth that's ever called me a leftist, and that was and so I got into your ass, and then you did a Brad rant, and that was pretty much, that's the only squabble I remember you and I with elevated voices. You calling me a leftist, me responding, and then after me responding, you doing the Brad thing.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up and we got past that because I don't even remember that. So it must not have been that serious.
No, I was just shocked. I'd never been called a leftist. I didn't know what to do. I was really in my feelings that day. All right, let's go squiggly line with the accent that's with no friends. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
I did a Google translation. Apparently, it translates to Mohammed.
Wait, Mohammed is in the prophet?
Yeah, Mohammed. This is Mohammed. Down here at the bottom left.
Okay, well, hey, look, the spirit of forgiveness, please, Lord, do not let me say the thing that I typically say when I think of Muhammad. If you want to join in, go ahead.
kind?
Zero friends.
Yeah, he has zero
Mohammed,
friends.
this is your chance. Yes, you with the Arabic language.
Come on, this is your chance. You could be famous. All right, going once. Going
Mohammed!
Does he not know that he's muted?
Okay, say it differently. Mohammed.
Hey, Mohammed, you've got a the mute button in the lower right. Sean, I got this. If you tap the mute button in the lower right, you can do this thing called speaking, and we'd like to hear from you. Go ahead. All right, fuckface, I'm moving you. So much for that.
He's
Sorry for the
charitably moving you with grace and love and kindness into the listening lounge where you belong.
Did I just hear the voice of an angel?
No, and not Mona Lisa either, apparently.
Mona Lisa had a crooked smile. You have a perfect smile.
Alright, before we make Brad ill, how has the muff been running lately? We've been delivering pretty much, if not 18-hour, if not 24-hour programming, 18-hour at least.
Yeah, no, it's been remaining moist.
It's been moist.
Yeah, it's been moist most of the day. Here's Necro. To try it out.
I was asked what topic I want for the weekend replay, because I get to do a weekend room in here that's almost all my own, with some great help. I'm thinking it's going to be on woke fatigue. Cindy Watson came out with her video this morning or yesterday about woke fatigue, and I'm interested in exploring it with you.
Cindy never.
Oh,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ann. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the room that, well, no, we won't talk about the room that we discussed yesterday. You remember or no?
Which room are you talking about?
What? The one about the whiteness thing.
Oh, yeah. Proximity to whiteness. That's going to be a title coming soon. Proximity to whiteness. It's probably the funniest term I learned on this app. It's proximity to whiteness.
You never heard it before, Roger?
Not by
This is why you
situation.
should never mess with your coach, because when the students of this Taekwondo Academy...
Yeah, no, we'll do it. Maybe we can get Hunter Shackelford to come in as a guest speaker.
Yeah, spend enough time around the pro-black crowd, the militant blacks, you'll hear that term quite often. And Monica, I don't know if you heard me, but if you do the woke fatigue participation, I'd like to hear that
Well,
conversation.
if you have time, I'd be honored that you co-money with me.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know in advance so I make sure I have the time.
Oh, hold on. We got the Muslim back on the stage. Go ahead. You want to speak?
Oh my gosh.
I could do this even if I wanted to. Gaming commission would never give me a license. I'm at least too good at gambling and bookmaking. You want to sign in protest? Yeah, I don't have to have a license to work in a casino.
I guess. He's on break from fucking little girls.
State law says that you can work in a casino while they're
Monica, that does sound like a good room. What about the treat are you in?
But what happens when they do find out? Why would they want to find out? We'll put 100 million into this desert.
Scarlet.
Why would they want to lock us out? Besides, they'll never find out. All you gotta do is keep changing your job title.
2K.
Like a casino executive to food and beverage chairman.
Not even that.
Put it at the bottom of the pile. I know, guys.
Hey, Rod, have you tried the dates with the cashews yet?
Dude, I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, and it's fucking delicious. But you know what?
First time doing it.
Yeah, Yeah, but you know, I figured out a way to take it even to another level. First of all, it's plenty sweet on its own, but because I like to overdo things, I put a little fucking B grade maple syrup over top of it. Fucking bomb, dude. You don't need like a fancy dessert. You just need simple flavors. It's amazing. So, thank you.
All natural.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Can we agree that Hakeem is the best Muslim on the app? Can we?
Thank you.
Maybe we'll get a poll on that later.
I know from personal experience how uncomfortable the journey can be.
The truth is, we need your help. We'd hope that we could somehow
I don't
persuade you.
You don't need to persuade me. I came to help. The nearest stormboard is the one who was crossed. From the fire she was reborn to a
Yes.
She has freed the slaves from their chains and crucified the monsters for their sins.
I'll just say, look,
Her
you
dragons
guys
are
give him
fighting
shit
them.
over all kinds of things. You know, his
From the
claim
Lord of
about
A king heard all
blacks
this
being
beforehand.
indigenous to
From
the
the long
U.S.
bridge
or
of
his claim
The
that
dragons
Earth
will
is not
purify
round.
non-believers by
But
the
his
thousands,
most fucking
burning their
egregious
sins and
claim
flesh
that
away.
he's ever made
But duly,
is that he's a
always
strong
purifying
swimmer.
from any non-believers.
Like
Mother of
this,
Dragons
this,
has followers of
this
many different
cannot,
faiths.
it
We
cannot
want your
stand.
queen to be
We're
worshipped and to
gonna have
obeyed.
to bring this to a
And
close.
while she's gone, we
You know,
want her
I am going to be
advisors to
making a
be
trip.
worshipped
I
and
have to
obeyed.
talk to Marshall
I'd said it
when
for
Marshall's free.
I will summon
Because I
the
want to
most
coordinate the
eloquent
trip with
priests.
Marshall
They will
to go
spread
to
the word.
Illinois
Daenerys
to
has been
help
sent to lead the people
the
against the
Kitover
darkness.
takeover.
In
But
this
when I'm in
war,
Illinois,
the
I'd love to
Great
meet
War
up
still
with
to
you.
come.
Maybe
That
you
sounds
can
most
come join us
good.
at the campaign headquarters on the Lady Hawk. Kitover, we can welcome Muslims to the Lady Hawk.
Well, I mean, we'd have to do some type of, background check or purity test, like they're not going to kill me or something, when they decide to come on board and have a cocktail. Maybe a vodka martini would be the purity test.
Hey, John, I love my freedom so much.
Section 10 of the United
You
States.
don't have to worry about that.
I'm just gonna tell you guys that, the last time we let the Muslims get too close to a U.S. ship, the USS Cole happened. Just saying.
I'm just saying.
Hakeem ever say that he has to pull out a blanket to do a prayer? Ever. I'm just saying. Okay. Or a magic carpet.
Hey, Mike Moon, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Mike Moon is somebody that has taken some unfair abuse on this app. And I just want to point out that since day one, I've always liked Mike. Mike is a fantastic photographer. He's passionate about photography. He's got nuanced political views, which is something that most people on this app do not have. And his battles with Goat, I would actually say the Moon Goat debates were some of the best that this app has ever had. Mike, you don't seem to get engaged like that anymore. What's going on? You're like more zen.
Yeah. Well, two things. One, I used to smoke a shit ton of weed, and I was high whenever I was on the app, and it made me super argumentative, and it made me like a quick thinker. I mean, I'm ADHD, so it really kind of cleaned up my thinking, to be honest. But it also made me super argumentative. So I was just obnoxious as fuck back then, more often than not. And I stopped like a year and a half ago. But the other thing is, I think I just got tired. I just got annoyed at like being hated all the time and attacked. Like, to be honest with you, I never try to I never pretend like I'm somebody else in an environment so that other people get along with me. Like, that's not my shtick. And so because I'm also kind of a contrarian person, that's my dog making that squeak noise. Because I'm kind of a contrarian person, I had a hard time finding places where I'm like fully accepted to just hang out. And so I kind of just started listening in the audience all the time more. And then there's a couple people I trust and I have a couple on stage. But otherwise, I just do like 90% listening for 10% talking. And to be honest with you, it kind of helps me keep less stressed because I get stressed out when I talk and shit like this on here.
That's fair. Do you remember you coined a term, and I thought it was brilliant. Some people ignore it. Do you want to walk us through the democratization of mediocrity?
Oh yeah, so I was a photographer for 30 years, and it got to the point where I couldn't really make a living being a photographer anymore.
It's like I could before, and I still can partially, but so I went to trade school at the age of 50 to become an electrician. And so I'm an electrician during the week, and I still do photography part-time. And so kind of both jobs are almost equal pay. So together I make about what I made before with photography alone. And so what I realized as the years went on, as the years went on, is that the democracy, so basically people only get good enough at things now, like trades. They only get good enough or learn it well enough to start making money with it. And once they start making money with it, they shift their focus from mastering the thing they're doing into doing other things that will help increase the money flow. So say, for instance, like photography, you learn the basics, you get it down, and then once you do, and once you sell a couple weddings, you decide to spend a lot of your time on social media marketing and everything else while you're not just shooting, right? It used to be people would do something and they would do it with the goal of mastery. And then what they would do is after 10,000 hours, they'd get really good at it. And then the money would just come along with it, right? And that doesn't happen anymore. So basically, I call it democratization of mediocrity because it's much easier now to become good enough at something to make money doing it. And once you make money doing it, you convince yourself that the money justifies to yourself that you're an expert at it. Like, if I can make money doing it, then I must be good at it. And that's not true at all. Mediocrity can earn money all day long because, frankly, the bar's been lowered so much and everything, all the standards of clients in general. Clients just want fast, cheap, immediate, good enough to make money and sell and move on. And they have such short attention spans that basically people don't master things anymore. There's no value in being an expert or a master. And it even extends to like the idea that we don't trust experts of anything anymore, right? We'll argue about flat earth with a fucking astronaut. We'll argue about COVID with a doctor. And we think that we're so much better off finding information on the internet for ourselves. We think that facts are facts and our facts are the right ones and the other facts are the wrong ones. And so basically, I call it the democratization of mediocrity because mediocrity is now good enough for almost everybody. And if you spend your time getting good at something, you're not worried about money, people have less respect for that than they ever did. It used to be that, like, if you had a cool job, people respected your job, and they didn't care what you made. Now it's like, it doesn't matter what your fucking job is, what do you make? If you don't make a lot of money, oh, you're lame. And again, that's stupid. I mean, judging everything by money is just the dumbest thing ever. And so I just think people need to get back to caring about being awesome at things. And then give yourself the grace to get good at it, for fuck's sake. I mean, I've shot over 1,000 weddings. I've worked in 4 different industries of photography, from Hollywood to fucking retail, product photography, and everything else. And I would just master one thing, move to the next, master one thing, move to the next. And it doesn't matter that, like, this jack of all trades, master of none bullshit.
website up, and his campaign is set to take donations. And right when he was able to do that, we started a room and we raised
Stay around or something like that.
total
Learn about
matching
that.
funds. What are we totaled at?
We generated $510 yesterday through Clubhouse users, and I'm gonna match it. So over 1,000 yesterday, and thank you all, you beautiful Clownhouse Clubhouse people. I can't thank you enough. It's a big shock, and they take a little percentage on this antidote website, but the funds will be in the checking account. We've got Craigslist ads up trying to recruit people on the ground to generate signatures on ballots. And Mojo here, Positive Vibration Mojo has offered to fly out to Chicago to knock on doors with me and Marshall Rankin.
Yeah, we're gonna not just knock doors, it will be a training exercise to teach people to knock doors. We will get this campaign going. Hopefully within 2 to 3 business days, we can get enough signatures to get him on the ballot. And if we don't hit that goal, we'll at very least have an army of people trained to be able to help the cause. The first goal here is to raise enough money to have paid volunteers that can go ahead and get the ballot access. Ballot access is the goal. What you're donating for, don't put these lofty goals of what is his chance of winning. Get all of that out of your head. The first thing that we need to focus on is, can we get John Kitover on the ballot? Because once we get him on the ballot, then we can shift our goals into something more exciting. But we have to step one step at a time. The first step is ballot access. And if you're wondering how you can help, you don't have to get on a plane and join people like Marshall and myself going and training volunteers to knock doors. You can simply go to the link. You can donate money. You can make a donation as small as $1. While I recommend the floor should be tree fitting, I think that that's a good, fair entry point to be able to support such a cause. But if you have more money than that, please, by all means, don't limit yourself. And I would also request that those of you that believe in a deity, whatever deity it might be, I request that you prayerfully consider asking your deity to put it on your heart what level of generosity you should use when you go to this site. So if the Lord tells you to leave $1, leave $1. If the Lord tells you to leave $10, leave $10. If the Lord whispers in your ear, hey, you should give this guy $500, you should listen to the Lord. And if the Lord tells you, you know what, I think I'm going to pass, I'm not going to give him anything, you can do that too. But the secret is to ask the Lord for the guidance, and then when you hear it, then act upon it. That's what I would request that you can do. So for those of you that just heard this, if you can go ahead and maybe pray and then visit the website, that would be great. Can you put the link to the website in the chat, John?
Sure, it's in my profile as well. Let me put it in the chat.
Yeah, the profile's not clickable. It's kind of driving me a little crazy. You can't copy it either. You can't do shit from the profile.
Oh, I see. Okay, putting it in the chat.
So you might have to write the chat every time you enter a room, because the profile you can't do anything with it unless I literally write it on a piece of paper and type it in.
I think we've made a lot of progress just on consensus or herd psychology of the debt. And today it's been announced that the July 2025 debt is at 290, or deficit is at 291 billion. So if you multiply that by 12, it's a hell of a lot more than 2 trillion a year we're adding to the national deficit now. So it's only escalating.
Well, can I just point out this poll is taking a shift here? Healthy Debates is breaking from the pack of second place in entertainment houses, and they are now sitting at 13%. They moved ahead of Chillism and Politically Correct.
Yeah, earlier you had a poll, right? That was which house on Clubhouse has the best moderator. For that, I said Healthy Debates, and it was mostly because I think moderator-wise, JB is the best, I guess, for the format he does. See, Ellen moderates you a little different kind of format. You're great, but it's more free flow, which is not as hard to moderate as what he moderates. Some of the rooms he moderates, it seems like they're harder to moderate, and he manages it well. And he's really incredible at getting everybody an opportunity when they show up. He pays attention. He looks at the screen. He watches. If you pop in the room, he says hi to everybody. Like he's just highly professional at it. It's pretty strict, you know, to an extent. So there's not a lot of talking out of place and stuff. We do allow more of that, and I appreciate that more. So that's why I said he's the better moderator. He's the best moderator, but I think yours is more entertaining. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. That's why I changed my vote. Because actually, that's what I was thinking of, Mike. With the moderation, when I voted in this poll earlier today, I was thinking of moderation. But in hindsight, that's the change in my vote. While I agree with everything Mike said, you know, JB runs a tight ship. Very good at greeting folks, again, from either side of the aisle. But that said, respectfully, I know I'm not crazy about some of the topics that he chooses, whereas some of yours, I got a hand to. I gotta say, Mojo, the reasonable debates wasn't available today, but it's nice to see some actually, you know, people coming together from different sides, talking about sensitive stuff. But I don't want to digress. I know talking about in the buff. And you know, I gave it to my resistance to joining room title at the end of the day.
I agree with you, but his subjects get tiresome. I mean, he'll do the same subject about like what's better, men or women, and he'll carry it up like a week. You gotta be crazy.
Well, I get questions in my back channel about healthy debates because, as you know, I spent a few years over there, you know, moderating rooms, and the reason why I don't moderate over there is because Clubhouse has gotten a little more picky about the things that you can do or say, and like for whatever reason, I become a target. So I don't want a house that has nearly 50,000 people to be put at risk because I can be controversial at times. And so I remove myself from that house in that regard. And so having a smaller house like this, a growing house, if this one were to get clipped, we could start another one tomorrow. It wouldn't be as painful as, you know, a house that has, you know, almost 50,000 people in it. But I do get messages asking me, and it's a funny question. They'll ask them, are white people still allowed in healthy debates? And I know it's meant as a joke, but there has been a question about the content of how it shifted a lot around identity, men, women, you know, race, you know, gender and race. It seems to dominate the conversation.
Yeah, JB though is the only one on Clubhouse that can successfully, in my opinion, host a room like that and keep it completely professional and actually discuss like white versus black issues. He's really good at that. So if anything, I mean, it gets tiresome and it's annoying and it's not really my favorite. But I think that the platform needs somebody. I think that conversation is worth having if you can get both races at the same time together to have a respectful conversation. So I kind of feel like that's a conversation that needs to happen 20 Wednesdays, 7 days a week on Clubhouse to counteract all of the bullshit everyone
Well, I think when I look at this, like which is like we had one earlier about like which house is the best moderated. I think In the Muff won that one fairly decisively. Which one's the most entertaining? In the Muff is winning this one fairly decisively. That doesn't mean that there's not a place for those things. Again, I tell you, I enjoy going into politically correct to have a laugh. I go into healthy debates. I'm pretty attached to it in many ways, sentimentally. Spend a lot of time in there, and I think JB does a great job of curating the spaces over there. He's holding it down. Like I put in the chat, I think JB is moderator of the year. I think the previous year I would give that award to Kelly. But even chillism, I would recommend that as bad as chillism is, and chillism is bad, for entertainment purposes, you can find entertainment. I sat for 45 minutes in chillism and listened to Concrete and Ike argue about the Hegelian dialect. And then after listening to it for 45 minutes, Tally brought me on the stage. I asked a few questions, and I got both Ike and Concrete to admit that neither of them had ever read Hegel. Now, I could mock that and make fun of it, but it was fun as hell to be in a space where people are making claims about what an expert they are on a topic, and then when you come to find out, neither of them have ever read it. You can't buy this kind of entertainment. What are you gonna do? Go down to the AMC and watch Superman? Like, why would you do that when you have the entertainment here? I would say chillism, as bad as it is for content on this app, it's better than most movies that come out. I don't think it's better than the other rooms that we have listed above. In fact, I think these four should not be the only ones that we look at. I think Lisa's 420 is something that we should look at. I think the rational discussion group is one we should look at. I don't know if I would recommend anyone, unless they're over the age of 70, to go into the critical thinking forum. They're going to require you to download Facebook in order to participate in chat. And that's not fun for anybody. So anyways, I think there's a lot of good things going on in this app. I think that Clubhouse is back. I think the features are killing it. We love this poll feature, and shout out to those that the 65% that say that In the Muff is the most entertaining house on Clubhouse.
Entertaining house, but you won best moderator over JB. I think there might have to be an investigation. I think that it might have been rigged. And as far as Gary's room, while I respect him and he's a top-notch journalist, he is old school. It's like before internet, when you would call the radio for to get our next caller, please. Like, he's not really interested in the back and forth. He does allow everybody to talk, regardless of what your political alignment is. But it's not conducive. Like, that's what another good thing about JB's moderating. He'd be like, hey, look, you don't have to mic up. Let me ask you about your point, and he'll flesh it out a little bit versus, okay, next. And you don't do that, but I was, for a while, I thought it was JB, Kelly, and Mojo, but I guess you've been bumped up since Kelly doesn't mod anymore.
Well, I would argue that the poll earlier about best moderated spaces has less to do with me and has more to do with the collective effort of moderators. When I think of some of the rooms that have been ran in this space, I have to take my hat off to Scarlett with 2 T's, who has ran some rooms. She did one on game theory. She did one on Roland Fryer. I think that if we were to say underrated moderators on the history of this app, Scarlett with 2 T's is running incredible spaces, and she keeps the replays on for those that don't get to make it. So, welcome, Jamie. What's happening?
Yo, so I wasn't here for this earlier poll or vote, whatever, but no bullshit. You are the best moderator, not just currently, but since you've been on this app, in my opinion. So I'll definitely bend the knee to the king, no problem.
Well, I like I I said in the chat, and I mean it, I think over this last year, you're definitely the king. When I look back in the past, I think there was anyone that's been on this app for a long time. Ned Kinney, I think, used to run really good spaces. I really like the stuff that Kelly's done on this app. I think Kelly, when Kelly turns on the music or curses somebody out, I think it's pretty good. What I think is really, really important though is to recognize some of the people that, even though I disagree with them, have run great spaces. Like Steve Crone, who I think is one of the most disingenuous human beings I've ever seen on this app. When he talks about politics, he's just, I'll just say it like it is, he's just a big fat liar. And he's super dishonest. But when he was running movie rooms, Steve Crone's movie rooms, his expertise, like in film, and the people that he drew into those rooms were fucking amazing. And like, again, it's one of those weird things where, he was good at that. Talking about politics, he's fucking awful. Royfield Brown, hold on one second. Royfield Brown, who I think is one of the coolest dudes. He and I don't think we've ever found a political thing that we agree on, but we talk offline all the time. We don't have to talk about politics. We can talk about careers. We can talk about family. I consider him a good friend. Royfield is one of the first people that I would go into rooms and be like, now this guy has it figured out. He used to do a room called Superpowered. And Superpowered was where it was a comic book room, and he would talk about themes in comic books. And for anybody that's ever read comic books, or maybe you watch the comic book movies, Royfield knows his shit when it comes to comic books, and those spaces were super fucking entertaining. So there's been a lot of people that have come and gone. I think Dawn Fields, her movie rooms were really good. Daniel Mendoza did really good movie rooms. There's been a lot of like high quality shit that's been on this app. And there was a time in Healthy Debates when there was a crew of moderators where there's been division that separated some people, but like I can remember a time when we would do a room and there was diverse personalities from JB to Rowan to Dr. Jordan. You got Kelly cursing people out, and then you had Bryn, who some people love him, some people hate him. He could add a lot of value if you were talking about like court cases and how the law works, shit like that. I think that this app is on its way back. It's rebuilding. I'm starting to see people that have been off the app returning to the app. And so, yeah, and you know what?
Well, Roger, you forgot Uncle Steve.
Oh, well, I would never forget Uncle Steve, but my best experience with Uncle Steve was off the app in his living room, hanging out with him and his dog, and, set to some oldies music, and me and Dr. Jordan got to hang out with him. It was great time. The last thing that I'll say is that I think it's so back that Joe Armenia, he came into a room today and he followed me again. So me and Joe are now friends again. So we are back in the good graces of Clubhouse.
I gotta bounce some board and dinner. Great space, you're the best moderator. What's up, Rohan? Good to see you. Catch you guys later. Nah, I love you like a fat kid loves cake.
Love you too, boo.
Chillism's dragging behind at 9%. What's going on, man? Where are the chillism people at? They need to represent. Bima, why don't you pin your chillism people and get some votes? There you go. We got Daniel down there in the goo. Hopefully he'll come over. Daniel's awesome. John, do we accept donations from Australia? Rowan would like to.
a good question. I do not know. I don't think so. And somebody in the chat yesterday said I'm already committing campaign finance fraud in the chat. So if anybody has any receipts or is concerned about donations, put it in the chat.
Now, you could collect, you just have to, as you've already deployed a system that tracks who's giving what. What your opponents may do at some point is they'll point out that what percentage of your donations are coming from outside of your district, and they'll try to use that against you. But you just got to remind them that while you're representing your district, you're also representing the United States of America.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you can try to donate on the link in the chat. At some point, if you want to change the survey out to make it easier for people, you can do that later. But yeah, I mean, you can try to submit and we can see what happens. Because this platform is already working with major congressional candidates, senators, etc. that use it. It's called Antidote.
Hey, Ro.
Ro, are you unable to speak right now? All right. Well, we've had a fun day on the app. We got 38 votes. 2/3 of the people believe that this is the most entertaining house on Clubhouse. I'll take it. Healthy Debates moved into second place, and politically correct third. Chillism, number 8. 8% in fourth place. It's amazing. I think this is about right, though. I think that ranking is true. I think we're the most entertaining. Healthy Debates, number 2. Politically correct, number 3. And Chillism, number 4. Does anybody disagree with that order? Rowan makes a good point about being the best mod. Rowan, the issue is that the time zone that you're in, I don't think that you've hit critical mass with the voters. But I would agree. I think Rowan is probably the most. He's definitely the most level-headed and least emotional mod in the history of Healthy Debates. And so there is that.
To the point of echo chambers, I've been thinking about this lately. So obviously you guys see me coming in here, even modding with Mojo on occasion. So I'm wondering, is it because everyone, you're saying that politically correct or maybe Lisa's rooms are echo chambers, but yet you don't go in there to break up said echo chamber. So I'm wondering what is.
I went in there and got removed. I just told you that story.
No, not you. This is definitely not directed at you. I don't blame you for not going back after you get booted. But I'm wondering for anyone else who does think those houses are echo chambers, why not go in there? Because I'm telling you, I've seen there's several MAGAs that go in there on the regular. Sometimes it gets a little heated, but usually it doesn't actually. So I'm wondering, is it because you don't have friends over there? We gravitate to where our friends are, or is it I'm going to assume it's an echo chamber, so I'm going to avoid it?
I think there's an element of all of those things. I think moderation is probably the biggest thing. So if you think about all the signals that we have, right, on a personal level, I have a photograph, I have a name, I have a bio, and then I have what I talk about. When I create a house, there's the house and the rules. When we create a room, there's the title, and then there's all the other tools that we have. And so you create like a vibe. And I think every room has a different vibe. And one of the things that I've noticed about
it's very empowering. Some people feel empowered to say the most vile nonsense imaginable, and then some other people, like myself, use the free speech to explore ideals that might get us kicked out of rooms like politically correct, just for having thoughts.
Speaking of politically correct, Scarlett with two T's, I don't think you were here before, and I was asking why a lot of the folks, with the exception of Mojo, who's been in there with the room, do not go to politically correct for fear of being succumbed to evil echo chamber. Again, I think it's in there. Did you say that you've been disrespected, treated well, or no?
Patty is one of the householders there. She and I have a clubhouse friendship, whatever that means. When she's there and I go early enough, I get to say hello and I get to listen to what people think. And there are a couple mods who have me blocked, so I don't always get in there. And when she's not in there, it can get uncomfortable. But also, they get their echo chamber if they wanted it. It's not unlike other places on the app who have a strong ideology and gatekeep and hold fast to their philosophy. So, yes and no.
Tali, how do you think that you and Nathan hold it all together? You know, letting so much intelligent discourse course through your brain for so many years now. How do you handle it?
Alright, so the house creators are actually Nathan and Knowledge, and I think that their personalities are reflected in the way that the room is run. And I will say I have become a better speaker. My thoughts, not that my thoughts were disorganized before, but better communicating in a way that is receptive to the audience or the other participants, and I will be grateful to both of them for allowing me to explore that way and become a better speaker.
Let me ask you this, Tally. We have some rules in this house, and I want to run them by you. And tell me which of these rules you think
homosexual. Rule 1. Rule 2, no spouses, no kids. Rule 3, no credible threats of violence. We kind of covered those topics.
No, that's cool. I mean, Anthony now has like, you know, kind of maybe rules to a little bit better, but I will say right now, chillism is third. Which is interesting. It's kind of a tank in second place. Right now, healthy debates are 16%, chillism 14%, politically correct at 12%. So, yeah, I guess everybody finds, you have different criteria for defining entertainment. And so it's good that people have different ideas about this because it would be boring if everybody agreed with each other. And children just tied for second. So it's amazing, amazing.
Question around. You done, Mojo?
No, that's good. Jump in, please.
So yeah, Charlie, I'm not that familiar. I've only been a couple of times in Chile, but to Mojo's point regarding allowing the N-word or the K-word, whatever, insert racial intent here, not really elevating conversations. But in the name of free, free speech, absolutely. So what other, I guess, aside from N-bombs, dropping left and right, and again, other racial slurs and such, what other examples of free speech is rocking in those spaces? Again, aside from no one taking offense to the aforementioned racial slurs.
Oh no, I would never try to stop someone from being offended, but how you communicate your offense and be better able to explain why it's offensive is a benefit of allowing those words in there to begin with. And also stating that to the deplorables who, freely launch that sort of speech at people of color, I'm like taking some of their power away by engaging with them to begin with is another benefit, and making them look stupid is always so rewarding. So if you can stomach it, it's usually very rewarding. But I'm not asking if anyone want to be able to get some of that engagement from people like myself who sort of thrive in stopping idiots and racists.
Yeah, I hear you. I see that. Aside from the racial slurs, how do you see others who are not empowered by one of your outside of racism that you think your room empowered speech room? I think you said, well, there's discussion because we have free speech that may not be allowed in other rooms. So again, outside of racism, I'm asking what other examples of free speech do you think moderators
I will peruse the hallway and check out some of these rooms. People go smoke. I mean, look, if somebody wants to create a poll that says, hey, what's your opinion on Hotepery? Please, by all means, go ahead and create a poll. I list these because these rooms tend to end up talking about politics. And so I think that's the through line with all of these is that politics is discussed. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the only thing discussed. In fact, I would argue that some of the best moments in the muff is when we're not talking about politics. When, Abby, who just came in the room, when she's, man on the street interview, going into cheesesteak shops and figuring out, what kind of meat is used in a Philly cheesesteak. I mean, I think that sort of content is highly underrated on this app because people are limited in what they think that we can do here. And I want to just point out, there's been some new things that have happened. We are now reading on this app, which I didn't think was going to happen. We have reading rooms. We read from, John, can you tell the book we read in its entirety? Can you tell them about that book, John?
Yeah, it's an ancient Chinese philosophy psychology book written 2,300 years ago by Lao Tzu. It deals with wisdom, intelligence, understanding, comprehension, as opposed to endless heated road rage conversations about nothing.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Anson Burlingame, one of the most respected people on this app, he's been creating spaces in a new house, one of the fastest growing houses on this app, called Rational Discussion Group, which is kind of a better alternative to the Critical Thinking Forum. It's at the same time as the Critical Thinking Forum, and the differences are it's more of a heterodox environment where we allow people with different opinions to kind of share their thoughts, and then chat is left open. We allow people to challenge ideas, so there's a little bit of back and forth. For those that have been participating, that's been great. But I would say the biggest achievement that we've seen, maybe the biggest achievement was the fact that we've read a book together out loud. That was amazing. But how about helping it's a civics lesson that we have a person running for Congress that has launched their campaign on Clubhouse, and we did a money bomb yesterday, and we raised over $1,000 to help John Kitover to get it on the ballot so he can run for Congress, so he can reduce the spending, reduce the borrowing. So if anybody that thinks that we have a borrowing and spending problem, I would recommend that they look at John Kitover for Congress.
John, how many people in the room do you think comprehend that book that you read?
The Tao Te Ching? Well, I would just say the fact that we were able to organize and actually, STFU, shut up, and actually read a book together and do it efficiently was a practice in team development and building. It was a great experience. So I don't know how many people comprehend it because I've read it many times, and every time I reread it, I go, oh my gosh, cannot believe how profound it is, and why. Because it acts as like a gestalt to a certain extent. You can use it as a tool to reflect on whatever you're thinking about. I don't know. It's an important and intelligent book.
It sure is. And as somebody who's acknowledged your intelligence from the moment I've met you on this app, thank you for presenting that information in that book to this crowd.
Yeah, and it's interesting is I heard a lot of opposition to the book, claiming that the Chinese communists utilized that book as inspiration for their revolution. And I would just say that if you don't agree with some of the phrasings in it, well, then it's a challenge for you to read it. And everybody read it like a pro. It was impressive.
Thank you very much. And you're awesome.
We have a very close race for second place for most entertaining house on Clubhouse. I hope that people will fully participate in the voting process. I don't want to call people out, but I can see if you voted or not. And so when I'm looking at your profile photo and I see that you haven't voted, I don't want to call you out by name because that would be uncomfortable for some. But man, wouldn't it be cool if more people voted? Yay. Yay, democracy. Let's see, we've got 49 votes. Let's see if that little shaming could get us to 50. Let's see. No, nobody showed up. Nobody responded to that.
Dude, you better vote. Joe, you better vote.
I'm posting in the Discord and also in the Telegram that I have.
I don't care about names. Ro, you better vote. Kristen, better vote.
I'll just say that's a data point.
So how should I vote?
Which one entertains you the most? And by the way, you can determine what you view as entertainment.
All of them are amazing, and they have. I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know. I would just rather just not vote right now.
Well, how long? We were trying to get to 100 votes anyway, so Mojo, will we have the...
Can I just say that that's the most woman thing I've ever heard? Like the indecisiveness. I mean, you're entitled to it. You don't have to vote, but like anyways, it is what it is. Let me just.
No, please elaborate.
No, like, I don't care. It's like, I don't care what we eat. You wanted to talk about me? I don't want that.
Well, I don't want to. All of them are just they're incredible. I'm not a very competitive person.
Well, this is more about appreciation than competition. Think of it this way.
I know.
Well, okay, Kristen, do you have a favorite deli?
All right, you want me to make a decision? I'll make a decision.
There you go. That's you got what I'm saying now. Awesome.
You know what my decision is?
Not to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that for you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We need nonconformists too. I appreciate that. I would probably not be responding if somebody was pressuring me to vote either, to be quite honest.
Can we get like little stickers that say I voted?
Oh, that would be great. You guys could PTR I voted or use the GIF function.
We could do Clubhouse. God, you got me saying Clown House now. No, Clubhouse. You know how they used to remove your profile picture and used to put your own like the like everybody. Then if you voted, then you need to remove your profile picture and put Mojo's picture.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy when we vote? There's this little thing on our PTR that proves that we vote.
I know, but you're talking about stickers. And then like the shape of the sticker.
I'm gonna guess that Rowan is on Club Deck and can't vote. By the way, if anybody's wondering, what are they talking about? What poll? If you can't see the poll at the top of the room, you probably need to update the app because there's a new feature that you're missing out on, which is really fun. It's the thing we're all talking about right now. Right now we have 53 votes, and in first place, I won't even tell you who's in first place. You just go ahead and vote, and then you can see it yourself. You'll unlock the results for yourself by voting. Adams, I have a question for you.
As long as it's John Kitover unrelated, then I'll be happy to answer it.
I don't know that you're going to feel that way after you know what it's relating to. You might want to go back to Kitover when I ask you this. What would you think about reinstating Rich to In the Muff?
I'm sorry, was that a question? Y'all can do what y'all want to do. I'm not going to tell y'all who to spend time with. I'm not even going to go down that road. A lot of things going on, and I may just spend a little bit less time on this app as it is. So if that's what y'all want to do, that's what y'all want to do. But I'm going to be very, 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 very clear that I'm going through something right now, and if he makes an effort to either bring that out onto this app or to pry into my personal business, I'm telling you right now, he is not going to have any money to send his kids to college. So I would caution him to be very, very careful reading out people's personal business or giving insight as to how he perceives people's personal business.
That's fair. That's fair. You're not the only one that has challenges with this person, but I went through this exercise where I was unblocking people, and his name comes up of like, hey, can he be allowed back in here? And what I had said was that 3 conditions have to be met. You might not care about these conditions, but I would like for him to issue an apology to you, an apology to another person that happens to be on the stage that I cannot mention the name, and then also agree to follow the rules. And by following the rules, I think he would meet the things that you're saying in regards to doxing, in regards to just general overall behavior. If we could get him to agree to these 3 conditions, apologize to you, apologize to another individual, and abide by the rule, would you have any objection to sharing space with him?
I'm just not going to share space with him. So, I mean, there's just certain things that, once the line is crossed, it's crossed. And unfortunately, he put himself in a situation, given the context of what I'm going through now, to really make himself look even dumber. So, apology or not, I really don't feel like there's any sort of value in continuing to interact with him, even in saying hello, to be honest with you. I'm not going to be childish, but,
All right. No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And actually, go ahead.
Hold on, real quick. It's very hard to rein certain people in, and so if we do bring him back, he will be on a very, very short leash in terms of behavior, and because overall, I think he's a smart guy, and I think some of his positions that he speaks about are important to talk about, but his disregard for people's privacy, his disregard for people's humanity in general, can be problematic. And so I would personally say bring him back if he follows the rules, but I think that's going to be a hard ask because he doesn't really like the rules. But go ahead.
That's definitely a plus for any candidate that I come across. Jay, are there any closing remarks that you wanted to make? Anything in closing to the community or?
Just thank you all for what you're doing, and for people that are thinking about getting involved, thank you for thinking about it. Hope you find something that works for your schedule.
Picked up on so quickly. So, Rich's apology would mean very little to me. I actually think I would require from Rich, $100 donation to John Kitover's financial campaign. For election campaign. I think that would go a long way to mitigate the harm and the emotional trauma and the assholery that he's inflicted not only upon me, but the transgressions he's transgressed upon many, many people in Clubhouse. So, I'd like John Kitover to confirm the donation. And
well, I have a question for John. John, what is the fee that the Antidote pulls out?
I think after $505 in donations yesterday, it showed like 467 or something in the account.
Is that like 3.5%, something like that?
Yeah,
let's
6,
figure
7%.
out how much.
Maybe 6-7%. I'm not sure.
We need to figure out the percent, and because if I like where 2T's is going with this, I think that he should not only put $100 towards this campaign, but also pay the fee, so that it's a full $100 donation.
How about $169? Has a nice ring to it.
I don't know if he has that much money, but I think that's an interesting thing. But John cannot ask for that. That's a suggestion that I'll whisper into the ether, and because nobody that's connected to the campaign can make those kind of requests, because that would violate campaign finance laws. But so that is not officially happening. But we'll see. We'll see if he'll make a donation. See if we can encourage him.
I don't have a problem with him. He's very respectful to me. I just want to say that. Just you asking how everyone feels personally, I've never had a problem with him.
values and respects you, Abby. When he
always had good dialogue with him. I'm being honest. I don't know,
no,
get shit on for saying this, but it's been very normal.
right. Well,
So Abby, let me just offer this up to you, Abby, and I admire and I respect you as well. But I will just say this: be very cautiously optimistic, because while they may not directly pick a fight with you, they may put words in your mouth to insinuate certain things, using the legitimacy behind the words that you say to win an argument and put you in a situation with somebody else. So I'm just saying, be very, very, very careful.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm pretty cautious, like with almost every sentence someone says, I usually try to hold them to it. But as I said, my experience has been a positive experience.
I've got a question for you, Abby. Because Abby's kind. Dr. Adams, have you been really kind to people on this app? Do you think do you expect that's the way that you treat other people?
I don't feel like I really owe your bullshit opinion with any sort of response, considering that you're not the authority or morality to even putting a litmus test to how you think I should be behaving. So I gave you your answer. So let's move on. Let's move on. I owe you nothing.
Hold on. Hold on, dude, come on. You're messing with the chi. Let's see here, Abby. I have a question. Would you feel comfortable connecting John to talk to the right people in the state of Illinois within the Republican Party that might want to at least hear his pitch of why he's?
I really don't know much about Illinois. What I'm involved with doesn't interact too much there. I don't think my particular group has a chapter in that state, because the state is blue. But I would think he hopefully has been vetted through the local party and through
the local party is actually supporting a cuck that is a big government, inflationary economic interventionist. And so what we're looking for is more of like the Republican Liberty Caucus folks within the state of Illinois.
Can you tell me, John, I never asked you this. Can you tell me your district? What's the, is it D? I assume is it D there now? And what's it D?
No, it's a Republican congressman.
R plus what?
Darren LaHood. It's in the 16th district.
16th. And what's it? R plus what?
R plus what? I mean, it's the 16th congressional district.
No.
She's referring to like the likelihood of
Oh, it's very high. It's very high. It's very high.
What is it? Do you know?
I don't know. Maybe 85% up there.
No. John, do me a favor. What I just asked you, you need to know the answer to that when you get asked that. If you're running in that district.
I've seen it. I don't know that R plus number.
In the U.S., how we rate congressional districts.
John, you, me, and Marshall will have a chat maybe over the weekend, and we'll walk through some of this information that you're going to want to know, especially if you start, publicly speaking on this. These are small but important details, and I appreciate Abby for bringing it up, because there's going to be people that are going to want to know this, especially donors are going to ask these types of questions.
It's the 16th district in Illinois. Who'd you say is the sitting member now?
Darren LaHood.
LaHood. Okay, give me a second.
Don't forget about the southern part of the state, because it's a lot more conservative down here than it is like in the northern or the bigger like Chicago area.
That sounds like a potential volunteer. Ashley, have you met John?
I don't think so, but I'm near the bottom, like the very tip of Illinois, so we get ignored down here a lot. In fact, our governor was announced before our voting polls had even closed, so we get ignored.
Awesome. Well, this has been good so far. I like that we're carrying on the money bomb last night, and the Kitover takeover night 2 is in full effect. Abby, we raised over $1,000 for John last night, and we're now setting our sight on $10,000 in donations. Every dollar goes a long way. He's
going to be the biggest challenge, but every dollar that we raise is going to mean that his opposition is going to want to raise about $20. So we can at very least, make them waste a lot of their money. So I hope we can come together and do this. I think that the message is important enough, and the ask is pretty clear. We're not asking people to do anything that they're uncomfortable with. It's just simply pray, ask the Lord Almighty, whatever deity of choice, just ask the Lord prayerfully. Just ask Him, what level of generosity should you have when giving money to the campaign? And the Lord will whisper to you. It's a whisper, so you have to listen carefully. The Lord will whisper to you, either don't give any of your money. Maybe the Lord will say, well, what's the minimum? $1? Okay, what would that hurt? But the Lord may say, this is your calling. You should give big. This is the thing you've been waiting for. All the things that you believe, those are the things that John believes. And if the Lord whispers that into your heart, that's when you should give big.
I promise any campaign contributors will get total transparency into this campaign. Every single issue that you have, I will listen to. Now, I will put it in my list of top 10 priorities. And if you have any priorities for the campaign, put it in the chat now.
If you have any policy papers, ready your position papers, policy papers, or you still have time.
I've written my first position paper. Let me put it in my PTR.
If you can make things better for the forgotten part of the state, I know you get a lot of voters down here because, we pretty much get the leftovers, and you don't even see a lot of campaigning down here, like when it comes to like the big elections.
Yeah, the biggest towns.
Sorry about that. I just want to bring attention to the poll. We're up to 56 votes, and Healthy Debates is pulled back into second place. Chillism has moved down to third, and Politically Correct is remaining in fourth place. It's a tight race for second place. I don't know who's going to win, but we'll find out once we get all of the votes counted.
Roger, could you do the Kenneth Copeland and say, God wanted me to have that private jet?
Wow.
So, Rich, I'm not sure.
You sound like Kenneth Copeland. It was fucking amazing. God, I want you to get $1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me get it back up. I didn't know he was allowed on stage without making a donation or considering.
Two T's, hold on. Why don't we do this?
Somebody on board generous.
Hold on. Rich, you've got some atoning to do. Do you want to atone?
About what?
How about the fact that my friend who made
clubhouse glitch today.
I'm curious about what this crash out is, because I haven't crashed out in quite some time.
He likes the chaos. I told you. I was so grateful that you were like, you know what? Give him a chance. And I was like, yeah, we could do that. You know, I really like this mojo. It's really doing some good things in my heart. Like, all right, we'll see. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
All right. Mima, I just want to warn you, I've got eyes on other women right now, so you're trying to compete for my affection, and the object of my desire might even be in this room, so this is becoming awkward. Anyways, okay, so Rich took care of himself there. That was interesting. John, I thought Rich was your friend. We weren't going to get a campaign donation. What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't think so, and I don't think you're going to extract any atonement from him. So, I would say enforce your house rules at all times, but still see if people are willing to make amends or ask for forgiveness, because, personally, Yom Kippur has been a monumental, psychological, revolutionary, religious way to essentially go clear and make peace, as opposed to living with a grudge or having conflict with people. Asking for forgiveness is a challenge for a lot of people, but I've done it a lot of times in my life, and the back end of it is way more glorious than living with anger and hate in your heart.
Hey, John, not to change the subject, but have you how much work have you done reaching out to I'm assuming you're a Republican, running against a Republican, is that right? So you're going to be fighting for. Okay, so when are your primaries? Next year?
In March, yeah.
Okay. Have you reached out to the other Republican committees in your district to see
I live in Chicago, and I've been gone to many Chicago GOP, aka Illinois GOP, I guess you would call it. And, my feedback is that they are a waste of time. It's like an exclusive little clique of individuals, and I don't want to go into great detail about it because this is politics, and when you run, as I know you've run, you figure out very rapidly that it's not about the party or about the country or about the well-being. It's about controlling a private little clique. And Clown House with the green beans and the rooms in the houses, it's all very similar. And a lot of people, it turns out, they're kind of two-faced, three-faced, four-faced, five-faced. And so, I'm running as a Republican against a Republican who has created over $20 trillion in debt by voting on HR Acts. And, I'm just bringing a very fiscal conservative message to the voters of the 16th District of Illinois, which the Chicago GOP never does. The Illinois GOP may do a little bit, but anyways, I'm just saying I am going to take a break from Clown House because being here for 18 hours a day is a little too much, and I need to take a power walk and go pick up some chicken for dinner. So I pray for you all that you can hang tight, but I will be back in 30 minutes.
okay. I just realized you the value of running against a serious the prosecutor on the counterterrorism. You're pretty powerful in ways and means. I mean, this is also chair of the Intelligence Subcommittee on China Relations. This is a very serious member of Congress.
talking about snacks in the back chat?
Is there anybody that's on the stage that was not here, or even in the audience, anybody that was not here for the money bomb that we did for John yesterday? Anybody?
Me? No. I don't think I was.
Oh, okay, cool. So we did a fundraiser yesterday. We raised $1,000, a little over $1,000 total. And I'm just gonna throw this out there. You can find on John Kitover's bio the link to his anecdote, which will allow you to make campaign contributions. I would just ask, this is my ask, without even asking you to make a donation, I would ask you, the pre-work is to pray about it. I want you to ask the deity of your choice, should you support the campaign? And if so, what number does the Lord whisper to you that you should donate? And then the other ask would be to listen to the Lord. If the Lord says nothing, then give nothing. If the Lord says give a lot, give a lot.
That's fair.
Christy has an interesting deity. Christy's deity whispered to save her money. Okay, that's a fair position, Christy. Not all deities are as generous as the others, and so for those of you that have generous deities, have that conversation.
Poseidon says to donate. Odin says you don't have any money, so they're fighting right now.
Ashley, you will not buy.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh,
I will. I will get one. I'm looking into one.
No, I was gonna say, do you know how easy it's to propagate a begonia? You could pick which one you want in my photo, and all I gotta do is pluck a leaf and stick it in dirt, and then in 90 days I can send you a baby on it for free. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so you're gonna have to tell me how to take care of it because I don't want to kill it.
Oh, that's easy.
Well,
Marshall.
the best idea is to buy one now so that you can practice on it. So when people send you one of her babies, the chances of survival increase because there's a lot of guilt in killing one of Beavis babies.
Oh my gosh, you already know that. I cry. Not okay.
Those beautiful begonias. They're stunning, actually. I never appreciated them as.
Just think of this as an interlude, Joe. We'll get back to just a little breather, plant talk.
We do this in the night rooms over in Toulouse. Like that's the part that nobody really gets to appreciate. Is like when the calmer people, like when all the crash outs are over and the calmer people kind of like come together and we can like talk about hobbies and stuff like that. And when it's chill, or even if it's a chill discussion.
So
that's
so when the discussion about would you rather have sex with a man or a gorilla is over, that
I hated that whole debate. I was working at that time, but oh my lord, I wished it would just be over with because that's all I heard for the entire 8 hours I was at work one day. It was just people going back and forth, the man or the gorilla. I hated that debate.
I chose the gorilla, by the way.
Of course you did.
Of course I did.
That shit literally makes me question if I'm in the Matrix or not. Like if this is real life or not. Those types of comments.
Yeah, same pockets.
Oh my god, don't be dreaming, dude. Yeah, I gotta be dreaming. I'll literally smack myself just to make sure everything's good.
Can I just say, for those of you that have not voted in the poll yet, and again, I won't call you out by name, but I can see which ones of you have not voted. I don't know why you haven't, but that's a personal thing. If you don't want to vote, you don't need to vote. We have 63 votes so far, and it is tightening up for second place for which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining. It is really a tight race right now. I don't know where this thing's going to land, but I'm going to keep the voting open until we get to at least 100 votes. We're at 64 right now. Just vote. If everybody just does their civic duty and votes, that would be great.
The reason I like Chosen, not gonna lie, is because it makes me feel more sane. It brings up my confidence and my intelligence and my choices in life and what I think about. So it really inspired me to be like, you know what, I'm on the right track. You know, I'm doing pretty well. So it's, you know.
I hear you. Like the day that I went in there and listened to two idiots argue for 45 minutes about Hegel, come to find out that neither of them had ever read Hegel, it made me appreciate the fact that even though I don't read quite as much as I used to read, at least I have read. And at least the conversations that I have about certain authors, I can at least say that I've actually read them. I think that that's one of the refreshing things. So if some of you think that you just don't do enough reading, go into Chillism and you'll find out that there's people that don't do any reading. And they claim to be experts on topics. 45-minute arguments about Hegel, and neither person, that was Concrete and Ike, two of the biggest dum-dums on the entire app, they were arguing about Hegel for 45 minutes. Neither of them had ever read it. And then I thought, okay, well, that's just limited to them. Then there was an individual by the name of Nex. I don't know if you guys know him. He's newer to the app. He came in saying that his favorite part about the app is to tell Christians to call them out on their bullshit. So then when I asked him, oh, so you're familiar with the Christian Bible? Next response was, well, I've never read it. So, but he's going to sort you Christians out on your belief system about a Bible that he's never read. It's fucking amazing. But if you want to hear people argue about things that they've never taken any time to learn about, go to Chillism.
Welcome to Clown House.
This is the time of night that I would like to introduce my friend Timok. Timok is a major movie star from the 1980s. He's an action star. I would argue the first positive black action star that we've ever had. You can go back to the 70s and find the Jim Browns, the Richard Rowntrees. But if you want positivity, Timok is the guy. He is the Bruce Lee of black actors. And if you have not seen The Last Dragon, I would recommend that you go see it. Timok, do you want to add?
What's his name?
Timok, go ahead and tell her. You got a potential fan.
Yeah, it's Timok. How you doing? I come here to police the room every once in a while and to help Mojo from having a heart attack when he's in a certain headspace. Yeah, keeping the love in the room. And I got some good news, Mojo. They're expanding out to another 500-600 theaters, another company. So the film that I did years ago, it's already going to be re-released October 19th by AMC Theaters and Sony Distribution. But Iconic Entertainment, they'll be releasing it in an extra 500 theaters. So it's nationwide. If you want to have fun, you'll know, just go to AMC and you can click a little reminder. And then Iconic Entertainment, yeah.
What's the movie called?
The Last Dragon.
The Last Dragon? Damn. Are you the main character?
Yeah, he's Bruce Leroy.
Get the fuck out of here.
Alright, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
He is. Is this real?
Yeah, go fucking look it up. Go.
Don't talk to me like that, Roger. God damn.
I've known you for so long. I feel like, yes, this is
Last Dragon.
Last Dragon, yes.
Alright, I asked you.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. If you enjoy Mojo, you'll definitely enjoy The Last Dragon.
I love Dragon.
I like
the one from 1985.
Yes.
I want to see the one you played the detective in, Timok.
Well, on my Instagram, you'll see the scene that, I played a really horrible character. It's terrible. People don't like when I play characters.
I like those movies, and I want to see that one too.
Oh, thank you.
Let me know when we're ready to talk about the poll, because I really would like the second placers to justify their rationale for voting for the way they did.
That's a good one. This is why I pick the co-mods that I have.
I found that in the muff, if you select women, you get the best curated conversation possible.
And finally, you a good looking man.
Well, can I get some pictures too, please?
I'll send you my feet. It's the best I can do.
Well, I'll accept that. You started the feet and work your way up.
Exactly. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'll admit this to you guys. Scott already knows. But during COVID, I used to steal feet pictures off of Google and sell them on OnlyFans. That shit got me bad.
Wait. You better be careful admitting that. There was that woman during COVID she was selling bath water, and they came to find out that it wasn't actually bath water, and she ended up getting sued. So you better be careful.
Oh, this is all hypothetical.
Even better. But if you did make money from it, you might want to consider a donation to John Kitover.
Absolutely not. It's a hard no.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass too, dog.
Yeah, I'll pray for it. Prayers are worth more than any dollar.
I'll pass this down to my grandparents and all their friends, because they're all more conservative. Thank you, Ashley.
I don't even know what the fuck I am. Let's do this.
So, for the people that voted for chillism and healthy debates, and we can throw in the fourth place politically correct. Tell me why. I mean, we're here, so obviously in the muff doesn't mean nothing because you're here. And also, why do you think the room you selected is the most entertaining?
Monica, for those of us that have the old app, can you read?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Which house on chillism is the most entertaining? Chillism? Which house on chillism? Which house on Clubhouse is the most? That's a Freudian slip. Which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining? Chillism has 13%. Healthy Debates has 16%. Politically Correct has 10%. And, we don't need to brag, but In the Muff has a whopping, giant, almost embarrassing lead of 63%.
Yeah, I voted for you in the muff. I just got one complaint, Mojo. I'd like to hear some singing once in a while. We've got comedy, we've got all kinds of
Time out. Part of the problem is... Yeah, hold on. Time out. Part of the problem is you're not here often enough. Last night we had
I'm here a lot.
Abdul showed up and he gave us a full concert last night.
Oh, okay.
Despite breaking Rule 10.
Ready up.
Have you ever loved someone so much you thought you'd give so much of yourself and it's the only way?
No one's gonna join us, fine.
That was so good.
That's Mojo can be a voice now.
Oh, thank you guys. My fellow head, thank you.
Hey, Pockets, you think you want to come visit the Lady Hawk and sing the national anthem at the campaign kickoff party?
Hell no, fuck no.
No? Alright.
Well, maybe Pockets, you can sing a theme song for John Kitover's campaign. What would be an appropriate song for John Kitover's campaign?
John sucks. He really, really sucks. John sucks. Gatorade.
Well, I think
Oh, go ahead, Mom. Sorry.
I was going to make a bad joke, so go ahead, Bima.
Oh, I stopped. I'm sorry.
So,
I gotta hear it now. I mean, that tell me.
Oh, I don't think it was funny. I think it's bad. So it's probably lucky that you saved me.
We love that.
I was thinking joy to the world, joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea.
Oh,
John's Kitover.
Joy to you and me.
Right.
So I have a question. I'm reading this article right now, and it's talking about sex reversal in birds. The 5 common Australian birds. There was just like this random study, and they were shocked. Kookaburras, rainbow lorikeets, some pigeon things, the magpies. They actually discovered sex reversal. I'm talking like a genetically male bird laying eggs. Now here's the question though. Do you think that this has something to do with, because what I'm understanding from the article is that it was due to how do I say, what was it called, endocrine, if I'm pronouncing that, something disruptors, how do you say it?
When you're finished with the submission, will you please go read the House rules, specifically rule number 3, but go ahead and finish.
What is that? Is that not eating and talking?
No, just finish.
No, which one is it? No, tell me.
Stay on topic.
Oh, I didn't think there was one.
I thought we were talking about John Kitover for Congress.
I thought we were talking about the poll.
Wait, hold on. So, just so.
Are you sure you want to talk about the poll?
So we have to talk about whatever's in the
The
title.
one in the Jumbotron.
But Bima, when we do talk about that, I have a comment on it, so we'll save it.
About the gender swapping birdies.
Yep.
We can talk about it now, real quick.
Well, just quickly, I think I shared this, that I sat on the airplane next to a woman that treats birds, and she was a vet tech. So I actually asked her about sex in birds, and she told me now they do DNA, but prior they had to actually do surgery to figure out what the sex was of the bird, because everything comes out of just one place, and everything's up in that one place. So it's like a newer phenomenon when you get a bird to know if you have a female or a male by the DNA testing. But prior to that, they had to do like some kind of cut on your bird to figure it out. So that's the only thing I want to share.
That's interesting.
Well, also very disappointing because Bima has 2 young turkeys and she's trying to determine the gender of them, make it a little bit harder.
But they can do DNA on these because it's like evidently nothing shows. You don't know.
So you might be out of luck. You might be called.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm looking through the goo, and the friends with the speakers. You've got Ben, Lynn, and Mosh. None of them have completed the poll. In the next section, there's a half a dozen of you at least that have not submitted to the poll. And then on the stage, we have people on the stage that have not even answered the poll. I don't know, do you not like the wording of the poll? Do you just not want to participate in the poll? What is going on? Why can't we get more people to participate in the poll?
I think it's because it shows up on your profile, and when they're going to go in the other houses, as they must eventually, because they have friends and conversations there they appreciate, it will show up and they'll have a scarlet letter because, they want to vote for us, Roger, and it's just not going to,
Alert. Politically correct has dipped into single digits. So please ping your friends from politically correct. We want to make sure that they're look, I'm all about democracy, so we want to make sure that their people show up. So make sure you ping in the people from politically correct. They're down to single. We don't like this.
I was just
I think they're afraid of poll writing. I think they're afraid of just poll writing or polls in general.
Well, no, because MG, and I was just going to say this, maybe people need to update their apps, and then MG updated the app, so maybe you guys down there need to update your apps, maybe.
Can I just say this? And I'll say this in front of a crowded room. MG is the most beautiful woman on the history of this app. Just wanted to say these words out loud. I know she's a married woman. This is not flirting. This is just an observation. If you walk outside and you see the sunrise, you could say, hey, the sun's rising. If you look at her photograph, you could see she's the most beautiful woman that's ever been on this app. Period.
changing my vote right before I go back, will it show up on my profile, like if I voted for somebody else?
It will show up in your profile when the poll ends. And we still have 33 votes to get to 100. So, you know, I'd like to share why I'm voting for chillism. Yeah.
Scarlett, initially why I didn't vote was because I don't really go to these other rooms, so I didn't know much about.
Well, I appreciate your voting now. And, you know, chillism is one of the most freest speech spaces we have.
Yeah,
And
you can say the N-word. Go ahead.
Yes, you can.
that's right. And you also can say
Well, hold on. Scarlett, let me ask you this. Do you think that it's a value add to have a space where you get to say the N-word, or do you think it's a value add to forbid people from saying the N-word?
I think that if someone is going to be stupid enough to be racist, that I will let them be that stupid. And if they're going to use racial epithets to demean, dehumanize, devalue people, I'd rather know sooner than later. You're going to stab me. I'd rather you stab me in the front so that I know that you're unpleasant and I can avoid you accordingly.
But Scarlett, what if somebody thought that it'd be fun to stab you in the back?
She better run.
That's happened a couple of times. It's not been the most pleasant experience to be stabbed in the back by people who are nice to you to your face and then talk about you in rooms when you're not there. But, you know, they get to. And it gives you information.
Scarlett, I was just floating a little innuendo. It went over your head, but that's okay.
Did I choose to take it?
Oh my gosh, I just got it.
I'd like to debate on the name chillism, because I feel like in the past year that the actual name of the house should be switched to narcissism. Because every time I come in, I feel like you're debating about who the best debater is all the time, instead of talking about what the debate is you're debating about.
That's what makes it so chill.
Oh wait, that or whose turn it is to speak next. That's good.
Part two. Yeah.
Chillism, though, has really taught me about self-control, self-worth, and learning when to just not engage. Because I feel like when people want to say shit to you, it's shock factor. They want you to react. The people who react are not victims to me. If you get called a name and you get upset and come off your mic, you've lost already because you allow them to have control over your emotions and react. So to me, I feel like it really teaches you self-control, that type of room. Because I used to go off, you know, Mojo, you know that I used to go off, and now I'm just like, you can talk to yourself. So it teaches you that word of you can't even touch me.
Pockets is pretty fierce.
Pockets, we've got
Sorry, Sean, I'll go after you.
Yeah, please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, and I don't mean to interrupt you are a mod, and I did violate a rule. I apologize for that. No, but I'll say that Pockets, I agree with you. That is a good point. And Pockets, I know you from back in the day. Pockets used to be the master of ad-libs, right, Pocket?
100%.
Okay, I got muted. She was a master of the ad-lib on the in all of Clubhouse.
Pockets, I agree with you there. Like, I think I've grown a little bit. Like, when I first joined chillism, yesterday would have broken me down, and I would have been going off and yelling and screaming and having my own little fit. You know, I had several people hit me up, you know, and make sure I was okay, and that's the people that keep me there. But yeah, I agree with you there 100%. It desensitizes you almost, and even if you think you have thick skin, it'll give you thicker skin.
100%. I just play Call of Duty and pretend all the people I'm killing are people children.
I'm playing hard. I'm building my death wall.
For real, I'll kill someone and be like, fuck you, Nathan.
Nathan, that's a good idea. That might make me better at Call of Duty.
No, yeah, for real. It's like a 12-year-old. Yeah, it's great.
So, had this poll been done last year, well, before in the muff, I would have voted for healthy debates too. But then I would have really been voting for Mojo, Kelly, Ren, Rohan. I never get it right. Rohan is one of the hardest things for me to say.
You're never gonna get it right. You know this fucking asshole, and he's my good friend, but I called him Rohan for over a year, and he never corrected me. And then somebody told me, hey, his name's Rowan. And I argued. I said, no, he's my friend. His name is Rohan. So then I asked Rohan, hey, how do I pronounce your name? And he goes, it's Rowan. So this motherfucker let me call him by the wrong name for over a year.
And back in the pinnacle of healthy debates, when it was the place to be on the app, we would have a very different poll, I think. It would definitely be blue all the way, a blue poll. But yeah, times have changed.
Roger seems to have Roger seems to have a blue poll right now.
I always liked the Roger Brent team, by the way. Let me just say, I always thought Roger and Brent were like unstoppable as a team.
I had no good experiences in healthy debates. I think I'm a little traumatized by it, to be honest with you. It was one of my first rooms that I found when I came into Clubhouse, and just everything that happened, thank God I was able to find chillism. But healthy debates, no way.
Said nobody ever.
Politically correct. Oh no, and there was a guy named Roger in there, and he wasn't that bad at the time. There was like a very specific time in history that he went a little. It was just crazy. And then there was these other people that were admittedly just constantly rude, and it's not fun because if I'm gonna be stupid, let me just show you that I'm stupid. You don't have to pre-game for me and tell everybody how stupid I am, right? And that's just not fun. When you come into a room and before you even say anything or after you say something, people don't engage with what you said. They just say, oh, you're so stupid. Oh, this person is so stupid. This person's so stupid. And I have a dedicated hater in healthy debates. And it's refreshing. Anyway, point is, healthy debates, no way. Worse, no. Chillism, that was able to take my heart when I was abandoned in the streets alone, sad, and they picked me up. They took me in. And I was able to talk about what I wanted to talk about.
Sounds like you're a prisoner.
Well, I kind of was. In my own psychological
when are you actually writing a book about this? It's going to be a magic book. It's going to be fucking epic.
But then, in the muff happened, and I'm going to say that I am almost conflicted because I'm very loyal to knowledge and chillism. But in the muff, there's this new guy named Mojo, and then this really incredible team of amazing women. And I don't know, I can't seem to get enough. And the movement, the progress. I mean, it's just that.
Safe in the muff, Lima? Do you feel safe in the muff?
Do you know? I honestly do. Yeah. I mean, well, the past. Yeah. No, I definitely do. I do. Yeah.
Can we have it in the
Look
muff?
at Rohan coming off of my house view.
Please. Yeah, Rohan. Good to see you. Good to hear your voice.
I have a story about Rohan. I don't know if we get in trouble saying it or not. I was doing one of my morning rooms, and I had a title.
How'd you say his name?
You know my titles. I was deliberately saying it wrong. Rohan.
Mojo, how do you pronounce my name? Mojo.
Really?
Try it. Well done.
That's my
Why did you never tell Mojo you're saying it wrong? It just didn't matter to you?
It was just fun.
That he said it wrong.
No, that's not the character.
Yes.
When you I hope that it's getting her.
What about three words out of that? Sorry, serendipity. Can you just try that again? You got stuck in the mouth for a second.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving. You're gonna have a red bar.
You said she was buff diving?
Stuck in the mouth.
Maybe.
Stuck in the mouth. Stuck in the mouth.
Stuck in the mouth.
The fun part was when you finally got to tell him he was sick. Oh, are you there?
Sam, what's your story, Scarlett?
Do you know, Mojo, there was a similar story, you know, like the Rowan story that you had. There is a person in this room that I am calling Serenity, and somebody else, some other wonderful human being, had to message me and was just like, I just want you to know that it's not Serenity, it's Serenity. Yeah, it happens all the time. And she never corrected me. What is she read?
You gotta do book on tape, book on CD.
Stand up.
Oh, okay.
What was that, MG?
No, I get called MJ.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy. What the hell? By the way, if we ask nicely enough, MG is probably Yeah.
She has?
Yeah.
I just
MG.
I've never heard MG sing.
No, we're all talking at the same time. I'm sorry. MG, I just wanted you to know when they were talking earlier about how beautiful you were. I just want everybody to know she's just as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside.
Oh, see, that's a sweet comment. See, that's a good friend. That's so sweet. Thank you, love.
You're welcome, love.
That's why they call my room titled it.
That's why they call her Serenity.
Sorry, Kristen, go ahead.
No, that's okay, I'm sorry.
There are two people on the stage that have still not responded to the poll. No pressure.
Maybe they haven't updated their app though.
Well, it might be a little bit.
Updating your apps.
It'd be a little sticky for Rowan, I would think. Divided loyalties at all. I would just counsel today.
It's not about divided loyalties. The question is which house on Clubhouse is the most entertaining? I'm actually contemplating changing my vote to politically correct, and not just simply because it's got the lowest amount. I want to balance things out. It's really because if I think about it, it is pretty entertaining, especially like when there's a good news day where like Trump does something that's controversial. Watching people crash out in that room, there's a lot of joy at the end. So I think I might change my vote, and I
but yeah.
All people that haven't redeemed themselves.
And see, once you kind of learn, like, I learned at first that, like, I hated concrete when I first started. Okay, me and concrete, we had some vicious back and forths. But, like, over the last year, he grew on me, like he did. And it's like the people that, when I first started in the room, I thought I wouldn't be able to stand. Those people grow on you after a time, right? And the people you think you're gonna like, you know, you might not like them as much. And I think that's one of the things I really do enjoy about that space. You know, like, yeah, you know what, you go in there, and there are, I mean, there's a lot of goofy conversations, but, you know, it is a 24/7 room. And it's not always going to be the, like, best intellectual conversations when you have a 24-hour room, because you're going to run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, but no, this is a good point. This is a good point, because right after the conversation between two people for 45 minutes that argued about Hegel, that never read Hegel, immediately after I shut down that conversation, exposing that neither of them had read it, immediately following that, they were debating whether you would rather have sex with a man or a gorilla.
No, that wasn't,
It was immediately following. Yes.
the premise was, what would you rather? And both choices are obnoxious, deliberately so. So,
Pacific Tower Gorilla?
well, we had to see now. Mojo's gonna read.
Hold on. You can't, but I just want to welcome Pepe back into the fold. We read the Tao Te Ching, and so I made the decision to unblock everybody, which includes Pepe. Welcome back to the space, Pepe.
Hi, Pepe. Amazing. Hello. You know what I like about you, Pepe?
You're not 25. You're 30.
I mean, it's the truth.
All right, Mother, let's go back to Scarlet. Scarlet, you gotta go ahead and say what you were going to say about this premise about gorillas.
So it's both untenable. So then you have to pick the best of the worst. So the scenario is you'd like to be sodomized by a man and sexual relation with a female gorilla.
It was the other, not sodomized. It was sodomized.
Bro, you don't think no? Bro, I was in there for 4 weeks talking about this. You need to back up.
Hold on. I was there. Yeah, I was on stage. And it was sodomized by the premise was, would you rather be fucked by a man or fucked by a gorilla? And Team Gorilla was saying that they would choose the gorilla because the gorilla had a smaller penis.
No.
Yeah, that's what
It was a female gorilla.
That was not the premise of the fucking movie.
I don't understand.
Yeah, hold on, that was the premise. Would you rather be fucked by a man, or would you rather fuck a female gorilla? Because these guys were saying, hold on. These guys were saying, I don't want to be gay. I'd rather fuck animals than be seen as gay. And that's what the whole retardedness of the answers came about. That these guys were rather fuck animals than be gay.
Only have in your community, but you don't experience this bestiality with black people.
This is a mostly black room and black.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how to.
No, I'm just gonna listen because this is a white folks thing.
Okay, so
No, it's not.
It's a mostly black room. Okay.
We're talking about Chilton, right?
When I was in there and they were talking about it, at the time it's all black mods. But go ahead.
Okay, so that runs, I agree with the previous speaker, that runs 24. It is actually one of the only free speech rooms in this house. You can pick whatever you want in Chillism, and nobody, you're going to get your turn. Doesn't matter how egregious your statement is. No, you can be anti-Israel, tell the Jews to go fuck themselves, and you will get a voice in that room, compared to a lot of other spaces I saw about. So we can say what we want about Chillism, you will get to say what you don't want to say in that space.
So, Mother, I'm gonna agree with you. And so the way that I like to think of if you're looking at the main difference between this space and that space, just aside from IQ level,
as yourself. Using the N-word allows you to create the kind of conditions where violence takes place. Like honestly, Pockets, I like you, but that literally is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, ever.
I hear you. My point is that people fight for things that cause chaos in safety, whether it's a word, whether it's a gun. People fight for that right to be able to do that, whether it causes chaos or not. It's the problem that people allow it to get to them. This is a fucking act. You can leave quietly, you can get off this act, and you can go do the things that make you happy. If someone is talking shit to you and saying all these things, they're letting it affect your day-to-day life. I don't know, man. Like, it's to me, I believe in D. I believe, yes.
This is cool. So you're saying what I said, which is if you vote for chillism, which is at 14% most entertaining, you are voting that you find the N-word entertaining. And for the people, the 61% in the mob, they're voting that they find it more entertaining to not use the N-word.
I find it not.
The representation of the space actually shows an accurate reflection of chillism.
Roger, yeah, I don't know what it shows.
That wasn't a good one.
Roger, I do think there's a usefulness I do it all the time. And if you're one of those you know, bad black people that hit all of the stereotypes, yeah, you can call them the N-word. I think that's absolutely fits. I didn't say just because you're black. So you're trying to say that like I know black people that don't fit any of those stereotypes. No shit. I didn't refer to them. I explicitly pointed out the black people with the negative characteristics. So you're arguing, you're making a fucking straw man argument, and you're saying, oh, you must feel little when you do that. Well, obviously you feel touched, sweetheart, because that's why you're the one who got enough in your feces to even feel like you had to say something about it. And then tried to attack me. Yes, I called you more of a fucking idiot, because that's what you were doing. You did not listen to what I said. And you had to retort what I said, and then try to give a narrative as if though I'm some small-minded person or a person that feels small. You're a very sensitive person, and you know you're light-skinned and it fits. You're very sensitive.
So this is another one you take all the time to speak. So when you say something like I do it all the time, that's what's small-minded about you. You understand? Because you're looking, because your personality is your reality, and that's how you're looking with the veneer of black, white, okay, category N-word, category white trash, rather than looking at people as human beings. Okay? If you look at a person as a human being, they all have different nuances in their character, some worse than others, right? But let's hope one day that you're given the compassion that you don't get other people. We don't have to divide things along black and white lines. I mean, we could be referring to a person who's had a touchable reality. We could be referring to a person who's very sophisticated. I mean, you know, if we really drew upon our actual perception of a given individual, we would say, man, how could that person be so adamant, so useless to society? And how could that person be such a contributing member of society? Yeah. So you want to lean towards your best nature rather than your trash nature, right? And then you look at society and you want it to be a reflection of the herd masses. Here on Clubhouse, as you can see, that is a reflection of their.
So how do you raise up the herd without pointing out the problematic ones that are way over it now?
Well, and you have it as a victim, right? And they're doing that to you. They're weighing it down.
Oh, people don't beat up society, is that what you're saying? You're a victim and you don't do your speeches, and then there's people that are parasitic.
You just blame people for weighing Clubhouse down.
I didn't do that. I said the herd. In other words, the population of people. If in your community you have people who don't want to work, people who like to, I don't know, burglarize, do whatever stupid shit that causes harm to the community, you're obviously bringing the value of the community down. That's why we have courts and law enforcement and all of that stuff, because we have to deal with these people.
Right. So that's what happens. They get dealt with. So again, what's your point?
Well, my point is, those people, you can accurately describe them with words like white trash.
Yeah, but I just explained something to you. And what makes you think that when you're addressing that, is there value in that? Tell me the value.
Yes, because you're describing
power of the word. And then the people that are doing the hurting are going to jail.
But that Darwinism for those white people, I wouldn't try to take a banana from like, I don't know, chimpanzees and probably rip my arm off and wipe my face off. You know, I do think that if you're going to call a black person, and let's be real, calling someone the N-word is a challenge. It's really disrespectful. Just like if I was to walk up to anybody and say pussy, like while looking at them in the eyes, there's a good subsection of men that are going to take that as a threat and a challenge, and it's going to become physical. Same thing if I insult your mother or your wife or girlfriend. There's things you can definitely say to people. The N-word is one of them, where you're basically testing them. And you know, I don't think any smart person's gonna go around just calling people names. I don't go out of my way to. I look at guys and maybe they have an ugly girlfriend. I would feel zero compulsion to tell that guy his girlfriend's ugly. I mean, just as I think it doesn't mean I'm not about it. Why do I need to tell them that? It's not my place.
You said you do it all the time.
What kind of person's gonna be walking by a fat person and say, what a fat ass you are, no possession. If you do it, you're a fucking lowlife, son of a fucking bitch, or whatever the fuck you want. It's wouldn't do that. That's just, again, it's about respect. Who's gonna be disrespectful if you're disrespectful?
Would never disrespect me in real life. Like, people never go out of their way to disrespect me. Like, on here, they do, but not in real life.
We should say those things, Sean, behind your back. Listen, say, don't say that shit to their face. I totally agree.
Well, you don't know him. You have no right to say it to him. Now you know him, maybe call him a fat ass or whatever. Or you want to call him something that you know him. That's just being truthful, but you don't know him. Where you coming from, you don't know if they got a thyroid issue. You don't know what their issue is. But you know that when we talk about color, like you're just gonna talk to someone that they're ugly as fuck. Like you just gonna tell them, you're ugly as fuck. Hold on, you're possession. Hold on, I'll explain. So you can absolutely get away with calling people fat. In fact, it happens all the time. There's a big difference. We didn't enslave fat people. Now, you might make an argument that that would have been a wiser thing. Would have got them in better shape. We wouldn't have the fat epidemic that we have. There's a big difference between talking to fat people. In fact, I'm a big fan of bringing back fat shaming. I think that's okay. I'm a fan of fat shaming. I like the idea. Can I say this as somebody with
word that makes you guys tip out. So that's lovely for me. Now, if you guys were just like, oh, guys, honestly, brilliant, brilliant, they just like move on, then it's just kind of like I feel like the small, insignificant dumbass. Now I feel like the tryhard who said this little naughty word and it failed to get a rise out of anybody. I feel like a retard. I'm gonna stop using that word because I just made an ass out of myself because you guys just glossed over it like it was insignificant, like it didn't matter. That is actual power. Getting mad is actually gives somebody like me a lot more power over you than if you were to just not care. That is the ultimate power. That means I can say nothing to you to make you lose your fucking shit. You don't even care. That's the ultimate form of stripping somebody like me, using that word of all their power, not caring. Like I'm just a fart in the wind of nothing. The word means nothing. It came out of my mouth and it means nothing. You just took my power from me. All right, hold on. Everyone. So, are you saying that when you use the N-word, what you're doing is trying to accelerate a post-racial society where the N-word has no power? Is that what your goal is when you use the N-word? No. It's for entertainment.
May I interrupt really quickly to get
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mojo? Nevada Christie has arrived on stage.
No, honestly, like, I'm not gonna be wrong, but it feels gross to hear people, like, they're defending same words that were said right before Black Americans were killed. It's really sick. I'm not trying to, like, the room or make it personal and gross, so it feels ill. I feel ill hearing this, that's all. Like, you guys can do what you want. I would never argue or fight or lash out at people, but it just feels so sick to hear people fighting for this. It's really gross. I guess it's because, again, like, I grew up hearing about my grandparents looking at Jim Crow. I heard about the history. I heard the treatment that they went through during that time. Again, just, you can do what you want, but it's just crazy to hear this. It really is.
Can I just jump in really quick? This is Guy. So listen, I don't mean to be an a-hole here, but so I'm wondering, and
including white people, for sure. Of course. But who argues against that? Okay, but why would you, even if they're obese or considered extreme, like they seem kind of far out. But I mean, depending on like what their experiences have been, that's gonna largely form their extreme views, at least some of the time. I feel like it's that kind of discourse that's always been, I guess, not allowed for the last, I don't know, decade or so. And so a lot of people like to have these conversations. We're getting to talk about shit that we never really get to talk about. And, you know, we were basically, the boundaries were always set for us on like social media, for example. What is acceptable discourse? Now, those lines have kind of been removed. And I actually think that it may not look like it now, but I think it's kind of a healthy thing. So let me ask you this, Kevin, and I'm asking this honestly. Do you think that when you choose the things that you're going to advocate for to try to make the world a better place, or whatever it is you're doing, maybe you're just entertaining yourself, I think that's what you claim to want, why you want to preserve using that word. What about just spending our time thinking about and talking about things that matter, like the fact that we have $37 trillion worth of national debt, we have $100 trillion worth of unfunded liabilities, and we have neither political party in this country that wants to do anything about it, and here we are talking about, but I should be able to say the N-word. Like, don't you think that's a pretty small thought? I do, but I would say that, you know, people are rather entertained by, you know, Brennan Circus. I don't think that the whole thing with debt, until Americans really start to feel it, that is going to be something that they really talk about. And unfortunately, people are very short-sighted on average, and people largely are entertained by really contentious shit. I'm just, if you look at the largest rooms, what they've always been on this app, except for maybe after the first few months, it's going to be the people feuding, the people saying offensive shit. I mean, that is, I think like with the attention economy and social media being what it is kind of, it is toxic, no doubt about it. And it's not really productive, especially in the short term or even long term, but I do think it does, in a way, kind of force people to look at things a lot differently. I mean, just look at, I think that even the Overton window shifted on the left as well as the right in the last, 4 years. I don't know, I don't know that we've had like relative stability in the world compared to most of our existence, our ancestors' existence on this planet. Now we have all of these technologies that are like smartphones and all of this shit and social media that really is very disruptive. And I don't know how like we're gonna work through it, but I don't know that. I mean, this is just a personal opinion. It's a value judgment. Like, I personally am somebody who's much more willing to have debates and conversations with people that are overtly hateful and offensive, and I actually like talking to people with opinions that are much different than mine. It kind of helps me understand things, and especially from their point of view.
Pepe, what's the last book you read?
That you talked about. So you were talking about. You said a lot there.
He's moving the Overton window.
Tommy, can I help on this maybe when you're done?
All the things.
He's moving the Overton window.
You're not making money through it, right? And you spend hours on it. All the things that you can do to contribute to humanity, to society. Don't you think there's a better
chat, good.
my life's work now. It's what I do. And I talk to him. I'm in rooms with him often. I know when there's people that really hate and really act on their hate, and they do things in the real world that perpetuates hate and to hurt a group or to hurt people because they're of a certain minority or background. And I do believe him. He talks to different groups on here. He comes in the Jewish spaces. He talks with us. We talk about our issues. We talk about our political issues, our issues in the United States, our issues abroad. I can just tell you my experience. There's when someone really has hate in their heart towards you, you can hear what they say. You go in Amir's room. You can listen to what we have to listen to real hate when we're in there. So I'm just gonna say that. Okay, no, I know why it started. I'm just telling you my own anecdotal experience. And I have a lot of conversations with people, and I try to see what's really behind them. And I talk to people that I never would believe I'd be talking to. And I gauge it. No, I'm Jewish. I'm a minority that's being attacked incredibly right now. 2% of America. 2%, and I'm 900% increasing in hate crimes. And I'm dealing with hate in my community like at leaps and bounds. It is just astronomical. People being burnt alive, being shot, murdered. People waking up to swastikas, waking up to death to Jews, waking up. I can go on and on. Okay, Tammy, I don't want. That's not what this room's about. I'm just telling you, I can tell when someone really has hate, and that's not the dialogue. I'm not gonna. You can talk over me if you'd like. You can challenge it. I'm telling you, go in Amir's room if you want to hear hate. Okay? But spending time in Jewish spaces and talk with us. Okay, never mind, because you're not. Why were almost all of my boss and my problem? I can't. You're cutting me off. Number one, which is rude.
Hold on.
And I don't give a shit.
Everyone hold on for a second. Listen, Abby, let me ask you this. If you could go into a room that bans the N-word and the K-word, do you think that would be an improvement over a room that allows you to use those words?
Of course it is. That's not what I'm talking about.
Right. I understand that, but the part that you're missing. No, hold on. The part that you're missing about this conversation is that the whole reason we got on this topic is because Pepe and a few others are advocating that it's a good thing if we have this space to be able to have their free speech, to be able to say the N-word and the K-word. And they reject the rules because their preference, and you can see it in the people that chose in the chat, or not the chat, the poll. If you look up above, chillism is a actually, one of the things I do like about chillism, which I rarely go into, and I do think
But
they give me people with odd views that are capable and offensive, the ability to speak. And I understand, like, not every platform should be that way, and most people would probably prefer not to be in an environment where people can just say those kinds of offensive things and use those slurs. I generally really have, like, and it's very hard because I have to tone down my language with, there's people like her, there are people like,
Norm.
yeah, Norm, but then who is that black guy? He's like a communist, Malcolm Speaks. Like, I would have to make sure that no black person said the N-word. He just did not tolerate it. I have to, and of course, I really have to correct my tone. And so, like, it was a balancing act. But I would say this, why don't I say, why have I called one person the K-word on this app? And he was a guy that I liked for the most part. I just got, like, really heated too. But Jews are not, like, attacking white Gentiles on this app, calling them a bunch of fucking names, saying how they're horrible, they're parasites, they're cockroaches, they stole our inventions, they did all of this shit. They're not, Jews are not attacking us. There's not really a reason for somebody like me to really use strong language with them. I don't have to be put on the fucking defensive with them.
I would encourage you, I don't judge you at all. I'm just debating, not judging. I would encourage you to refrain from using these kind of words because you may find something much more powerful in yourself than your contribution to society. Right now you're comparing what one race is doing more than the other and this and that. It's all sour. It's all sour. And there's enough of life to be sour about, right? So I wish you my very best, just as I wish every human being my very best. The only way you become your very best is by looking in the mirror and looking at yourself, not looking at others. So I wish you my very best.
I appreciate the kind words, and I do agree that ultimately my life's outcomes are up to me, not other people. And I think we kind of disagree, at least when it comes to. I do think that people like me somewhat serve a purpose. You're definitely not a savior or anything like that. I do think you can even say I'm somewhat of a net. I might be net negative, like with the way I would entertain and myself and other people and troll. But I do think at the end of the day, like there is a lot of like there's been so much like unfair rhetoric that's been coming from the left, like anti-American, attacking our culture, the racial majority, our religion, our sexuality.
That is why this
word is defending your culture. No, I never made that argument. Well, then what's your point? Because the whole time your defense of saying the word, like, sure, like, why is that so important to you? Out of all the things that you, it's not important. Some people want to help animals. Some people want to go and fucking plant trees. So everybody's got like something that they care about. My curiosity is, why does somebody care about defending the right to say the N-word? So, oh sure, on a scale of importance out of 1 to 100, it's like a 1. You asked an opinion, saying the N-word. I think it can be an accurate descriptor of certain black people, just like white trash is an accurate, depiction of certain white people. I personally, I don't really give a shit. Do I think that in certain spaces you should be allowed to say it? Absolutely. But I never told you, Roger, that you should allow it in your space. Chillism allows it. That's fine. But I never said you should allow it. And so, at the end of the day, do I think it's at least important enough that, and you even agreed with this, Roger, that other spaces should be allowed to say it. You said yes, that the government should not stop them, and ideally Clubhouse. We are on the same fucking side. I don't go into your rooms dropping the fucking N-bomb. I didn't go into Nelson's space
I don't go into other spaces dropping the fucking N-bomb. Like, I know, this isn't Pepe's stage. They have rules. There's a certain amount of decorum that is required in their room. It's not the Pepe show, so I need to keep my thoughts to myself if they're like, you know, out of bounds, you know, at least when it comes to the rules, and I'm fine with that.
So I just want to say real quick, so this whole handler charade thing we've been doing for a couple of years, I mean, sadly, I've made this point in the past with regards to like Pepe and Pepe's value, right? So Pepe is one of those people that serves as like a breath of relief for us brown people because he is so open and explicitly racist that we don't no longer have to sugarcoat around the fact that people like Pepe and people like who think like Pepe still exist in this country. It makes our life so much easier. I've turned
guess the one thing where before the neocons or the new right, something that was kind of treasured was just like the American dream. Um, People doing the right things. They go to work every day. They do what they're supposed to. Can they buy a home? Can they have a family? Can they at least just like get by and have a peaceful life? I mean, I honestly I just kind of I want the best for everybody in general. Like I don't have
harmony, inspiration, these kind of things.
yeah, I don't want, yeah, I mean, obviously the less fighting, the better the outcomes for everybody. And I want to see, I don't want to see people struggling, especially if they're doing everything right. Like, it's really, to me, sad. Just like we keep the price of, like, to buy a new home as a young person, the bar is so high now. And I see like the rift that you see between men and women in America, and just like how marriages aren't really lasting. Men and women are tearing each other apart on social media, and it's actually like heartbreaking. I did not have to deal with this shit when I was growing up, and I don't really like take a side when it comes to men and women. I try to look at people like if they were my brother or sister, and you had to make an accurate judgment about what kind of person are they and who should they be with. Nobody wants their sister or brother to get hurt, but they realize like if you had a shit. Well, I think to a degree. I mean, the problem is that you have people on the left and the right that definitely want to, I would say, have like much different views about what the utopian.
Of course.
And it's just like for a good decade or so, the far left was given like a much larger megaphone than the far right in particular. And I just saw like what was just amounted to just like hateful, horrible shit. And I guess like me, I did feel like an underdog. It's just like, oh, they can censor us and they can. It was almost like blatant, I don't know, like communist, racist propaganda, and they would shut you down for speaking out against it. And it's like, well, fuck these people. In fact, I'm going to start insulting them. And I'm going to start using every goddamn slur and I'm just going to, like, literally try to fucking make fun of them as much as I can.
Alright. Hey, guys, we're gonna segue into the purpose for this room. The future Congressman, John Kitover, is campaigning to help us. And so we talked about some small ideas in the last hour or so. We're gonna talk about some big ideas. John, do you want to tell people why they might want to consider to help you with your campaign?
Yeah, thanks, Roger. Thanks, Pepe, for that fascinating lecture and that incredible academic experience of listening to you discuss that important topic.
Shut up, retard.
Many years.
You're stretching your underwear again on
Rule number five. Go ahead, John.
So, many of you know me. I've recorded many of you. Pepe is in many, many, many of my recordings. An unbelievable number of recordings because he has so much to say and he has so much fun here on this app. And I have enjoyed filming him and recording him for so many years. All I want to say is basically this country is borrowing and spending us into oblivion. $2 trillion a year is absolutely ridiculous, obnoxious, terrible, and just as stupid as many of the things you've just heard debated on this stage for the past 30 to 40 minutes. It's children. These are incompetent fools who keep getting into office because the voters are incompetent, brainwashed, and completely propagandized to vote themselves into an economic oblivion. So I'm running here as a Clown House user just like you. I'm fully transparent. I record myself, as Pepe said, in my underwear doing yoga while listening to you waste your time, have heated conversations in a road rage fashion just for entertainment purposes. But you can click the link above if you've enjoyed me or maybe some of the things I've had to say or some of the interesting conversations we've had or some of the videos I've recorded of some of the Clown House funniest and worst comedians who don't even know they're comedians and jokers. They actually take themselves seriously. But click that link above right now, 10 not 11, 10 not $9 to contribute to the campaign to elect John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. We are fighting a dragon known as Darren LaHood. As Abby stated, he's a very powerful congressman who's been there for 10 years. And over those 10 years, each year, through HRX, he has caused over $2 trillion in debt. So 2 trillion times 10 years, that's $20 trillion in debt. $20 trillion. That's a lot of money. So if you want to drive this annual deficit up to $50 trillion by 2050 or 2035, and have nothing to show for it, keep voting for these frauds in Congress and in the Senate. But again, I'm fully transparent. I'm running as a Republican. I've run as a committeeman before in Illinois, and I had to fight the Illinois GOP and Chicago GOP. It's not pleasant. They're not an inclusive group of Republicans. They're not MAGA. They don't show any support for Trump whatsoever. When Trump was running, they didn't hold one Trump event. I never saw a Trump flag, poster, sign, or even a kind word for Donald Trump. So if that tells you the type of Republicans I'm running against here in Chicago, that's the type I'm running against. Thanks, Mojo, for putting this together. I'm complete. And if I can answer any questions, or if you want to hear more interesting debates and conversations, I'm down for that too.
Yeah, so he's going to stick around and answer questions, but before he does, I just want to, make this appeal. For those of you that are believers in a deity of choice, I don't make any, I don't discriminate here. I'm just going to ask you to prayerfully consider, before you click on that link up above, just say a prayer. Say, Father God, can you please give me the wisdom and whisper into my heart how much money I should donate to John Kitover for Congress. And I want you to listen to that whisper.
Please,
that
Lord.
whisper that whispers to your heart that tells you how much money you should give. Your deity may say give $0. Your deity may say give $1. Your deity may say $10. And if you're prosperous and your deity believes in this cause and believes that this is your calling in life, he may tell you to give a little bit more. But I want you to listen to that voice, say that prayer, listen to the voice, click the link, and do the right thing. God bless.
Jesus gave me the I did your prayer, and Jesus gave me the sharpest pain my butthole I've ever felt, and I'm just guessing. That means no.
I'm telling you, if it doesn't work out in Chicago, consider coming on down to Southern Illinois. You will see a whole different side of the state, like a sea of Trump signs. Yeah, it's bad, but I mean, there's a lot of Republican support down here.
I mean, it is, the economic disparities between the north and the south of Illinois are drastic. Like, the south is basically Kentucky. It's really bad down there. I would just keep driving till you get to Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, I told last night saying that if it wasn't for Chicago, Illinois would be dead red.
Yeah, it's the truth.
That's almost every state.
I got a question for Necro. Hold on. I got a question for Necro. Necro, if you were to stack $100 bills, one on top of the other, how high would it be if you stacked it $37 trillion high? Any idea?
Yeah, so given that, like, a dollar bill is like 0.00001 centimeter. So
The $100 bills stacked one on top of the other, 37 trillion. How high is that stack of $100 bills? Because that's the debt. Can you go ahead and tell me how high it would be?
It probably go above my house.
Yeah, you know how high it would be? It would be 25,000 miles high. 25,000 miles high. That's the circumference of the Earth. That's how much debt we have. And there's only one person that's committed. You get him on the ballot. He's going to do something about that. If you think that that's a crazy number, by the way, that's just the debt. Imagine the unfunded liabilities. I haven't even done the math on how tall it would be if we count the $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. We've got a spending problem. We've got a borrowing problem. John wants to fix that.
How much is that in pennies? How far will that go?
There's not enough copper in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be enough copper.
They don't make pennies out of copper anymore.
Well, I do want to thank the people that gave yesterday. We raised over $1,000 yesterday for the campaign. Day one. Here's day two. We're hoping to double that today. So for those of you that didn't have an opportunity to participate, the link is up above. Hopefully you've said your prayers. Hopefully the Lord has spoken to you. And, we'll accept whatever the Lord told you to do. So hopefully you can click that link. Go ahead and do the Lord's work.
I mean, I did give you, John, $5 since you promised to pardon Edward Snowden.
That's right. We can't campaign finance laws. I can't actually promise to pardon anybody, as I'm just a running for Congress now. I don't even have the power. I can write a letter. But listen, if you want to watch the YouTube live part of this experience, this is a special Clubhouse experience because so many of you are so special. But if you want to watch the YouTube live version, I'm wearing a Jesus Christ t-shirt that I bought on eBay that came from China. I'm wearing a Donald Trump hat made in China. These cell phones that I'm talking to you on, all made in China, and we're $37 trillion in debt with $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. We don't even manufacture anything in this country.
Yeah, no, it's like every time I put on my jeans, it said made in China. It may as well just say made with genuine Asian labor.
The fucking baby boomers ruin the country.
The amount of overconsumption we have in this country, like the amount of shit that people have, like I literally see online people having like 80 to 100 per week, bro. Like just stacked. Like I'm just like, it amazes me how much shit people are buying. That's just so cool.
It's just like, like boomers, it's just like, they just want to go back to the good old days, where,
like, yeah, but they can't go back to the good old days because they're too old and they can't surf and do the cool shit they did because they're in like wheelchairs and not very mobile. But I do want to ask you a question, Mr. John. What will you do about the Epstein files? How are you going to release those? What are you going to do,
That's what
John?
I asked him last night. I didn't get a clear answer to that.
You're going to write a clear answer, fuckface. Otherwise, I'm going to tell people not to donate money to you.
Well, Pepe, you've just violated one of the in the muff rules. I'd like you to click on the house, read the rules, and tell us which rule you just broke.
Voters want to know.
Okay, then the next question I'll ask you, Pepe, is what is 232 times 1,000?
232 times 1,000. $232,000.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, Pepe is a boxer. He's had his head bashed in multiple times, and he's got very bad TBI. Just wanted to confirm. I just wanted to confirm.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do to release the Epstein files?
Can I ask you? I want to ask the question.
No, I want him to answer. What is he going to do to release the
No, I can answer his question very quickly.
You are hyped up.
Bima, let me just answer this question.
He
You can
has
go
to
to
be put under pressure because he's somebody running for office. He needs these questions to be asked to him.
Listen, Pepe, I've retweeted Thomas Massey's posts on X where he's bringing victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I think 6 or 9 of them. So getting justice for these victims is extremely important. And if you want to focus on the espionage aspect of Jeffrey Epstein, the United States.
I don't know if there was espionage because it's not released. I asked.
Well, look to
you
Bill
read the
Clinton,
files.
look to Bill Gates, who's giggling on television about how he's dead now in prison. So, I guess he can't answer any questions. Don't ask a guy running for Congress in a district in Illinois when your country's $37 trillion in debt. You need to stay focused and know that, there's very little I can do other than
What are you gonna do
encourage.
for that $37 billion or trillion? Excuse me. That was 2 word farts in a row. Million, billion, trillion dollars in debt. What are you gonna do to lower that debt?
Sorry, I wanted to see if Hakima was here because I promised I wouldn't say the word asked. So I just wanted to confirm it.
Yeah, okay, but I asked you, what are you going to do to lower our $37 trillion deficit? How are you going to, do that?
Yeah, no problem. So we spend $7 trillion a year plus. Okay, 7 trillion a year plus. We take in $5 trillion through the IRS and the Treasury annually. So that's a $2 trillion deficit. I would propose that the smart thing to do would be to immediately cut Medicare, Medicaid by about $1 trillion, Social Security by about 250 trillion or 250 billion. No, not 200. Yeah, 250 billion. Anyways, I'm just suggesting that we cut the national deficit 100% and bring us back to $5 trillion.
Amazing. So you want to cut the geezers that have had these, when was it the 1940s when this was? I forget when it was. I think it was Roosevelt who ended up.
Also, don't forget the NDAA, Pepe. We got to cut that $1 trillion annual budget down to $750
we're
billion.
paying into Social Security, and they were going to get these benefits.
I hear you, Pepe. We've been 25 years at war. You think after 25 years at war and a massive pandemic, scamdemic, the American people are going to have to tighten up their belts and say, you know what, we've been through a lot. I guess maybe we should try to start saving some money.
They can't tighten up their belts because they're about to, die.
Pepe, the point is, stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing. I talk to you all the time, Pepe. I'll keep talking over you. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Repeat it after me, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Say it with me. Stop borrowing. Say it with me now, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Say it with me, Pepe. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop. It's the mantra, everybody. Say it with me. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing. Stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop. Say it with me, everybody. Stop borrowing. Okay. I guess nobody likes to do mantras. I like mantras for relaxation purposes. My mantra as a congressman candidate is stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing and stop spending. Stop borrowing and stop spending. Okay, everybody, I'm just going to say it one more time. And I talk to Pepe all the time. This is why I've lowered my volume and I'm just going to continue to talk. Stop borrowing, stop spending. I am complete.
No problem, no spend. I go ahead and shoot you in the back of the head. My fat, thank you for our problem solved.
So every time you say that, John, I'm less likely to vote for you because it's a valid question from Pepe.
That's okay, Mother. That's all right, Mother. Go ahead, Necro.
John, I just want to say you're really making me begin to regret giving you the money last night.
I asked him a legitimate question here.
Which this is not a good response. You should work on this.
Okay. I guess stop borrowing, stop spending is not a popular mantra with you. But I don't know, it's still popular for me. It's my listen, this clip has been put on YouTube. I bet you this will be my #1 clip, you guys. Stop borrowing, stop spending.
It's really embarrassing, to be honest. I just had to say that, bro.
literally makes people like Pol Pot come into existence. Holy shit.
Pepe, you do.
We're talking about the old geezers who were said.
Pepe, you were just complaining about the. No, you hold on. You were just complaining that you can't get into a house, that it's too expensive to buy a house.
Wow, hold on. Their taxes that if they pay into the system, they will receive those benefits. Now, one thing I think, libertarian, I'm guessing, Mojo, anybody, if you were promised something, you paid for it, you need to deliver the good.
Well, what are you referring to?
Social Security.
For the old geezers who paid into it their whole lives.
Well, hold on, but you have to understand what the federal government has done with this. The Supreme Court's already ruled. The Supreme Court in a landmark case has said that it's not a guarantee, it's not an individual contract, and that Congress at any time can reduce or eliminate the benefits.
Yeah, but that's political suicide for Republicans.
Hold on. Before you say it's political suicide, what's political suicide is in 2035, the trust fund is going to be dead, right? And then you can only fund 71% of the liabilities. We have a problem that's 10 years away, and when that problem comes up, you just have to understand that if push comes to shove, and I agree that there's going to be politicians that are going to work their magic to either raise the age or raise taxes or maybe lower the benefit. I agree. They're going to make these modifications because it would be politically unpopular. However, as we continue to borrow and spend, and as the interest on the debt becomes a bigger line item, the problem that you're going to have is there's not going to be any money to pay for anything. And that's why you have to get debt under control. And so either we're going to have a debt jubilee, a major world war where debt will be forgiven, or we're going to have a situation where we can intelligently begin reducing the debt, which, by the way, at this point, with $37 trillion worth of debt and the interest on it, it would take you 75 fucking years to pay it off, even if you had $1 trillion surplus on an annual basis. We have a fucking major problem, and nobody wants to talk about the largest line items. They don't want to talk about Social Security. They don't want to talk about Medicare. But just understand, the Supreme Court has already made it very clear that you are not guaranteed Social Security. Anybody that's ever told you that it's a guarantee, they've lied to you. It's not a guarantee when the law was passed, and it's not been interpreted by the Supreme Court to be a guarantee now. And so, knowing that you're not guaranteed that, why wouldn't we have a conversation about what would be a more sustainable plan?
Well, I guess to be sustainable, I would say, while these people they keep on kicking, these old people that get these benefits, they're going to vote a very certain way, and so. And old people, obviously, it's very slanted in terms of the percentage of them that vote. I don't, just personally, I don't see how this is a winning issue.
I mean, we could just speed up euthanasia of the over 70 population.
Okay, listen, you guys can stop insulting senior citizens in this room. If you continue to insult senior citizens, I'm going to kick you down to the goose. So let me ask you two brain giants a quick question here. If you were the president of the United States, what would your top 3 priorities be for your people? Go ahead, Pepe first, then Mother. Thank you.
Sure. So immigration's already kind of getting under control, so that's fine. I would say it would be to lower the deficit, but it would be to stimulate the economy in a way that it benefited the average American, where there was economic mobility, where those that do things well and they do things right, I guess you can say, they can be as prosperous as they're capable of, and so long as that they're doing the right things. I mean, I do believe in the American dream. That is something I actually. If you were to ask me what at least in my country, what I care about the most, aside from race, aside from anything else, it's actually that Americans that grow up here, if they play by the rules, if they do what they're supposed to, they can at least, have a good standard of living.
You got 30 more seconds, Pepe.
Yeah, sure. So there's obviously some people that are far more brilliant and innovative, and they're going to bring a lot more value and money, and they're going to hire a lot more people because of the companies they start, which is a net positive. I'm all for that. At the end of the day, I want what is best for America.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Mother. It's your turn.
Okay, so the number one thing that I think is the biggest threat to this country is our reliance on China for basically everything in this country. I would reshore most of our, at least high priority supply chains back to the U.S. or countries who are favorable. Second thing I would do is America's infrastructure is going to shit very, very quietly, right? Like some states are, like a lot of these bridges are over the lifespan in both like significant portions of the country. You have just shitty infrastructure in the U.S. that's been built since the 1950s that has not been addressed by either party. It just keeps pushing the can down the road. We need like trillions of dollars in domestic investment in our own current infrastructure. And then the third thing I would focus on, actually, U.S. healthcare, I think is a disaster. Like I know Obama tried to do some patching with Obamacare, but that didn't really work out super well. So there's got to be a revisiting of how healthcare is done in this country. Maybe shifting more towards a preventative model, but that's going to be difficult to push politically. But those would be my three priorities if I was president.
Okay.
What about you?
I'd like to. Okay, hold on a second, Mother. Go on mute, Mother. I'd like to point out to everyone on stage as well as the audience that neither Pepe nor Mother said that the government should stop borrowing or spending money. Never heard it come out of their mouths. And in fact, if we were to do a compression of what they just said, or even repeat back what they just said, I don't think anybody on stage could even give me 3 things that they just told us. Maybe one.
Fuck you, asshole. I think we should borrow less money, and we should lower our deficit. Eat a dick. I did not say we should borrow.
So last I checked, Pepe and I weren't running for office, so the one who should be answering this fucking question is you.
Listen, gentlemen, I will refer you back to the rules. If you use profanity one more time, this is your final warning. You will be put. Okay, gentlemen, you're going in the goo.
I would like to say
Pepe, any final insults before I put you in the goo where you belong? Go ahead, Pepe.
Yeah, fuck you, suck my dick.
Okay, moving to the audience. There you go. Go back to mommy. I just want to quote Donald Trump. Go back to mommy. Go to the goo where you belong. Okay, who's the next speaker? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. When we are accounting for the deficit, the debt that we're in, are we making sure we're accounting for the fraudulent spending that's also being done, the fraudulent part of our spending in this country? We're accounting for that, right?
Yeah, Doge. You can go to Doge on X right now and view almost $750 billion of fraud, waste, and abuse. Bullshit contracting through SAP for contracts for DEI and climate change studies and training, ballerina monkeys in the Guinea forests of Africa. I don't know. There's 100,000 contracts. You can go to Doge on X and look right now. Let me get the link for you. I'm going to put it in the chat.
No, I wasn't, John, relax. I'm just asking for you. Relax, I got you. I'm just saying that when it comes to, because I work in Medicare, and Medicare is obviously very complicated. The entire healthcare system is very complicated in the U.S., but Medicare is much, much needed for these seniors, man. Like, I don't care what anyone says. I believe there needs to be more regulation on fraud in Medicare because the DOJ just arrested over 300 people for $14 billion in intended loss. And I mean, like, primary care is charging for procedures that never happen. People getting access charges for things they never got, medications, referrals. And it's, so to me, when I think of the cut in Medicare and Medicaid, it makes me nervous because we need these things. I feel like we need to spend more money on the regulation aspect of how these funds are being distributed, because we still got dead people getting Social Security and Medicare. Dead people still getting Medicaid. It's a lot of waste and loss. But I feel like cutting funding. I feel like more like allocating the funds to more regulation rather than cutting the funding.
Pockets, can I say something to you? You have to really, people don't understand the difference between what Medicare is and Medicaid, and they're completely different, and people conflate them often. And the cuts that we were talking about that just got passed were really dealing with Medicaid. And I think you make a really important point. And I think that I know doctors that have been locked up for Medicare fraud. And I absolutely agree with you. And I have a friend whose mom just passed away, and they have a huge malpractice lawsuit now. Well, one of the reasons is the doctor performed additional procedures in terms of upping the billing on the she was on Medicare, exactly what you're talking about, but now it's backfired on him because she died as a result of it, and he'll now lose his license. But separate from that, I think, and you're in the business, maybe you can make it clear that they're two very different programs. It's a shame they share the word meta because they get conflated often. But this new bill was cutting the recipients of Medicaid that were on the program that shouldn't be on the program. Different than removing seniors from Medicare, which it wasn't doing.
Well, seniors are that's what's interesting is seniors are both on Medicaid and Medicare. If a senior does not make enough money and Social Security is like robbing them, right? They get Medicaid and Medicare. It's called a dual plan. So there's seniors on those dual plans where it's access and Medicare. So that's why
it was getting attacked. I mean, the bill was trying to stop it from like young people sitting in their base.
I agree with that. Doing their 40 hours a week or their 20 hours a week. I agree with that. With parents, while your kids are at school, you could be doing something. I agree with that.
But maybe you can, I mean, again, that was just the point, that they just get conflated all the time and they're really different.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take about a 5-minute speaking break, and I'm just going to copy and paste from Doge on X in the chat. Stay alert to the chat because you're about to see a whole lot of scam, fraud, waste, and abuse, and borrowing and spending. I'll let you guys talk it out while I post the receipts in the chat. Gotcha. Go ahead. If anybody on stage wants to read what I'm posting in the chat, please feel free to read, because I don't think people read anything anymore. I think people just chirp like birds, never talk about borrowing or spending. Just keep spending $4 trillion a year on Medicare, Medicaid. They're separate programs, but keep borrowing, keep spending. Got to keep paying all those doctors, all those health groups, all those health insurance corporations and middlemen. Every single year, got to keep that same consistent $4 trillion. They got to get it. They gotta have it. Let's not talk about borrowing and spending. So look in the chat. Somebody want to read it?
No, John, I was just going to ask you, have you done all your filings? Have you filed under the Federal Election Commission since you're raising money? I assume you've done all the federal filings and you have a committee, a finance committee, etc., all under the federal law?
Yeah, Google my name, John Kitover, and you can see the FEC website.
I don't need to Google it. I just asked if you've done all your filings.
Yep, did all the filings, Abby. Could you want to read one of the chat copy and pastes from the Doge X account, Abby? Would you be kind enough to do that for the campaign right now?
No, I let someone else who has better speaking voice. Oh, that is such bull. I love Abby's voice. I just want to, if you could put in the chat your filings or notice of them.
Well, I'd be happy to, if you want.
Checks or
Yeah.
put any money.
Yeah, Abby, I will just tell you, if you click the link above, which is Antidote, they do not create an account for you unless you have an EID and you have an FEC filing and a bank letter. It's not an easy process. This has taken me
I'm
30,
aware of
30
that.
to 60 to 90 days to get here. So I'd be happy to copy and paste anything you want in the chat for you.
John, John. Oh, Lou, I see you on mic. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. I was just gonna say, John, what numbers did you say you were gonna cut each program by, and how did you get to those numbers, and how will they materially affect your constituents?
Sure. So 4 trillion is Medicare, Medicaid. I would cut that by a trillion at least if I could. I mean, again, you guys got to understand this is all hypothetical. I am one person with one voice. Your $1 will help me transmit that message further into the ether if you think it's a good idea. It's 4 trillion for Medicare, Medicaid, a trillion for Social Security, a trillion for the NDAA. So, I mean, pick and choose, or do a balanced approach, or raise revenue and increase taxation. If you want to eat the rich and you think billionaires should pay more in income, either way, as Mojo said, over 37 years, even if we were to have $1 trillion surplus, that still takes 37 years to pay back $37 trillion, plus the 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. So I hope you take this with a grain of salt, as do I. I mean, I like to pick and make jokes and try to be funny about it, but it really is a serious financial problem. I don't live my life like this. I had chicken for dinner. It was less than $20. I don't spend a lot of money. I try to save money. I don't take out huge loans. I don't own fancy cars. I don't fly jets. I don't gamble in the stock market. I literally sit here on Clown House recording Clubhouse rooms. And a lot of people here like to waste your time, but they've never run for office. This is the second time I've run for office, and a lot of people are just talkers. But I film everything, so if you wanted to enjoy the experience of watching someone either win or lose, or to get on the primary ballot or not get into the election in March, I mean, this is your experience. You will be contributing to this campaign. I hope you'll stick with me. And maybe I can convince you that freedom, liberty, and less regulation, and less taxation, and less borrowing, and less spending is in your best interest as an American or a Canadian or wherever you are. But look at the rules and disclosures for giving $1 or $100 or $1,000, because if you don't live in the country and you're not an American citizen, we can't take your money unless you have a resident ID card. So look at the rules at the bottom of the campaign form.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is that with the FEC, you're not actually required to register with the FEC until you've either raised or spent $5,000 on a congressional campaign. So with the $1,000 that's collected, you can actually do that without completing all the FEC filing.
Yeah, I didn't have to file the last one, but I did have to do a personal financial disclosure. That one took a bit of time. Their website is old, it sucks, it's completely outdated. It's very difficult to use, and I can just say that if we are $37 trillion in debt in the greatest country in the world, but our own congressional election website looks like it was built in 1994. I mean, we've got bigger IT problems than we even know about. Everything sucks in the government. It's outdated. It's broken. Nothing communicates. It's not seamless. There's a lot of friction between all the federal agencies and how they all interact. And I've worked in the GSA side in federal leasing and facilities management. There's a lot of conflict. What's amazing is my experience at the Treasury is a lot like my experience on Clown House. There's a lot of road ragers. There's a lot of angry people. There's a lot of liars. Um, there's a lot of politics in the government, within the agencies. People are vying for positions. People are retiring. People are scheming. There's a lot of just inner fighting within the government, but nobody gives a fuck about the $37 trillion in debt, because all those employees in the federal government are getting a healthy paycheck, and they feel like they're first in line to continue getting the paychecks in case of a bankruptcy. So, It's better to be on this side of the fence or that side of the fence. If the federal government goes broke, the cities go broke. If the cities go broke, your local municipal pensions are finished. So the whole system is one interconnected financial system. And the biggest problem is the federal government's borrowing and spending. There is no bigger problem. 37 trillion fucking dollars is a lot of money to owe on the ledger. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and I mean the reason why I ask is not necessarily to be a dick, but of course, if one of your main things is going to be, the budget and spending, I mean that there's like, to me, I think about this problem a lot too, but there's a lot of things that run so inefficiently within the government. Like you look at defense reprioritization or procurement IT modernization, similar to like what Estonia did, right? There's a lot of things, right? There's a lot of things that you could do, but I think that what people don't want to hear is that their lives are going to be negatively, materially affected when we talk about, figuring out the debt problem, right? So I guess I just asked that because I'm sure you're going to get asked that, right, by some of your constituents, and I think it's just, good to think about that.
No, I think it's a very scary topic to hypothesize about, but I do think that Franklin Delano Roosevelt's quote of the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. This is a word game. This is an accounting game. This is a ledger game. It's in the material world. America is incredibly abundant and prosperous and wealthy. We have remarkable assets, remarkable cities. We are a huge, massive nation that is basically impenetrable to foreign invasion to a certain extent. We don't have a lot to worry about in terms of security. So why are we still spending $1 trillion a year on the world's largest military police force? $1 trillion. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. Let us, if we're going to spend $300 billion a year on weapons and defense and salaries for soldiers or contractors working with defense corporations, I mean, let's get the biggest bang for our buck and start paying down the debt. That's a pretty good place to start. But instead, we have this world police, security attitude that we can't let go of because there's so much money involved. It's that much money. And, the deep state and everything wants, the quote from the movie Dune, the spice must flow. And that's what $2 trillion a year is every year. The spice must flow. There's a huge pressure to get that $2 trillion plus a year, past the taxpayers.
So focusing on the biggest problem also means coming up with a solution, right? It seems like the solution that's underway right now that you're talking about seems to support in some way, if I'm getting right, is to cut back on operations that actually affect people in the actual society, whether you call it marketplace, government, or whatever it is, services. These are just part of society. And there's no place where austerity, especially because you pointed out the most important reality, which is that America is the richest country on earth by the real economy, not the monetary economy, which is fucked up, and I absolutely agree with you on the problem. But how about some solutions, right? Like, I'm proposing to you, everybody listening, that there is a feasible way to pay down that debt. And what would happen then, right? If it did happen to be like some crazy ass idea of thousands that people might have that we vet and make sure and we go figure out, we find a solution to this that doesn't involve cutting back on people, because you're right, the country is rich enough to afford it. And guess what? Until that changes, and it could, America is the reserve currency of planet Earth. And it can print it endlessly, which means that its feasibility is how much the economy can actually absorb. That's not about monetary policy at that point. And that's why you can clean up the debt in the way that I proposed to you the last time you heard me mention this to you, because there's a whole part of the global monetary economy that has no tax on it and would easily pay for all this shit. And everybody else's taxes in the real economy would have to come down in order to accommodate it. And the arguments after that, I'll end my plane here, the arguments after that would not be about what we can afford to do, but what's in an investment interest in. Because you quoted FDR, and I'll just say, he proved, as did the GI Bill,
as the rebuilding after World War II and a few other examples, when you invest money directly into people, even when you do it by debt, you could do it other ways that are healthier in the future, but even when you do it by debt, it's a fucking ROI every time. I'll end my plane on that.
Daniel, where would be the oversight for, your solution? First of all, I appreciate, it's good to hear from you, Daniel. I appreciate the commentary and the offering of the solution. I'm definitely not a professional. I don't know much of anything, so I'm just asking questions. The solution, it seems to me, though, that you're proposing is that we just start taxing in other areas. Is that pretty much to pay off the programs and the things that we currently have? Did I just get that part right first?
Well, the part that John and I agree on is that debt is a problem and needs to be addressed, right? The way I'm saying to address it is that we think simply, and I think every ordinary person should consider this, not just economists, to understand this. I'm actually proposing that people talk about it at Thanksgiving and over dinners and whatever it is, just ordinary people, about the fact that there's two economies. There's a monetary economy, and there's the real economy that we measure and where we get taxed, where we measure GDP and labor statistics and all that stuff. Where, America's the richest country on earth, as probably many of us could agree. But there's this monetary economy that makes the whole global economy that America is the king of work. And most of those financial transactions actually run through America, and it has a unique opportunity to go, hey, guess what? There's this bucket over there, and we're not touching it at all. It's using all of our infrastructure. It's people getting rich off of it, but not the American people. And it's using America's entire society in order to do it. Why wouldn't you want to tax that something? And it turns out that it's so much larger than the economy where all the taxes happen that you only have to tax it a tiny, tiny little bit in order to pay for everything and clean up the debt reasonably in about 8 years.
Who do you think most of that financial burden would fall on? Like the taxpayers? Who would be the taxpayers? Are you talking who are they? So I'm assuming that my question was correct. Like you want to keep the programs as they sit, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the biggest military defense, and instead of cutting them, reviewing them, figuring out what's good and what's not good, we just start taxing more. And so this is the reason I bring it up is because my concern is if we just start taxing more without ever looking at these programs and the efficiency of these programs, it doesn't seem like a good business model. In fact, it's a little bit terrifying to me because now all I hear is now there's completely no accountability.
judiciously, there is a cutback happening right now in the form of that's what's going to get us out of the debt problem when there's this huge bucket of potential revenue for the government that will lower your taxes, not increase them. That's the key thing that I would be jumping on first. If it turns out that that can be substantiated, then you can have the argument about what to do with what programs to keep and all that stuff. That's a whole other conversation as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think you gotta walk and chew gum at the same time, to be quite honest. Like, I mean, the funding is one portion to talk about, and I feel like the left talks about the funding, the right talks about the cutting, but there's kind of an in-between, to be quite honest there, because there's, like I said, the way procurement works publicly, supply chain is my thing, right? That's what I've always studied, and that's what I do professionally, and public procurement is mind-bogglingly inefficient. So there's so many ways to increase efficiencies. Another thing is negotiation for drug costs for Medicare, right? Like that would save, I think, it estimated around $98 billion from 2025 to I think it was like 2033. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to kind of do this, but I think what we don't want to do is negatively, materially affect the weakest part of our society, because that really leads to instability of a nation.
Yeah, and I agree with you. You can walk and chew at the same time. Also, when it comes to problem solving, as a kind of project manager you probably are in your field, it helps to know which problem you're solving. If you're talking about the debt, and there's a way to solve that debt problem, why not do that? That's the key, right? If you take out the annual cost of the interest on the debt, that opens up a lot of budget conversations. You can, and even if you cut back everything on top of that, folks, if you end up with a surplus, which you once had, right around 2000, well, that changes the conversation quite a bit.
And I definitely hear stop spending. And I think that's a big that's a big theme of this room. But stop spending is a blanket statement that doesn't really mean much, to be quite honest, until you get into the devils in the details, right? And stop spending at this macro of a level doesn't actually mean anything. It's not prescribing anything.
Some money is investment and some money is waste. There's no question. Those are two buckets you can't change. What goes in one and what goes in another, we can argue about. But you're going to have some useful investment and some waste.
Can I ask a stupid question? First off, a really stupid question. Who do we owe the debt to? I mean, who are our bankers in this case?
Go to U.S. Debt Clock and actually see who we owe it to. The primary lender is the Federal Reserve.
No, you don't own it to the Federal Reserve, sorry.
There's also China, there's Japan, there's Germany, there's the UK. Go to usdebtclock.org. And Thomas Massey doesn't actually pull his data out of US Debt Clock. He gets it straight from the treasury.gov API.
He has a little pin or a watch or something, right? If something comes in.
Yeah, Daniel, why don't you, I told Mojo, I asked Mojo, have you ever spoken to that guy Daniel in the red jacket? I said, you got to ask him about his scheme to give people as much money as they ask for, and then it's set to an expiration clock timer. If they don't spend it, it disappears. And whoever receives it, there's no expiration clock on that currency, and they get to keep it for as long as they live or pass it on to theirs. Dana, do you want to illuminate Mojo with your awesome economic idea in order to reduce the debt by, I think you said 100% or 50%? Tell us your scheme.
Okay. The last time you asked me this, I told you there are two separate things. They are not connected to each other. What I just was talking about in this room up to now, before you just introduced this, I'm happy to talk about it. But I want to make sure everybody in the room understands these are two different things that you conflated. One has to do with ending the debt at real goddamn economy, not in some fancy monetary hall of the Federal Reserve, is when money is printed. You know how in blockchain you have proof of work, proof of stake, proof of this, proof of that? The proof is in the transaction. And the people who provided those goods and services have added value to the economy and they have money for life. The people who receive the money to spend have 90 days to spend it. What you wanted to, make an extreme out of, I can get $1 million today if I have no limit. Obviously, we're not going to set up something of that nature, but largely, people are going to be able to set their own income because they can't take more than what they have the capacity to spend in their lifestyle. The only limitation we would have on that is what the economy, the real economy of real people, real goods and services can absorb. That is the limit. As Mr. Supply Chain knows that here alluded to as well. That's where the real flow of the economy comes from. When you have inflation, it's not because of too much money, it's because of not enough goods. It's when the supply chain is screwed up, is when you really have the inflation. So that is an experiment, John, and it won't happen for a few years, but I have people that have vested interest and want to see if they can figure out that experiment. Does that clarify for you?
Yeah, it clarifies it, but I'm wondering if you could give us like a compression. Like, how would you restate all that in like 3 to 5 sentences?
That project is an attempt to make universal income by private means, not through government or taxes. Did that answer?
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Okay, anybody else have any comments or questions? Anybody, Medicare, Medicaid, $4 trillion a year, NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, security for the country at $1 trillion a year, $1 trillion for Social Security. That's only $6 trillion. Where's the other trillion? Anybody else know where the $7 trillion budget really is? Where's that other missing $1 trillion that we're talking about?
What was the ones that you listed?
Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the NDAA. Where is that other trillion? That $7 trillion.
Oh, 7? About 7.
What if we went back to a wartime mindset and we just started scrimping on our own economies and planning to victory roads? Would that not help the economy? I don't know. I could be wrong. Probably.
Sorry, Sean, I couldn't really quite understand your question. What was it?
I'm sorry, I'm dealing with the hiccups right now, but what if we went back to a wartime mindset and we started supplying labor and victory gardens? You know how people used to make their garden in their front yard or their backyard, wherever it was. People supplied their own food in a lot of cases. So I don't know how that would affect the economy. I don't know.
I mean, I guess people are free to do that. I mean, now.
Do they know how to do it, Lou? Do they know how to plant seed?
I mean, we live in an age where you can literally figure anything out at any time that you please to know. So, I mean, maybe they don't, but if they want to learn it, they definitely can.
Okay.
Sure.
In that case, let's assume that they figure it out. But how does that affect our nation? How does that affect the nation's debt?
I don't know.
Sean, you know, I go to the grocery store and I pick through the produce. I'm like, you know what, all this produce always sucks. You know, growing food is a very difficult thing to do. I have a large vegetable garden on my property that puts out about 800, 900 pounds a year. I don't have time to work that thing and run that thing. It's a local church that volunteers, and they've been at it for 20 years. And even then, the rodents, the bunnies, the possums, the bugs, the birds, everything gets destroyed. You know, a lot of their crop goes to waste, but it's so difficult to grow. I mean, the fact of the matter is, it's not a grow garden that people need. People need lower property taxes, lower income taxes, so they can go to the grocery store and buy more vegetables, more fruit. I mean, the global supply chain is a good thing. The fact that all these vegetables come from Honduras, Guatemala, Panama, wherever they're coming from. I mean, it's fantastic that all these things can get shipped into the United States of America. So, I mean, lower property taxes, lower income taxes, let people keep, you know, 70, 80% of their income. Why even more than 10%? I mean, if the rule is you give to your church 10%, why is the government taking more than 10%? So, you know,
The proposition I'm making would lower everybody's tax to 1/2 of 1%, just to make clear of what you would see if you do investigate it.
Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. Daniel, do you know the story of Nebuchadnezzar and the prophet Daniel?
Vaguely.
I think it's all about Daniel's dreams, and Nebuchadnezzar like saw it written on the wall. I'd have to pull up the story to remember it, but it's a great mystical vision, you know.
Yeah. I think I'm a pretty good strategist. I got a pretty good track record there of making things happen. So I'm not a dreamer, I'm a doer. I mean, that's pretty objectively evident.
I mean, you know, dreams are important because your imagination is important. I mean, your brain's a computer simulator.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying it doesn't stop at the dream, though. Like, I mean, you can Google me if you want. I get things done.
Okay, so does anybody else have any priorities they would like to put on the campaign to elect John Kitover? 10 priorities. I'm looking for a 10-point bullet list of what you would want done by your federal government or your local or state government.
Shut down Guantanamo Bay.
Okay, let me write that down. Shut down Guantanamo Bay. Okay, number 1. What's number 2?
The grant of self-autonomy.
Number 2, the grant of self-autonomy. Can you elaborate, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like for people, all of you, to be able to live your lives and also, sorry, still struggling with the hiccups. Yeah, for all of you to be able to live in a self-deterministic world. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, number 3.
As philosophy.
Number 3, I would put have campaign finance reform cap the amount anyone can donate to any candidate at $10,000.
Okay, campaign finance reform. Number 4. Anyone? Number 4.
And mandatory minimums for non-violent drug offenses.
Okay, mandatory minimum non-drug violent. Okay, number 5.
Reduce our prison population by 40%. It's embarrassing that our incarceration rate is higher than China's.
Okay, what's number 6? Oh, I see it in the chat. Don't cancel Sesame Street. But Sesame Street makes a profit. Why would we fund a business that makes a profit? What's number 6?
How dare PBS, have shows that tell children to be nice to each other.
Okay, what's number 7?
Wait, we didn't do number 6 though.
Okay, Okay, what's number 6?
Just have to think. Oh, eliminate capital punishment.
Eliminate capital punishment. Okay, number 7. Anyone? Serendipity, Pockets, Bema. You know, what is it in society you'd like to see your government change for you? That you have to technically borrow and pay for, but go ahead.
Establish healthcare as a human right.
Okay, healthcare as a human right. Any other human rights, Necro?
How about kimchi for all? I think we should all be eating more kimchi. Yeah. Gut health is really important for the brain, so I would go with kimchi.
Okay, any other final ideas on how your government can borrow on your behalf, spend on your behalf to change what you don't like?
Yeah, ban people from being rich people from being able to leave their money in stocks and offshore bank accounts.
Okay. I'd like to invite Pepe back up. Maybe he'd like to come back up and tell us what he'd like the government to borrow and spend on his behalf to change his reality. What's a Pepe complaint?
Oh, you want me to dance for you like I would make you dance for me? Like my stages?
Who's the vaudeville manager now, Pepe? Dance, little Pepe, dance!
You are our dance monkey.
Dance, little Pepe. Okay, go ahead, Pepe. This is your big chance to get some input into your government. What would you like?
How would we lower the deficit? I'm just going to be very honest and say that is a bit above my pay grade. I am not an economist. I'm not. When it comes to such expenditures, I don't know. So many things would have to be taken into consideration. Like, well, if we lower the percentage of money that we send to just like defense spending, I don't know. Like, how does this end up panning out overall? I don't know. Like, this is not my area of expertise, so I can't give a good
Okay,
answer.
Dad, just repeat
But
after
I'm
me.
also not running for Congress,
Just
so I don't really have to
Pepe,
give a good
just
answer.
say you don't know, and just say it's the economy, stupid.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know, and that's why I'm not running for Congress, because I don't know.
You know, the mantra is it's the economy, stupid, meaning that should be the number one priority of everybody, but it's not. Most people on this app just do racial identity politics.
Are you an economist?
I took economics. Dr. Adams, welcome back to the room.
But are you an economist?
Pepe, let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten?
Ask me, nigga. What's the question?
No, don't go that way. No N words here. I will have to enforce the rule.
Violation.
So, if I can interject, John, do you want to rehash the points or the top priorities for Mojo?
Let me just give you the basics of economics, ladies and gentlemen. It's run like a business. It's run like a pizza shop. You got to have a baker. You got to have a sales lady. You got to have a point of sale. Everybody's been in a pizza shop. That shop has to run profitably. Otherwise, it will go out of business. That's the way you run a government. If you don't, look at Norway. They have a $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund. That means every citizen in Norway has like a $500,000, $600,000 credit with their government, okay? We have a negative $110,000, $120,000 per citizen for funded liabilities. And it's literally like $440,000 every American owes the government in unfunded liabilities. I'm not making this up. You can go to usdebtclock.org and study the tables. So until you absolutely understand that, like, if you're working to pay off government debt. That's not an easy pill to swallow. So that's my point.
Yeah, I would disagree with the idea. I don't think that governments and companies are in any way the same. There are some similarities, but there are functions which make them very different. Is that the government's goal is to protect humans, while company's goal is to maximize profits. So
let me ask you this, Neko. What do you think is more important, or what do you think is a better thing, a profit or a loss?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
What do you think is better, a profit or a loss?
It depends on what the profit is for, I'd say. But in general, I'd say that.
Can you give me an example?
What are you going to directly do to support the aging population in your said jurisdiction?
Well, first off, I would look at it from their perspective and what bills they have to deal with, which are the same bills that I have to deal with, which is property taxes, mortgage, interest expenses, electric, gas, water, sewer, other municipal taxes, sales taxes, anything they have saved for retirement, they have to maximize it so they can, experience the abundance of their fruits of labor, from working for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So, let the American people keep what they got. Let them pay less into the system. Stop spending so much in the system and stop eating so much out of the substance of the American people's pocketbook. Nobody wants to work 3 out of 5 days a week and pay the government. If we just keep spending, everybody will be working 4 or 5 days a week to pay for the government spending and borrowing.
I'm sorry, was that your short answer?
That was my response to what I felt that you asked, Dr. Adams.
So, you understand that, looking at the aging population of the populace that you seek to represent, you understand that the average cost of senior care can range anywhere from $5,138 to about $5,143 per month. And the average person in your said jurisdiction is earning about $54,710 per month, per year. So, what is your plan to bridge that financial obligation that otherwise is necessary for an aging population in trying to bridge that gap in your specific district between that gap of that aging population and, selfish children? Selfish children of those people that paid into the Medicaid system.
There's a lot of ways to help senior citizens, at least in the district that I live. A lot of these people live in farmland areas. Majority live in 2 big cities, Rockford and Peoria, and they got to deal with their local municipal problems, their school boards, their elected officials who are incompetent in wasting their property taxes. So, unless the federal government...
We're talking about the aging population.
No.
So again, discussing school boards, how is that germane?
It's all property taxes. All of these parasites survive off of property taxes. 65% of their operating revenue comes from your home that you have to pay, annually your property taxes twice a year, or however your municipality breaks it down. I'm just saying, Adams, what is the point of your question?
What do you mean? When you look at the aging demographic of people that otherwise would represent your district, the numbers speak for itself. Have you ever done correlative data to actually try to resonate with people that you're actually running to represent?
Yeah, I have. Okay, let me tell you. Since you asked, let me tell you how. No, hold on. You asked the question. I'm going to tell you how it correlated data for the people in the district of 16. I have gone and I've used Grok on X, and this is what I asked Grok. I said, "Dear Grok, tell me how Darren LaHood in the 16th district, and it's Congressman Darren LaHood we're running against, tell me how his HR accident voting correlates with open secrets data and lobbyist contributions to his campaign and his office." So out of the $20 trillion in debt that he has created over 10 years, because every year we add $2 trillion to the debt, he has accumulated over $10 million in Fortune 500 donations to his campaign, to his office, to his bank accounts. Plus, he probably has lots of other business interests, being a well-connected lawyer. And his father, Ray LaHood, who was found with $50,000 in cash by a Nigerian scammer. And Ray LaHood was Obama's Department of Transportation Secretary. So this is a very powerful, politically connected family that I'm running against. He sits on the Means and Oversight Committee and he rails about China and how AI is going to get ahead of us in the race. We got to fund trillions of more dollars for more research and development and investment. Borrow and spend. Borrow and spend. That's who I'm running against. You have to understand, Dr. Adams, what I'm going up against. I am a 42-year-old Army veteran and former advertising marketing consultant and facilities treasury consultant. I'm not a federal prosecutor with $10 million in the bank creating $2 trillion in debt a year, Dr. Adams. So you have to understand what I'm up against, who I am and who my opponent is, and why we're doing this. Because this little butterfly effect and complaining and crying, as Brad liked to say that I do, all you do is complain and cry about that debt. All right, well, you know what? Let's keep talking about it now. Because $2 trillion a year is too much to spend. We only collect $5 trillion and we're $37 trillion in debt with $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, ladies and gentlemen. Say it with me. $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities.
So Edmund, 14% of your population is going to age in place over the next 10 years. What is your plan?
I'm going to show up at the park. I'm ready to lead yoga classes. Okay, I can lead yoga classes at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5. I can help people stretch, breathe, and become flexible again. Because guess what? Austerity is near. Austerity is here.
So what is your tax plan as far as reducing the liabilities from people that otherwise would be of the same ilk that would be of a certain fixed income? I mean, what is your plan to address that?
Okay, before I answer that question, Dr. Adams, can you tell me what the word austerity means?
Are you prepared to answer that question?
I just want to ask a qualifying question. What is the word austerity?
Yep.
Implemented by governments to reduce budget deficits.
So again, are you going to answer the question?
Let me ask you one more qualifying question. What is 699,000 times 1,000? No, I'm sorry. What is 699 times 1,000?
So John, let me just stop you full stop. This is where I have issues. You know what I mean? Like, this is where I have issues. Do you have
Let me ask you the qualifying question again. Okay. What is 373 times 1,000, Dr. Adams? Actually, a better question would be, what is 37 times 1,000?
Got it. So let me ask you a question, John. Are you guys going to hold some sort of debate?
Yeah, we're holding evening town halls like this one right now, every day of the week up until the
No, I'm saying as far as like your candidate and the person that you're running against. I mean, are you guys actually going to hold debate?
Well, we have to get on the primary. We have to get into the voting box in March and get on Queen's primary. The point is, Dr. Adams, we may or may not get a debate with it. We don't know. It's usually organized by a local newspaper, but I am going to try to debate Democrats.
So again, in the questions that I'm asking you, don't you think that the trolling that you're doing in the very infancy of your campaign?
Well, Dr. Adams, I mean, to cast stones about trolling. I am.
This is crazy.
Dr. Adams, I'm
You
just...
gotta, Evan, you gotta all figure it out. It is what it is. You gotta all figure it out. Hey, you don't need my help.
Thanks, bro. You got this.
Adams, were you here to listen to Daniel's submission? I guess not.
Okay, does Well want to say anything? Because that is a beautiful coin PCR, by the way. Is that Julius Caesar, or where's that magnificent, dramatic photograph?
I've got no idea. It's fine.
Oh, no. Because I have a couple nice old Roman coins that are beautiful.
I'm just an idiot.
Hey, me too.
Well, that's okay. You know, every couple generations, people get suckered out of $37 trillion. It's not your fault. You know, you didn't know it was really happening, did you? Nobody really knew it was happening. But boom, here you are in 2025 with $37 trillion in funded debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities for a total of $137 trillion, putting you individually in debt over $500,000 to your government liabilities. Congratulations, everyone. Welcome to 2025.
John, got a question. Do you have
Shoot, Matt.
Okay, John. Do you have a platform on your actual website, or where
I do. You have to click to the blog section, and you can see my news release announcing the campaign and why I'm running against Aaron Hood. You can read all about the platform there. It's johnforcongress.com.
I'm gonna look right now.
Let me put it in the chat for you. Just the other John for Congress, some other guy who ran for Congress. Some other guy. Sorry, Dr. Adams, for cutting you off, but I have a feeling that you may be enjoying your evening happy hour, and I just wanted to, maybe cut you off so you can enjoy that last happy hour before the party closes.
Well, I mean, that's not gonna work because again, you're peddling, political contributions when you otherwise have been unemployed and you've been trolling people on this app. So again, I'm coming home from work, and at the end of the day, if I wanted to actually run for Congress tomorrow, I would actually probably be using my own money as opposed to.
I am using my own money. I matched yesterday's raise.
You can always do better, right?
I'm trying to do better. That's a good brand name, actually. I think Trump's brand slogan at Trump Tower is never accept or...
Right, but at the same time, he did not panhandle,
But never settle. That's what it is, Adams. Never settle!
No,
Never settle!
Never panhandled.
Never settle!
Panhandled. Right. So again, cutting me off on never panhandled is again not, the same ilk as Donald Trump that was able to finance his own campaign. So I mean, outside of Elon Musk, I mean, it is what it is. So good luck, John. I do wish
Thanks,
you the
Dr.
best.
Adams.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to be mean, or any of that like kind.
Listen, save all that rage for Rich, okay? Save it for Rich.
And this is what I'm talking about.
I'm serious.
John, I looked at the website, so I don't know anything about Darren Lipton yet. But what have you done against the Second Amendment that you're calling him a traitor for? Just out of curiosity.
So
He's the gun grabber.
Looked at his electoral record.
He wants to raise the minimum age to buy a rifle, a handgun. He does not want people in their 18, 19, 20, 20. He wants to raise it probably 27. Who knows how high he wants to go? But do you agree with that? That changing our constitution is a good idea.
So he wants to raise it to 27 years of age. Is that what you said?
I don't know the exact age that he wants to raise it to, but I can get you the articles. You can also Google Darren the Hood Second Amendment or Darren the Hood guns. There's a lot of articles about him and his beliefs about weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the news, so I'm coming in pretty non-biased that way. So I'm the guy that you want to convince on things right now. 'Cause I don't know anything about the other dude.
I'm just letting you know, Matt, I hope that you're giving the same energy if I were to ever decide to run for the 47th District
would encourage you to run, Adams. I think you would win.
He's vulnerable.
Yeah, should really get lose his recent election. Is he no longer a member of Congress? I live in his district.
He got censored.
He got censored or censored.
They're calling for his arrest. Like the FBI released private cable, basically. Or
Okay, so
a lot of
so
information
first of
coming
all,
out about it.
first of all, he's in Senate, so yes, he's no longer a part of our congressional party in the state of California. Like, hello?
Yeah, I don't follow.
Hello?
So, hello?
Yeah, I think just a lot of Democrats, I just lost the respect for with the fact they were going after Tulsi Force.
There's a lot of bad actors still in office, still creating social media posts. I see Chelsea Clinton posting today about the truth about vaccines and going out about that shooter at that facility in Georgia. And she's saying what a criminal, and these MAGA people are criminals, all these vax conspiracy people are criminals. I'm thinking this is a criminal shitting on a criminal who shat on criminals. Like the whole Clinton crime family is just a bunch of charlatans, and Chelsea Clinton is the product of all that fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the thing that about Joe Biden, I think was probably the greatest issue I have was when he decided to make all these quote-unquote preemptive pardons. Like the idea that people, before they read it, that they should give an absolute immunity for whatever it is, whatever crime they could potentially have committed, because, why do they need that sort of immunity if they're innocent?
Okay, so Necro, most of my to-dos right now that I've received from this room come from you. So, I think most of your anxieties and complaints are going to get solved because you're very high on the campaign to elect John Kitover priority list. So you got that going for you, Necro.
Well, I'd say that essentially if there's no other candidate who is willing to do things like wanting to drop the charges against Edward Snowden, that to me automatically, disqualifies them in comparison to you. But that being said, I wish you to also straight up demand Trump release the Epstein files as well.
So let me ask you, Necro, describe to me what it would be like if Donald Trump was sitting in the Oval Office and he was like, you know what, I think because the Necro told me to release those Epstein files, I'm going to do it. So describe to me what Trump would actually do. Yeah, describe to me, how would Trump go about releasing the information?
Well, you think it's just me and my person?
No, but the point of this question, Necro, is to think through what it's like for Donald Trump to actually do what you want him to do.
Well, it's not just what I want to do, it's what the majority of, the overwhelming majority of Americans want him to do. It's to release the files. Including his own mag. His greatest thing he's got from MAGA is his Epstein files. So what has he got to hide?
Is it just him? Is it Bill Gates? Is it Bill Clinton? Is it a dozen other people? I mean, it's a lot of people, right?
For us, because decent, us Americans, we deserve to know who is harmed, who hurt these people, who hurt these innocent children.
Yeah, justice for all these victims. Let me ask you this final question, Necro. What's more important, stopping the borrowing and stopping the spending, or releasing the Epstein files? You tell us, Necro. 4 other guys in Congress complaining about the borrowing and spending. That's better than having 3, right?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to temper, what you think running for Congress can actually even do if I win, let alone I'm going up against a guy who has $10 million already in the bank. We've got less than $500 in his checking account, Necro. Can you dig deeper in your necrotic pocket to find another $10 right now to get your list of priorities put before other congressional representatives? You've got another $10. You're a patriot, right, Necro?
Yeah, I think the most patriotic thing you can do right now is to do what the American people want, which is to release the damn Epstein files.
The redacted ones or the unredacted ones?
The ones that are keep on being, refused to be released.
Alright, well...
It's like, do you know how many people are satisfied with the disclosure of the Epstein files?
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt you, Necro, and we are going to jump into my email right now to see how much the campaign to elect John Kitover has generated campaign donations this evening. We will give you the grand total for that. We are at almost 3 hours of this Americans for Austerity that are hosted by the great super positive Mojo Vibration. Most of those other echo chambers here on this app, they are negative, low-frequency vibration rooms. The Mojo room gives you the ultimate positive, feel-good vibrations that you've been looking for. And I'm so thankful that you come to help support the campaign to elect John Kitover. It's my Clubhouse netizen friends that can help us with the power of a feather flip over a congressional seat from a guy who's created $20 trillion in debt because of $10 million in Fortune 500 campaign donations. So thank you. Go to johnforcongress.com or click that secure.antidote link above right now to get $10, not $11, $10, not $9, or $1,000. Dig deep. Mojo encourages you to pray in the center of your heart. And in the center of your heart, you may find it that your power, your will is telling you to give $1,000 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. So click that antidote link above if you've enjoyed this comedic routine. It's not comedy, ladies and gentlemen. It's your $137 trillion in debt that you have to deal with. I'm just trying to help you come to the rationalization and realization that the United States of America is completely and utterly bankrupt. But that's okay. We'll just keep borrowing and spending because it's not real. It's all just a game. But give $10 or $1,000 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Yeah, so also Mojo, yeah, so you're right. Yeah, it's by definition the loss can never be greater than the profit. Because the loss is always negative. So,
Negro, have you ever taken an accounting class?
do I sound like an accountant?
Okay, so give me the definition for what an asset is, or a liability, or equity.
I believe an asset is just anything that you inherit.
So give me an example of 3 assets.
Like property, like your house.
Okay, so real estate is an asset. What's the second asset, bro?
I think also your stock would also be considered an asset.
Okay, so stocks. What else, bro?
Whatever business,
Okay, so business. What about your cell phone? What about the shirt on your back? What about your brain? Are those assets?
My brain's not something that is it's priceless. So I mean, but it's interesting though. It's like one of the things that we're sincere about actually. In general.
Wait, Necro, I hate to interrupt your economic lesson here, but I am sad to report that the campaign to elect John Kitover has not raised a single dollar through antidote today. Now, it's not necessarily your fault. It could be my fault. Maybe it's my demeanor. Maybe it's my tone. Maybe it's the message that people don't like, that the country's $137 trillion in debt. But if you haven't figured it out yet, Mike Moon did give us $25. So I'm not doxing Mike, but he goes by Mike Moon. So, Mike Moon, thank you. He is the knight of the day of the round table, the true patriot of Clownhouse, a Marine Corps veteran, a photographer, a great debater, and someone who has had a lot of fun with this app. Mike Moon, big shout out. Your light is reflecting from your moon light.
Hey John, I have a question. When Daniel was talking before, could you explain what he was actually proposing as the solution?
He stated it. He believes in a universal income or minimum basic income. He believes that the fiat currency system can be manipulated, expanded, or contracted and controlled with the snap of a finger. That's his economic science. I hate to break it to you, but that's not how things work. It's an extremely complicated system, and we have gamed it out to the max. Daniel is a monetary, delusional, dreams of grandeur type of person.
What was he talking about when he said that there was an untapped part of the global monetary system? What was he talking about? Like
He's looking. I think he's talking about forex. He's talking about forex exchange or something. The reason why I wanted him to speak was so Mojo could hear his profound plan, which he thinks he's going to fund congressional candidates with some super PAC there. It's going to raise a lot of money. I don't know about you, Bima, but online, if your lips are moving, it's a lie, and if you can say it, it is not true. So, to me, you have to try to kill a couple birds with one stone. And that's why I'm recording a lot of this, because there's a good chance that I don't win, but at least I have some type of asset to prove that the activities that I took in 2025 were patriotic and Americans for austerity.
Well, did you take anything from his? I mean, I thought that there were some good things from what he was talking about.
Well, you heard me ask for the compression, for the cliff notes. Well, you tell me, what did he give us in the cliff notes at the very end? I said, summarize it again, Daniel. Give it to us in 3 to 5 sentences. What did he say? Do you even remember?
Oh, it was like, it was a sentence. Hold on. He said, give me a second. I can think about it. Yeah, and he said,
Well, don't let me rain on this parade. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why I record a lot of this, because maybe somebody has a good idea, but we just missed it. But in this case, you might keep wondering what the hell he was even talking about.
what was the sentence that he gave? What was that sentence? Help me jog my memory. It was one sentence.
I'm sorry. I gotta let go of these things. I listen to people on this app where I wonder, are they in a psych ward in Bellevue? Who the hell are these people, and where do they come up with these crackpot ideas? I guess I won't win campaign contributions with those kinds of insults, but.
When you said, can you condense it, in a couple, you said 3 to 5 sentences, and then he responded, you don't remember the answer?
No, I was probably stepping in and out of my office with those questions. I've spoken to him before at length, and I just wanted people to experience the Daniel experience. Let me just leave it at that for you.
What were you looking for exactly? And what is worse, what he said?
Well, I was trying to figure out what he was talking about when he kept saying that you could tap
just cut the spending and cut Medicaid and all these other things right away, it's going to destabilize the market. So he said that there's two different types of economies, and he said that if you could tap into the global monetary system, and that's how we can pay. And I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? Is he talking about derivatives markets? Is he talking about shadow banking? I have no fucking idea what he's talking about. And then he's saying then he referenced, he was talking about the GI Bill and the New Deal, and he was talking about, I'm guessing, instead of investing in like consumption-based.
He has a dream. He has a vision, Bima. Are there any other speakers? Anything else? Can anyone else tell us your priorities? How to reduce spending, how to reduce borrowing, how to pay down $37 trillion in fund liabilities.
Cut military spending.
Cut military spending. Great idea. Tell us, what in the military budget should be cut? What programs, what projects, what employees will that impact?
Yeah, we don't need a military the size that it exists today. We already have, we have the most powerful military with the, 7 what's behind us combined. So we don't need a military the size that we do, especially if we weren't pissing everybody off. We would have so many enemies.
Okay, anybody else know any projects, programs, or people who we should cut off funding to?
I think Trump does probably us, sending military aid to other countries, mostly because of the fact that what are these countries going to have when you have Donald Trump who gets in power, who is going to, relieve military funding if you're not Israel. So, in general, I think that there is a point that he's made there that, countries, just really can't rely on the U.S. to be able to have their own military, to have protection. So, I think that's one of the things I think Trump has a point on.
Okay, again, that's $1 trillion a year we're spending on the National Defense Authorization Act. Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, 100 other major defense industrial contractors. And it's not just in the United States. This is a global military-industrial complex with players in France, Germany, and the UK. And if you've ever seen the sheet of who the Department of Defense and the Pentagon sends all that $1 trillion to, it's a lot of foreign corporations doing business with the United States government.
And I just want to say also, it's regardless, you can be against Social Security, but it's completely fiscally irresponsible to say that we should cut Social Security, when we
What do you think austerity's all about, Necro? It's called austerity for a reason.
I'm saying that it's completely fiscally irresponsible to say that we should, cut Social Security when we have more military spending than we could ever afford.
It's not security and it's not social. It's called austerity. 25 years of war, spent $37 trillion we didn't have another $100 trillion in liabilities that we don't have to pay. Where are we going to get the money? It's ridiculous. You're just going to keep printing it? You can have mass inflation, but there's the chance that these connected or disconnected events are not in your favor. I'm just saying that, cutting $300 billion from the NDAA, $1 trillion from Medicare, Medicaid, $200 billion from Social Security, maybe $100 billion from executive and all the administrative services, and 585 other federal agencies. Necro, you gotta stop borrowing. You gotta stop spending, Necro. You're turning into a necrotic skeleton. It doesn't have any body mass anymore. You've lost it. You're going bankrupt.
I'm already a corpse. Thank you.
don't know. It's so hard to say. Like I'm very conspiratorial when it comes to Bitcoin and whether the CIA created it, you know, and it's some type of technological cryptocurrency and the government funded. I saw this weird video once of this software developer saying, "Hey, Intelligence called us, and the CIA wants us to build them a cryptocurrency called Bitcoin." So, you know, making a joke, but maybe it's not a joke. The point is it a good idea or a bad idea? I don't know. It's just more inflation. It's more spending, borrowing and spending to transfer those dollars into digital assets. I don't know. Do you like collectibles?
Just beanie babies, primarily.
Well, I love collectibles. I got a lot of collectibles. But, you know, Bitcoin is a collectible. I don't have enough money to buy any Bitcoin collectibles, so I'm out of the Bitcoin market right now.
Are a lot of your constituents concerned about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency?
Concerned? I'm not so sure. I know a lot of young people have been buying shitcoin because I do a lot of rental applications. And when I look at their credit report and I see they're buying shitcoin on credit cards. I'm like, what?
And they're claiming them as assets or something?
I don't know. People are so stupid. People get scammed all the time. They get suckered into buying this and that. You know, they're just terrified. They don't know what to do, so they're buying shitcoin.
You know, I mean, Bitcoin does have a range of different goals. So,
If you're not buying shit coins, then you're the fool. You just haven't figured out the fucking free money printing system. I feel sorry for you.
I really hope that's facetious.
if I went to invest in
No, it's not facetious at all.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Well, I hate to tell you this, but Bima, go on eBay.
How do you think I do what I do? How do you think I fucking do what I do? Sit on my ass all day.
Wow, you're a shitcoin day trader, Bima? I didn't know that.
No, I don't, no. I LP. I have some boom bags. I learned how to make a boom bag. And then it's literally a fucking money printer. You guys have no idea. If you tapped into that shit,
Bima,
wait, you
stop eating the begonias. What are you drinking, begonia tea over there? You eating begonia for breakfast, begonia for lunch, begonia for dinner. You got begonias on your mind.
yeah. It's called a moon bag. Wendy Crypto coined it, and basically you take your initial investment. Let's say you take only what you can afford to lose, right? Maybe 2,000, 5,000 bucks. You invest it in the market. You invest it in the crypto market. You find what works, right? Make sure that you can track the cycles, understand the crypto cycles. Once you make double that, okay, once you turn 2,000 to 4,000, you take out your original investment, and now you're just working with free money, and then you just keep growing that, and you grow it to an
You might be in violation. Let me check the rules. You might be in one of the violations of one of the rules in this room. Stay on topic. Sorry, you're in violation. Stay on topic.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about crypto.
Spin up some crypto rooms. Like if you've got the gold ticket.
And you know what's interesting? I thought that first of all, nobody wants to listen to me. Nobody cares. And once you're going to the top and you try to convince people, everybody thinks it's a scam.
Bima, if you want to prove
Hold on, wait a
it.
second. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. I lost family members telling me that I'm scamming them because I was getting airdrops. I'm talking like $3,500 airdrops, and it was what was it?
Wait a minute, Bima, we've got a new room title. It's LaHood's Reign of Terror is over. Vote John Kitover.
We're talking about finances, and I'm hoping that you protect DeFi, John, and protect us.
Make a campaign contribution now with your Bitcoin Moon Super Coins, Bima.
Right, it's interesting. It's funny that you joke about this, but I'll tell you what, in the past couple weeks, okay, there's bull runs right now happening in crypto, and you tell me where you can turn 100% return off of something. I mean, when was the last time you watched a bank account or any type of, in days, go from 60,000 to 120,000?
I've done it. I've experienced it. Bima in the stock market. I used to day trade. I bought Yahoo at 18. I sold it at 35 2 days later. I made $120,000.
John, stop. But this is the difference. When you're talking about day trading, you're talking about all those pattern day trading rules, all that shit. You have to have $20,000 to just begin. The difference with DeFi and crypto, and you don't
You
have
have
to have
30
those
more seconds, Bima. 30 more
Why
seconds.
are you're such a fool, John.
It's okay. You got 30 more seconds. Go ahead, Bima. 30 more seconds. Go ahead.
You keep interrupting me. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm living my best fucking life off of fucking whatever the hell you guys think that doesn't exist.
No, that's cool. Go ahead. You got 30 more seconds. Finish up your investment advice.
Got it. Can I ask a question?
Of course, Dr. House. Please proceed.
Got it. So, as far as your experience in the real estate industry, what do you feel like you could give back as a congressional candidate to actually resonate with people that are struggling with affordable housing today? And we're not talking about the low punch down, black man. We're talking about, a lot of people in the white America that are looking at a door marked exit.
So, let me repeat back the question. As a congressperson, what can I do to help low-income resident housing?
I mean, what are you going to do for your constituents to actually develop and cultivate policies to speak to their aims and their grievances of unaffordability in the housing community?
Okay, so the rent is too high, the mortgage is too high, the property taxes are too high, everything's too expensive. Well, a lot of that has to do with inflation because we're $37 trillion in debt. Where do you think all that money went? And when it's the cost of your housing now? It's everywhere in the economy. I could show you a list of the CPI and show you the top 20 of grocery store items. Things are up 50%, 100% over the course of 5 years. So everything has gotten more expensive because we're $37 trillion in debt.
Got it. So, do you know the average cost of a single family in your neighborhood?
In Chicago, yeah. In the district, let's say it's $285,000 on average.
No, but I mean, do you know the actual number?
No, let me Google it for you. Please hold.
Got it. So, do you feel like you're gonna parlay your way through this campaign just pulling information and
Who's not gonna know that shit, Adams? This is crazy. How many counties are in your district, John?
Go to johnforcongress.com to see all the top towns in the 16th district.
This is so crazy.
It's on my website, and I plan on adding more and doing more research. I do a lot of lookups on Grok, doing a lot of research. Are you a forensic accountant?
So, let me just ask you.
Know your fucking constituents where you're. Adam poses a good question.
It's a tough audience, okay? I'll see you guys after the show. Be sure to tip your bartender.
What show? Like, John, if you could just, put this conscious voice aside, people could actually take you seriously. This is crazy.
Listen, the Hood's reign of terror is over. Look at the title, everybody. Focus here. The Hood's reign of terror is over. Vote John
I feel like you've been
Kitover.
played. This man is not actually seriously running for Congress.
Oh, I am seriously running.
This is crazy.
I am seriously
You're
running.
gonna lose.
Listen, you two are an eclectic mix. I need you here. I love you here. The point is, you haven't given $5 to this campaign yet, and you're complaining nonstop. You got a lot of complaints, and I ain't seen $5 or $10. I should be getting $1 a complaint, $1 a question over here. Go sell begonias and get me $10 by Friday, Bima. Go sell some begonias on the roadside and get me $10 for the campaign, Bima. Where's the $10 for the begonias you promised?
So let me ask you a question. You might be a begonia. I'll go down it. Got it. Bima. So again, why throw good money after bad? This man is not going to win this fucking election.
Well, do you know
what are y'all doing?
Because this is the thing, though, because I do really vibe with his message, okay? And
based on what? Do you live there? Do you live in his district?
If he's running
in his district.
no, I don't.
We're all in the same boat, Dr. Adams. We are Americans, Dr. Adams. Americans. Hey, Dr. Adams, you don't know anything about Darren. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Dr. Adams, you're not running for Congress in your district in California, and you should be running for Senate against against Shifty Schiff. You got a great voice, Adams, but you don't understand the constituents of the 16th district.
Senate against Shifty Schiff. Shifty Schiff does not represent my district. That's a
Well, neither does Darren LaHood in the 16th district. He doesn't represent his constituents. He does not represent them. He doesn't have town halls. He's not transparent. He doesn't take constituent phone calls. This guy, everybody complains against him. Look at his responses on X. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John, Kitover. LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John, Kitover. And fork it over, fork it over. Click that link above. $10 right now. It'll go into it. Okay, Adams, you got this, Adams.
You're not winning. You're not winning. Are you winning?
You got this, Adams. We are winning this campaign. We are winning this campaign. We have strength. We've got victory. We've got prosperity. We've got joy on our side. We are attacking the machine, the Darren LaHood machine, every single day. We've got $460 in our checking account. We've got $10 million. We're just $9.9 million away to catching up with him, Dr. Adams, and we need your $5 right now.
Got it. So he had how many 300,000 people that voted for him?
No, I don't think that's the real number. Where are you pulling that number
No,
from?
I don't think that's a real number. Why don't you look at the archives, bro?
Go ahead, post the link, Dr. Adams. This is a decentralized campaign. Stop attacking the campaign and start supporting the campaign.
Insane.
If you don't support the campaign and give us data and you want to sit here and play gotcha games, I'll kick you to the goo. I'll show you what the power of this green bean has.
Oh, okay. Anything else?
Please don't kick Adam.
I'm just making empty threats. We're all modded up here. It's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
an expression.
Because you want campaign dollars I'm not going to give you. Why? Because of the simple fact that, again, Edmund, I'm going to be real.
You're a difficult clown house constituent to deal with, Dr.
I'm
Adams.
going to be very real with you. You sat here and trolled people on the app when you otherwise could have been activating your real estate license.
Well, that's okay. I've got enough videos of you to sell to Netflix for the next 100 years. You're one of the funniest people on this app.
You want to do this whole clown house shit. I want to look at how you've actually invested in community, right? Right. So again,
You want to go? You want to hop on my live stream? I'll show you the community. You want to see my lawn? You want to see all the landscaping I have to do around here? You want to see all the charity work I do for the church next door, with the church taking out their garbage, cleaning up the streets? I do a lot for the community over here. It's a never-ending job cleaning up garbage in the streets, recording garbage on Clown House. I do a lot of social services here on Clown House,
cannot
Dr.
even
Adams.
take your troll aside to actually run for Congress.
Oh, I'm running, baby. We are running. This room is testament to the fact that Darren LaHood's reign of terror is over. Vote John, Kitover.
And you're not going to win. Because again, this trolling shit, it's
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now midnight, and we have approached. It's Thursday, August 14th, 2025. If you haven't given $1 to $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, we need your support right now.
Why did you move Adams? Come on, man.
It's a new day, and unfortunately, I had to take a break because Adams is on that mojito 10, number 10. I will bring him back up in a second, but all the criticism aside, we need your support in this campaign. Darren LaHood has a war chest of $10 million from Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, Cardinal Health, Big Pharma, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Verizon, Comcast. He's given Comcast $65 billion. $65 billion to do rural broadband, ladies and gentlemen. And you paid for it. You, the voter, the taxpayer. And so we are all on the same ship. I don't live in this district, but I live in the United States of America, and I'm sick of Congress people passing HR acts and spending trillions of dollars that we don't have annually. So if you agree with that sentiment, then you agree with this campaign. So click that antidote link above and give $1 to $10 to $1,000 to me, for you. Go vote. Darren the Hood's reign of terror is over. Vote John Kitover. Okay, now please bring Dr. Adams back up.
I sent him an invite.
Sorry, Dr. Adams, I gotta do a commercial break. I mean, we can't do the Dr. Adams show all night long. We've only been here for 20 hours today, and 20 hours the day before, and 20 hours the day before. Dr. Mojo, where do you get the energy from? You know, I'm just trying to keep up with you on this app.
I think his secret is watermelon.
Is it the hydration aspect of watermelon? Or is it the flavor, the juiciness, the tastiness of a fresh cut watermelon?
Tastes like strawberry.
I think it's coffee.
I love coffee. I drink a lot of coffee.
I think he's answering via the PTR. I think it's coffee.
I'm sorry, Dr. Adams, but you know, the number of questions I answered, the number of questions you asked, you know, if it was $1 a question, you would definitely be contributing $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Just click that link above right now and help support the mission. The mission is your future, Dr. Adams. How many more closings are you going to go to and have 30, 40, 50% of your income sent to the federal government and your state and local government? It's outrageous, Dr. Adams. This is a vote for yourself. Stop closing homes and giving your money away to the government through taxation. It's so ridiculous. Dr. Adams, you're such a critic. You know, you have no policies, you've got no aim and no legitimacy. Well, I've got plenty of credibility. I've got great aim in desiring what I'm doing, and our policies are economically sound. I don't think you understand economics, Dr. Adams. I don't think you understand how to start and run a business and why this government is not running itself like a business.
Where's everybody?
Well, Dr. Adams is 99% of the room when he's in the room, so, you know, there's a huge vacuum now. But how are your begonias, Bima?
Oh, thank you for asking. I'm struggling a little bit right now with some of them, you know. I think I'm having an issue with the substrate, and because they all different begonias like different types of substrates, and I'm trying to learn them. Some like, you know, vermiculite, some like perlite and cocoa coir. I don't know, but anyway, some like sphagnum moss, some like these little balls that I don't even know what they are. But I'm struggling with some of my more expensive ones, you know.
Bean, I've been talking about our pink begonias all day.
And they are just so beautiful. They're pink. They're pointy. They got spikes. They got polka dots. Serendipity. I got begonias that are green with white spots and a red back. Like these things. It's called a maculata. Look it up. It is the freaking coolest plant. This thing is gonna grow up, be the entire corner of my house. Like what? This is insane. And do you know what the coolest thing is? I can make an infinite amount of them. You can have some of this wealth over in my house. I could give everybody free wealth. This is free. You know?
Bean's giving away our begonias, y'all.
They would be baby begonias, but yeah, ultimately. So yeah, I'm struggling with some substrates. This one, I just can't get the moisture right. And I don't think it likes.
Yeah, you're gonna need to not say that word.
In the muff?
We'll talk about moisture in the muff.
You know, if there is
John,
ever
you can have an ally. John, you can have an ally. If you support DeFi, I am down with the cause. Hey, are you into Ray Dalio at all, John?
Yeah, I see a lot of his content.
Yeah. Did you have you read what was where he talks about the 6 stages of like the debt cycle and how we're like entering like the 6th stage. What book was that? What was that? You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but I know he publishes a lot.
It was probably like something rules for navigating the debt crisis or something like that. But anyway,
Are you referring to the changing world order?
yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, of course.
That's the title of his book that kicked off. He did the overarching pitch on the debt cycles, and then he wrote like 8 to 10 volumes going into detail, history, stuff like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the room.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You didn't even say anything to kill the room. Do you like Lynn Alden?
You didn't hear me?
Yeah, oh no, I heard you, trust me.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking stuff up. Hey, do you like Lynn Alden?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you like Ray Dalio and you like Lynn Alden. Now tell me some things. Tell me some secrets, please. Who else do you like?
I like John Kitover for president.
Well, when I was in military college, I went from being a junior private to being a major in the regimental cadet corps. And so I literally went from being a private to having like all this, presence as a major. And people who knew me were just like in disbelief that I had this huge like political reversal on campus where I went from this know nothing private to being a major in the regimental command. I became the public relations officer, in the cadet corps, and it was kind of funny seeing people's faces like that. I'm wearing, these gold bars on my uniform now, and people are just like, "What the fuck? How the hell did you become a major?" So, if you put forth the effort, and they told me the only reason they gave me that job was because I made amends and I asked for forgiveness with regards to something that I said to this female cadet on campus that upset her quite a bit. But I asked for amends. I told her I was sorry, but don't know if she graduated or not. But the point is, if you rectify, past mistakes with people and you're transparent about it, you can be rewarded, for that transparency and that adjustment. But it's possible we win, but it's possible we don't. And if we don't win, well, at least we've established more political credibility in our second campaign to try to achieve a balance to the force, because $37 trillion is not a balance in the force. That is an abuse of privilege, and they are stealing from you and ruining your future and your children's future. It's not fair, and it's outrageous. And we shouldn't be $37 trillion in debt. The war should have been managed fiscally conservatively. The COVID-19 response, in my opinion, is the biggest scam ever in human history. So there's a balance to the force coming.
That's an impressive rank, and it's impressive being part of the regimental command. So.
No, it's really not. Not in hindsight, because I have classmates who are now colonels in the military and working up, in high positions of incredible budgetary supervision at the U.S. Army Cyber Command and other places. I have got friends that are making fortunes working at Microsoft and other places. There's a lot of people. The highest annual income in the entire United States is in the Washington, D.C. area. So a lot of people are making a lot of money off of all this borrowing and spending. I'm not, unfortunately, at the present moment. I'm trying to run for Congress.
Yeah, I was speaking of what you did in your schooling.
I know, but I'm just telling you that reversals happen. That, you can go from nothing to something overnight. And when it happens, it's, amazing.
So we'll see. I just looked it up, and yeah, they're two different things. I'm gonna look into that, the changing world order, but this is it looks similar, which is funny. but it's a Principles for Navigating the Big Debt Crisis. It's where he just goes over the 6 stages of the debt.
Who has Adams blocked?
Not me.
Well,
Like
he's in
a
here.
bots?
Maybe he can't
He
find
told
it.
me he can't get back in the room. He back channeled me. He
Let's
asked me
give
to
him
send
the
him
link.
the link.
Let's give him the link.
I did. He said he still can't get in.
I certainly don't have bots.
Who would block Adams?
Howard would.
Who would block Adams? I think there's a few people who might want to block Adams.
Did somebody just leave?
Howard, you would block Adams, would you?
No, I have no reason to. I don't even know.
Who made the title?
That's funny.
Is Pocket still awake? Pockets wouldn't block Adams, would she? I got one hand in my pocket, and the other one is flicking a cigarette.
I don't have Adams blocked, but I'll go to the audience just because why not?
No, why? Stay.
Why don't I'll take the mod off me. I don't need that stink.
What? Did y'all hear him call us stinky? I'm not gonna lie, a man that doesn't want that's kind of hot. Like, that's like the most masculine. Yeah, I like that. Come on back up, player. Smell like green bean.
Oh, Dismal is here. I would love to entertain some questions from Dismal if she was available to ask the candidate Congressman John Kitover a few questions. Welcome to In the Muff.
Hey, candidate, has there been any discussion or have you reached out in any attempt to debate the incumbent?
No, I have not addressed him directly on X asking him for a debate, but I'm sure we will, within the next couple weeks or months. But I do want to try to contact the Democrat candidates who are running and schedule debates with them.
You know what? Their campaigns might actually want to fund you.
Yeah, I have to try to get more, I want to try to do town halls in the top 10 cities, like digital town halls. So create like Facebook events, Eventbrites, and then redirect them back here to Clown House, or use Zoom. But I'd like to do it on maybe Clubhouse and X, probably not Zoom. But, trying to get I really want to speak with Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, doesn't matter who we speak with, but we need to speak with people in the ground in these towns that live there, hear their complaints, hear their concerns, give them a pitch, ask them for a donation, but to get them, from an advertisement or from some social media post, whether it's Reddit even, probably Reddit, probably should work a lot with Reddit. There's a lot of you can advertise on Reddit, which is pretty cool. And there's big threads in these districts like Chicago suburbs, even Chicago, or even all these Facebook marketplace exchanges. They could probably advertise in there too, but it's just like a lot of spam.
I think Reddit's an awesome idea because you also can more easily, more credibly influence the conversation in the subreddits too.
Yeah, I should also probably try to hire like a digital campaign marketing manager or digital campaign strategist to do a lot of these ad campaigns. I mean, I know I can do a lot of them myself, but I've worked with videographers before and content creators, and when when you compare what I do to what other people do, it's always like if somebody has some more professional experience in video editing, etc. They always put out a much better product than what I put out. Welcome back, Dr. Adams.
The only person I moved was Pockets. Does Pockets have you blocked, Adams?
No, of course not. Like, listen, Roger, I'm not gonna get into like stage dynamics. Like, that's like one of the most annoying things, I feel as far as people coming onto this app. It is what it is. So, I'm not tripping.
But again, I only moved one person.
I don't think that Pockets has spoke for me.
Sometimes when you leave a room and you're looking for the room in a hallway, you lose it, and you gotta shut down the app, go back to a hallway to find it. So, there's that fear of, oh, did I get blocked? I can't get back in the room. I can't find the room. Somebody has me blocked.
Yeah, Chad, I think you're onto something. It's almost like you've got to adopt George Costanza's school of getting elected, like do the opposite.
I don't know any other way to do it. I hate to say I'm like a gonzo politician, but I am a big fan of that movie. What is it? It's not Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, right? What is the famous writer's book with Johnny Depp in Vegas? He's the gonzo journalist.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
I can't remember. What is the name of that movie? Anyways, the point is, yeah, I mean, we have to do what we can do. I mean, we have $400 in a checking account, and to try to get any press is very difficult. Most journalists don't want to touch me because, I'm harping about the debt and cutting Medicare, Medicaid, etc.
Okay. Hey, one idea, and again, I'm just quickly brainstorming, so I apologize to the stage. But John, have you thought about reaching out to John Cass, the former Tribune political reporter who has a podcast, who's very much anti-establishment? John Cass,
No, but I'm going to look him up on X right now, see if he has an account.
Yeah, it's John Cass with a K. I'll look for his podcast. I listen to it. I'll try to find the link and I'll put it in the chat.
I see it right now. John Cass News. His profile's John_Cass.
I think it's worth that minimum. Just even reach out to him informally and since you're already filed, you're a legitimate candidate, I'm sure you'd take the phone call.
And what about getting posters in all of the cannabis stores?
Yeah, that would be a cool idea. Yeah, let me message this guy, John Cass. I haven't done any signs yet. The last time I ran, I purchased signs on eBay, and let me get a photo. Let me show you a photo of my last campaign sign that I created. Let me go get it from the other room. My family was kind of shocked when they saw this sign, but I think it's holding up well. I think it's going to hold the test of time. And one of the clubhouse racists on this app registered my name, johnkitover.com, and now it forwards to Queers for Palestine. But I'm sick of owning domain names. I used to own thousands, and now I'm dwindling down to like 300, and I'm slowly dropping them. But this was the sign I created when I ran for committee person. PTR, PTR. And that's my cell phone number if you want to text me directly and become a consultant on the campaign. Then I will.
Well, I see why you don't win, John. That's a horrible freaking sign.
Oh, see, you don't like it, but it's holding up well, actually, in terms of prophecy.
Not the message, the color codes. You can't do all that. You got to break it up.
Oh well.
Do the highlights, different color. You know what I mean? Bold.
I drew the hearts.
In there, blue.
I drew the hearts myself, and I drew the green triangles with the all-seeing eye and the dollar bills. That was my artwork contribution. Let me read it for you. It says, vote Trump and Republicans. Stop the bullshit and scams. Fuck the Democrat clown scams. CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, DEI, Democrats. Liberate America and secure the border. End forever wars and pay the debt. Dissolve the Federal Reserve.
Change your website, make it bolder font, and change the color and the top too. You gotta break it up. That's not.
Here's the thing though, John. Okay, so I'm looking at this sign, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, he's a conservative Republican. Okay, cool. Now, you have to imagine that there are members of the LGBTQ community who are, Trump supporters or right-leaning voters, Republican, conservative, or MAGA, whatever category you want to file them under. Do you think you're alienating that base with the fuck the LGBTQ message?
Well, maybe, but I would just say that however you decide to orgasm, whether you're heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual, or even trans, that's okay, or queer, that's okay, orgasm however you want. However, when you want to cut off young men's genitalia or cut off women's breasts and have Medicare and Medicaid for it, pay for it. I just can't vote on that next HR act that's going to fund all the prepubescent puberty blockers and mutilation to those young people's bodies when they simply have a mental health disorder. So, that's where I stand on LGBTQ.
Well, I agree with you on that point.
You're against circumcision, John?
No, I'm not against circumcision.
Oh, not that liberation.
John, here's a thought that might actually get the gay and lesbian community on your side is call for a divorce between LGB and the rest of the alphabet soup. I think you'll get the old school gays, the ones with money on your side.
LGB without the T is a thing on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen that. LGB without the T. Follow Gays Against Rumors, by the way, on X.
So presidential advisor, ready room, consultant, or the situation room advisor, dismal outlook, who has such a negative name. She wrote, I'd love to give him that opportunity, but he sounds like a basement clubhouse douche.
Wait, so John, wait, hold on. So John, how are you going to end the division, based on the divisive topic that Roger offered up as kind of like an alley-oop, and, you just kind of didn't take it for the basis as it was. I mean, what is your plan for correcting the divisiveness as you sought, in going to this whole election cycle? I mean, what are you doing to correct your own grievances for which you decided to run for office?
Sure, my big, I deal with all the same issues that all other Americans deal with, which is property taxes, income taxes, and never-ending other taxes. And I want to thank Mojo for giving me an alley-oop, but this isn't a basketball game. This is a financial war that we are all enduring in this country. $37 trillion is eating your substance. That's what the Declaration of Independence deals with. The king and all these rich prick asshole royalists eating out the substance of our nation, leaving us with very little after working 5 days a week. So my problem is your problem, Dr. Adams.
I mean, my problems are definitely not your problems, and you have not addressed the aforementioned problem as far as you actually resonated with a certain ilk that can actually get you towards the aims that you're seeking to accomplish. Like, I'm not seeing where you're creating a pathway to actually, produce a successful campaign, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I want to see this.
Well,
for
what
you.
does resonating with a certain ilk mean? What are you talking
You're
about?
not being authentic. You're not being
I'm
authentic.
not being authentic. This is very authentic.
Right.
I'm totally transparent. I'm live streaming this whole situation right now. Let me get you the YouTube live. Please hold.
Got it. And that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem.
I don't think it's part of the problem. I think it's part of the solution. I hate to break the bad news to you, but we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
So let me ask you a question. How are you doing as far as your approval ratings against Hood?
Well, let's look at how many campaign contributions came in today and yesterday. Those are some good statistics.
Got it. So let's look at what LaHood has brought in to his campaign.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look. This is a decentralized campaign. Can you do a couple clicks and maybe some searches or some Grok queries?
I've already looked it up.
Go ahead.
That man is wiping the floor with you.
Yeah, well, that's because we have $470 in the account. You haven't given $10 yet. You've been complaining.
That's again.
$10 goes a long way in this campaign, Dr. Adams. You gonna put up or you gonna shut up?
Okay.
Guess who put up? Guess who put up, Dr. Adams? This is the Maury Povich show, not the bully pulpit.
You think that the bully pulpit's gonna get you
Jay Breska gave $120 to this campaign. You just giving your lip. You're giving your lip.
Is he running for office?
No, he
gave asking to represent any of us?
He gave $120 to this campaign to elect John Kitover. How much have you given?
Good
Zero.
For him.
Zero.
Good for him.
Zero.
Good for him. Absolutely.
Big talker over here. I don't see $1 yet for this campaign.
Big talker.
A lot of criticism saying LaHood's mopping the floor with us.
The bully pulpit that I'm discussing. You're not going to bully people into endorsing your campaign.
I'm not bullying. You're critiquing. I'm critiquing you.
You have an absence in resonating with people that would otherwise vote for you the most. That's all I'm saying.
Look at Dismal. She wrote, he did, poor investment. Nobody's contributing to you. Okay, Dismal. I bet you we can convince you to give $1 to the campaign, Dismal.
Do you want to actually have a real conversation, Edmund?
Yeah, bring Dismal up so she can ask a question. You've already asked 100 questions, Dr.
So let me ask you a question.
You're not getting any more questions answered until you give $1 to the campaign. How do you like them apples?
God. All right.
I've answered enough of your questions for the day.
Well, hold on. If he gives $10, can he ask 10 more questions?
Absolutely. $1 question. Fork it up.
Shit.
Ooh, big talker then. Big talker, Dr. Adams. Money talks, bullshit walks. And I hate to tell you, we can't get to Congress unless we have your $10, Dr. Adams. I've enjoyed you for many years. I'm sure you've enjoyed me for many years. You can't give $10 to somebody that you've been talking to for many years.
I'm not going to vote for you to go into representing.
Well, you don't live in the district. You're a political activist online.
I'm going to be quiet.
Is John for Congress your main John number 4 Congress.com?
That's it. I know it's not impressive, but we're going to change it soon.
I don't see any of your. Why does it keep asking me to log? Where's all of where you stand on all the issues and stuff?
the issues. I've got 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagrams. Go take a look.
No.
What do you guys think of the title of the room?
Oh my god.
I think he is wokeism. Like, John likes to ask and, solidify. Like, he likes to admit that he's held no work. So again, I would respect this effort in a different light, Connie, if you would have actually put in your work into doing the heavy lifting. Finance your own campaign. I'm sorry.
I mean, like, financing your own campaign, I'd even say, hold on a second. We think we could do that. But, John, you don't even have, like, an issue. Like, you're nothing. You got nothing.
I've created an insane amount of websites in my life, and I used Wix because I thought I'd give them a shot, and they suck. I can create much better websites, but the truth be told is I do so much in live streaming and so much on YouTube, Instagram,
Well,
X,
you gotta hold
etc.
on, but you gotta realize, it's people, they're irrational ignorance. Okay, we learned this in Economics 101. People don't have the time to go and
I get it, but Bima, you know what's important is that link above. Click that antidote link above because that's really what's important. That's the payment platform, the payment processor. The primary campaign website.
John, your voters, the people that you are going to want to vote for you.
Bima, do you want the job as the digital marketing communications strategist? You got it. You're hired. Congratulations.
Listen to me.
You're consulting yourself. Mazel tov.
Listen, these people, they're not inclusive. No one's going to go and look deeply. It's going to be a very small percentage of people that are going to be able to do this, okay?
You know how many people are going to my Instagram? Over 2,200 people a month. It's because of Clubhouse.
Hold on, people are going to your Instagram, but you're talking about like just anybody who has access to the internet. It's consolidate, make your shit, get your issues out there. Look at this fool. This guy comes up with one freaking paragraph, okay? He has 5 issues listed on his website. What a doofus. And it says government spending far too long. The federal government has been living within its means. Our national debt is $30 trillion and growing, and we continue to have a government that spends taxes and borrows too much. In Congress, I'll continue to push to rein in spending in order to tackle the national debt, ensuring that our children and grandchildren are not forced to pay for the mistakes of our generation. Period. Done. Put a loser. Okay? Like, come on, dude. The shit that you come up with, you could totally destroy this if you really wanted to. One, you're gonna have to probably get off Clubhouse, I'm not gonna lie, and you're gonna actually have to put use the content that you have.
Wait, get off of Clown House. Why would I get off of this? Is a key strategic communication component of my campaign, Bima. You're fired as my digital communication strategist. I think you're giving us terrible advice for the campaign. You're fired. I'm finished listening to your consulting. Your consultancy has been terminated. Your campaign involvement is over for the night. Thank you very little.
Okay, well, if you want to do like a national, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm really curious how serious you are about it, because if you're looking for like national target, then you're trying to, do a little performance piece. I can understand that, but if we're talking about like really trying to get a hold of the people that are in these areas to vote for you, then these people are on Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I think you do have something. I think you have a lot of really cool shit that I think you could really stir a lot of stuff up. But like 90% of what you're doing is gonna happen.
Well, it sounds to me like you do want to be a part of the campaign.
Okay, you can't come all like this is what your fucking website is right now.
I'm totally willing to admit that the website sucks.
Just at least pop the box, man. At least get the.
Getting Antidote up was quite a long process. That was like a 60-day process to finally get a payment platform up and have everything synced between the bank and FEC and everything. It's a lot of work to finally be able to take campaign contributions, let alone there's a lot of work that you have to do as the treasurer, and there's filings with the IRS. It's a lot of fucking paperwork they make you do, and it's a lot of wasted time. So if you do want to join this campaign and actually help me do some stuff, as opposed to just complaining like the complaint crew at Clown House is some kind of 1-800 complaint hotline for fucking people, because that's all you people know how to do. I mean, that's why I appreciate people who read that book the other day, and especially Hakima. He actually read. Unlike a lot of people in that room, they just run away. They go, no, I don't want any of this. I just want my dopamine like a fucking clown dummy. Some people read things and they spend their time to become subject matter experts. I don't know how many economists are in the room, or how many people have ever opened up a pizza shop. But until you tell me how you can run a business, or you file for Congress, I mean, your criticism and your complaints are being listened to, and your priorities are being submitted. But I would suggest that if you don't give $1 or $10, and I've listened to all your fucking complaints, I'm not your therapist or your consultant, but I am running for Congress. can't I complain about the complainers? You know, I'm having fun doing this.
Well, hold on. I just think it's interesting. We have 435 members in the House. We have 100 members in the Senate. All of these people are working together to steal money. They're borrowing and they're spending, and we're going broke. And somebody's saying, "Hey, that's a bad idea," and we're gonna spend our time criticizing that. Why can't we just say that? I think John's on the right side of history. Whether he wins this election or not, that's besides the point. Barry Goldwater didn't win the fucking election, but you know what he did? He inspired a movement. You know what came later? Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan swept 49 out of 50 states because the people finally soaked in that what Barry Goldwater was saying was probably a good idea. What if John Kitover is the Barry Goldwater for this next movement that's going to take over?
And Mojo, in the beginning, Reagan didn't even make it. It was persistence and resilience.
It's a very good point. Look, if we're going to say that if your likelihood of winning an election is low, that you shouldn't run, then nobody would ever oppose the big major parties. Everybody would just say, okay, well, hey, MAGA's in charge. I guess we should all take our ball and go home.
I mean, it literally takes you 15 minutes to file for Congress, and all these people post on X, and everybody's interested in politics. But when you see that no one's going to challenge this Darren LaHood or any of these other people, most people go unchallenged. It's just wild, and it only takes 15 minutes to file. And digital communication is pretty much free. You don't even need a website to run. So that's me with my sign. There you go. That's my PTR selfie.
Really, the only requirements to run is the filing fee is waived in Illinois. So you need to, as a Republican, it's 500 and some odd verified signatures, and then you have to be you have to hit the minimum age requirements. Like all of this stuff is easy. The reason why people don't run is because they look at what the other people are doing and they say, how can I compete with them? They have so much money. They have all these resources. They have this team around them. They have a team that's feeding them bad ideas and that are bought and paid for by these corporations. And so if all of these things that you guys complain about, you say that you want to fix the system, somebody's saying, hey, you know what? I'll take my try at it. And he's saying he doesn't have all the answers. When you guys ask him a question and he doesn't have the answer, rather than making something up, he'll say, well, let's just see what ChatGPT or Grok has to say about it. I think this is the most honest campaign that you have seen in all of America. This is the most honest campaign that's being run, and you guys have a chance to vote for it.
And Mojo, yesterday was brought up about Mark Rice, and I do bring up John Cass, again, very well-known political columnist for the Chicago Tribune. He left the Tribune like last year. He's got his own podcast, his own outlet. He's very much anti-Democrat. He's an anti-Republican machine. And John, if I were you, I'd do some research on him, but I would pitch even a show on his podcast to have you and Mark Rice on together, and he can interview you, and you can talk about being the underdog, the David fighting the Goliath. And something tells me he gives some air coverage on that. I could totally be wrong, but it doesn't cost you anything to reach out and try.
Yeah, I messaged him on X to see if he'll be open to communicate, so we'll see if he responds.
And I don't want to take up too much space on this stage, but I have another idea for you. So I did send you a text, and even though I dramatically, for the most part, disagree with you politically, but there's something to Mojo's point. It's just the underdog. It's time we need change, and whether or not you're successful or not, it's really breaking the paradigm, breaking the big politics, and that quote of essentially it's same corporation, different divisions. I do believe to what you were talking about before, whether it was from that movie that you referenced or the George Costanza School of Electioneering. I think it's time for a change.
Well, it's natural. I mean, the fact that we're $37 trillion in debt, it's just obvious that there's going to be contrarians who are going to come out of the woodworks and campaign against the debt. It's just,
I know,
it's our tradition.
but I do believe that that's an issue. But on the other hand, I'm like, fuck, with our GDP, we can still print more money. But again, I know most people would totally disagree on that. But putting that aside, I still want to figure out how I can, in my own little way, can support the effort here, because I give you total credit, even though, I think there's some different, really different things about you that you've demonstrated. But the fact that you're putting yourself out there, the fact that you're taking a risk, now people may disagree that you're not organized, you're not funded, but you are putting yourself out there. And I think a lot of credit, it's like you are not only talking the talk, you're trying to walk the walk.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I will say though that even though it may appear that I'm not organized, I'm actually quite organized compared to other people who would launch a campaign. I can just I can look at what the Democrats uh, you know social media handles look like, and I got to tell you, they've got no presence at all, just like 400 followers. But some of anyways, I'm just saying I appreciate the compliment, Howard, and I'm trying my best, but it's fun, and it's I like being courageous, and that's why I like a lot of people on this app. I think Brad is courageous but crazy. I want to be courageous but intelligent, and I don't want to have a road rage incident, getting all upset or angered, with people on this app. I hope everyone here will be my friend, and I say friends for life. So, if you want to come to Illinois and actually help with the campaign, Mojo says he's going to fly out and stay at a Marriott, and we're going to do some strategic training and door knocking with political activists, maybe Democrats, maybe libertarians, maybe Republicans who also don't like the debt, and they feel that they can't change the political leadership, and so maybe I'm a viable alternative. If not, this is a big communication marketing enterprise and experience, and I hope you will join us and have some fun.
There's a great roadside bar over at Pecatonica too.
We should do it. Your voice makes my skin crawl. Sorry, I've been nice all day. I'll stop.
We have an event planned in Peoria where we're going to have a Darren Hood look-alike make a bonfire and throw $20 trillion worth of fake Amazon, prop money in it as a publicity stunt. So the people in Peoria and Rockford and all around America will get to see Darren the Hood literally torch $20 trillion in fake currency live on YouTube and see it. So he's going to dump gasoline over $20 trillion worth of fake Amazon prop money. It's going to be great. He's going to wear a suit and tie. It's going to be an amazing, troll prank, but hopefully it'll raise awareness.
We could
Hey,
do.
John, you know what else I would do? I would hire a Pritzker lookalike and have him walk in with that Little Hood lookalike, like arm in arm too.
So, I have a lot of YouTube videos out there. I've got over 20,000 and over 20,000 Instagram videos out there. And recently, I read a book. I read the Constitution from start to finish. And I also read the Declaration of Independence. And those videos have thousands and thousands of views. And people in the comments are saying, thank you so much for reading this. People have forgotten this. People are not reading this. People need to hear this. So, part of this for me is educating myself and hopefully educating others, because if you are a good congressperson or a good senator and you are a leader of your people, you want your people to be educated. And if you're a good leader, you treat people the way you want to be treated. You don't road rage and scream at people and make, insane homicidal ideation death threats on social audio platforms. You try to treat people with respect and kindness and have some fun. Don't be crude. Don't be vulgar. It's annoying, and it's not intelligent. So I hope to bring, professional and classy communication to the campaign and to the constituents and to the country. I mean, if you can't lead by example, and I try to, I have tenants that I live with. I live in a multi-unit apartment building that I own, and I live with people that I found off of Craigslist, and they pay me rent. I treat them with respect. They treat me with respect, and I hope it always remains that way. So I'm just saying, I know how to treat people, but I also, don't appreciate when people get angry or yell or want to create fake conflict or are not amenable, or able to. Anyways, I'm just saying every relationship has a beginning and an end, and I hope that all of these relationships on Clown House, have no end. And I hope you also give $10 to the campaign. Thanks.
You guys remember when Rush, R.I.P., and Hannity, although maybe R.I.P. to him too, they used to do the free pocket constitutions from Hillsdale College. You guys ever get one of those? You better have.
Ron Paul used to hand out pocket constitutions at his speaking events. Dennis Kucinich does the same thing.
It was a great experience reading it. It wasn't quite the experience that I thought it would be, but I think if we read that Thomas Paine Common Sense or the Federalist Papers, or I like to do Bible flashcards. That's one of my favorite ways to uh, run the mind through a script. But I really liked our book club, and hearing everybody really read and how we did it, professionally, quickly. I mean, it was. That was the only time on Clown House where I've seen people actually work together, to create something, and it's a long script we created. It's a program we ran. So I just got to say, if Clubhouse is a microcosm and the government is the macrocosm, and it's dysfunctional here, it's the same thing throughout millions of federal employees.
Dismal, will you come up? I want to see if we can come to an understanding on some things. I would love for Dismal to come to the stage. I want to talk about the campaign. I want to get your questions, your thoughtful questions. Let us know if you can come up, Dismal. Thank you. If anybody else wants to come up, that'd be great too.
Yeah, Cindy, you should come up. Cindy.
What do you guys think of the slogan, fork it over for John Kitover?
I like the other one you had, prior title. That was a good one. That was a good slogan.
We could win over BEMA if we defund FEMA.
That was hilarious.
So if we defunded BEMA, would you donate?
Absolutely. Do you know, FEMA, see, this is the thing. I think that there's a lot of great ideas that we have. I think they just need to be, I don't know, better, more effectively and efficiently put together. And we could do that if we have more oversight. I mean, I know a lot of people will disagree, but yeah. I think we could have nice social safety nets. We don't have to necessarily get rid of them, but we could come together and put our money together. And then have, like some satisfaction with knowing that, oh yeah, I know that this is running pretty effectively. I know that my money is going to be put to a good, effective use. That there's, there's not some bullshit person that's just barely getting by and, bought and paid for crime. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, no, I like that. And John, I really want you to think about DeFi too. Because that's really where you're with me, Oba. if you can support DeFi, yeah, that'll be fun. I actually might, for the first time in a very long time, I could potentially see myself helping you.
Well, I think this campaign's coming together pretty well. Sometimes they get off to rocky starts, but this one, day one, boom, $1,000 in the bag. Yeah, I think it's coming together. I think it's coming together. I think LaHood's going to be worried, majorly worried. The Democrats that are running, though, I think they're the ones that if you just show them how radical you could be, they might fund your campaign because they would probably rather run against you than run against LaHood.
Yeah, 100% they would. I mean, he's very polished. You know, he wears great suits. He's got a great family. He's got a great life. He's got a lot of dough. You know, and he's got a lot of connections and clout. I mean, I would just say to me, it all seems like virtue signaling, knowing how much he's spending, and it's kind of shameless. I mean, but you can see exactly who contributes to him, and he knows them all, and he's their guy, and he keeps getting them the money year after year, quarter after quarter. And there's an interview of him talking about the uh, what's the Privacy Rights Act with the snooping, the annual, they have to certify it every year, the National Surveillance Act. His opinion on the National Surveillance Act is a widely held opinion, and they just keep funding it. And so it's anti-American, it's eavesdropping, it violates your constitutional rights, and you know, this guy is the swamp. He's a 10-year veteran of the swamp, and $20 trillion is a lot of money. And if he's only skimmed 10 million, but yet he's helped create 20 trillion, maybe he's got more. And his dad has been arrested by the FBI for 50,000 in cash and a bribe. And Darren LaHood's laptop has even been taken by the FBI and investigated. I mean, they have gone through his files for some type of grievance. It could have been political, and the FBI, where it was in the wrong, or there could have been some type of suspicion of some sort. There's a lot of money involved here because of China and Saudi Arabians and all these mega corporations, especially in Medicare, Medicaid. At $4 trillion, that's a lot of lobbying. And
John, when you're doing videos, you should get a laptop and just have a sign that says LaHood's laptop, and then get some crime scene tape and just keep that in the background and let people see it. I think that could work.
yeah, that would be a good one. I guess I have to get some like FBI, or I could probably print it. But see, this is why this campaign is a little artistic. I'd even like to do paintings, and sell those paintings on eBay for the campaign. So there's a lot that I can do, which is manual, and is, fun. I mean, even this sign that I'm holding in my PTR, I consider artwork at this point. And that's the way I explain most things.
Well, why not go to the local art school, whether it's at the college or even like art students at the high school, and tell them that you'd like them to participate in the election process by having an art contest to come up with the best sign.
Yeah, there's a lot of these wine sip and paint places, and so I think I could like create an event where we will sponsor you to come in to do a painting of Darren LaHood burning $20 trillion in cash, and and pissing on it or something like that. Uh, that type of viral video, because this campaign can achieve viral status, maybe even national status. And there's a lot of Republican comedian activists who hopefully we can get to help join the campaign and retweet or create content with, like Primetime Stein 99, that guy. So I wanted to go to CPAC this year, and I really wish I did because that could have been a good starting point. But next year we will definitely go and create conservative Republican comedian comedy. You can go to my X account, Republican Film. I have all these Republican comedian, Republican comedy Instagram accounts, and it's a lot of Clubhouse videos. So nobody's ever gonna watch this shit because it's just too much information, and everybody would rather choose Netflix and Amazon Prime or whatever the hell people watch. But you know, Clownhouse has spent tens of millions of dollars, so I could sit here and use it as a recording studio for 5 years, and I'm thankful for it. I've had a great experience, and I think I've created some cool content. Once in a lifetime content creation. None of this was possible prior to all these cell phones and social media, audio clown house. I mean, it's been a cool journey creating all these videos and then running for Congress. You know, it's a big, I would call it like a giant spam operation, but it's all political and patriotic in nature. Um, you know, I was in the army and I went to military college, so I've been conditioned to basically be like a patriot warrior or a knight in a way. And it's been, you know, fun trying to get involved in politics because in the military, that's a very closed society. But when you see how politicians act, the borrowing and the spending and the never ending debt, it's so irresponsible. But people in the army or the navy, the air force, I mean, it's funded and it's paid for and it's a life and it's a career. So people just don't care about the debt. They just most people want to just keep getting paid and they want to kick the can down the road because they, you know, if you start shutting things down and you start laying everybody off, you know, people are not happy with that solution. So you really have to, I think Medicare, Medicaid is where a lot of the waste is really happening. I've dealt with doctors and hospital groups as well as all of you. And if that's where $4 trillion is going for, you go to the fucking gym. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, got to tighten the belt on that one. That's my opinion. Fucking gym.
One thing that I liked in it was that I think this is a way that you could potentially get around answering targeted questions. Because we know that's what politicians do. When people ask you, like, well, what's your plan? Because, I mean, obviously there's a truth to it. You can't just cut these programs without
blessing, prosperity gospel of all's well end.
Cost Plus. John, have you heard of Cost Plus pharmacies?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a study that showed like a Cost Plus pharmacy. What was this? 2022 study. 3.6 billion in savings on 90-day supplies of only 77 popular drugs, generic drugs.
Wait, let me ask you a qualifying question before I reply. What do you think about Mongiani? Or United Healthcare executive? Do you think that it was murder, or is there any justification?
Of course that was murder. No, it's not. No, of course not. People compartmentalize and think like it's just like this one guy's. No, it's the entire system. You know,
So it was systemic. Like that murder was a result of the systemic issues.
Yeah, of course. It wasn't one guy. It's ridiculous.
So
Of course it was murder.
I know, but can you elaborate on how it's systemic because of the system?
Yeah, so hypothetically, incredibly focused like that isn't like what happened. It was I think I wrote my total right person like they were frail or
I hope it's over. I hope she leaves the room.
society and they decided to do something. I don't think that's reflective of the system as a whole.
I modded you this whole because in the mob, all ladies get modded.
Well, I think you might have some really good ideas. You've got a lot of unique experience. Like, if you had to just give like one piece of advice to John, something you would hope he would listen to and act upon, what would that be?
I think actually just trying to invest in health and like creating a healthy society, physical fitness would be like my number one. I think when you have physical fitness, people are able to aspire to like greatness. That would be it.
Yeah, I think life is action. If you're not moving and shaking, and you haven't joined the dance, you'll never find your partner, and you'll never get the job. You'll never, make a good trade, I guess. So I don't know how to represent that mathematically. Maybe delta. But anyways, it's communication, which is what's important. And I like to say that IT or information technology, especially with regards to books, information technology, and all these IT employees, and all these agencies, and all these big corporations. I feel like philosophy and psychology is the real information technology. Not a lot of people have that component, studied well enough, and thus you hear a lot of really crazy road rage on this app. If
like perhaps like communication. I would agree. Communication, but also physical fitness. Those would be like two components. But you are doing something that is a disservice server. If you're actually like wanting to run for an office, illicitly recorded people.
Illicit recordings? Illicit? What? You mean to tell me that the way that I use my cell phones is illicit? Come on, dismal. You're being too dismal as usual. Your outlook is so dismal.
Yeah. It's realistic. I'm just sharing facts. Sorry.
I hate to break the bad news to you, but I think, in my opinion, what I'm doing is not illicit or explicit. It's political and it's social. And you just don't like the way I use social media. So that's a you problem, not a me problem. Now, I know you're in a lot of my recordings and I don't have your consent. But that's not illicit and it's not explicit. It's political and social. Maybe you just haven't joined the campaign to like John and have some more fun in your life.
Here's another interesting point that people don't.
Sorry. I'm laughing.
You know, from the what's the movie with the Mojo quote from what the hell's that Canadian's name? Austin Powers. I mean, that's where the mojo comes from. That type of attitude. That James Bond 007 spy attitude, but patriotic and fun and friendly. And $37 trillion in debt is not patriotic, and that's not fun, and that's not friendly. That's mismanagement. That's incompetency. Let me say it a little louder for you. Incompetency. That's how you create $37 trillion in debt. Does anyone here have a debt bubble that was as a result of incompetency? Anybody here?
No, John, but there could be an opportunity slogan-wise to play off of your last name and the debt and the money, like grab the kitty.
That's also misogynist, to be quite frank. I apologize for saying yes, kitty.
Well, can I just pay you a compliment? Are you open to that? Can I do that publicly? Can I pay you a compliment? Are you open to that, Dismal? I need your consent.
Sorry, but what compliment?
I was gonna say that you're a pretty woman. What if your face was used on campaign literature, like just a smiley face that said "Dismal for Kitover," like an endorsement, if you will?
No. No. I wouldn't consent to that.
Well, because I can utilize the photograph that you have. You look very nice in your photograph. I think if we just had a quote from you, we could put that in the poster, and that could really help the campaign. I feel like the red hair and the blue eyes, the lipstick. You're very, very American. Is what I get when I look at you. I think this could help the campaign.
I think that would be incredibly irresponsible of you to do that, and
it's only with your
something
consent.
that I would have consented. No.
Yeah, okay. Well, without your consent, then it wouldn't work. I'm a big believer in consent, but I just wanted to tell you that I think that would win over a lot of voters.
I think people fundamentally the issues they would support would win the day, not people.
I don't know. You have a trustworthy face. If your face was on the poster and it said "Support John Kitover for Congress," I feel like there's a lot of people that just the look alone would convince them.
Dismal. So I just read, I had to remind myself, because it's been a while,
on that. So you're saying that it wasn't systemic, the Mangione thing, and I would agree. I think it was just a case of fraud by the healthcare system specifically. Yeah, I agree with that. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I don't think that was something that would be repeated necessarily. It was like an issue of basically like a response or action related to something that I wouldn't see that being repeated.
What do you mean you don't see it being repeated? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I wouldn't think that would be repeated.
Like it would happen again?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Do you think that other company? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I think it was just like a fundamental breakdown, and that person sort of rose to publicity because of his stunt. But I don't think that stunt would be repeated.
What do you think about these campaign slogans? John Kitover, the people's takeover. Vote Kitover, make Illinois prosper. Kitover for change, no more strange. John in Congress, ending the mess. Kitover's the pick, quick and slick. For Illinois' sake, Kitover's awake. John Kitover, discover real power. Kitover's call, justice for all. Vote John, get it done. Kitover Rover, problems over.
Kitty. Kitty. I think you're a little like.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. What were you saying? Kitty.
Kitty. You have good ideas.
Giddy, or kitty?
Kitty. You have some good ideas, and you're unfortunately just not the right person.
Well, should I change bodies, or maybe how do we find the right person, Dismal? Because I want to find the right person too. I assume you do as well. Are you looking for somebody? I don't understand. Why does Adams think I have a cartoon voice? I mean, it's late. I don't want to disturb people who might be sleeping below me. So, I'm trying to do a little bit of a whisper. Does it sound cartoonish to you?
It does sound somewhat performative.
Like saying kitty. See, I'm glad I can get some laughs. I know this is a tough crowd.
I was asked for feedback, so I shared it. I was being quite honest. Sorry.
Ooh, what was that? Was that a kitty queef?
Thank you.
Sounded like a kitty queef in the background.
What? Sorry.
No, I thought I heard something in the background there, but nobody knows what anybody's doing in the background here. I don't know why people are talking about Columbine. Could never happen again too. I don't understand why you're talking about that, Mr. Howard Kaufman, but...
No, the point was, and I respect his book very much, but she believes what happened to United Healthcare CEO was a one-off event and will not happen again. My view is, it's not if, it's when.
What, when, or what, or how, or where, or what are you talking about?
You're going to have, call it domestic terrorism, where some other CEO of some company is going to be an attempt on one's life. I mean, it's similar to political violence. It's a form of that. That's just my view. It's my opinion. But I think it's a little naive to think it won't happen again.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, violence is going to happen again. Absolutely. But nobody knows where, when, how, or what. I mean, these are lone wolf attacks and they're freak shows.
Yeah, these are, from my perspective, like, they aren't something that's like a repeatable offense, for example. It's not something we're necessarily going to see like on an annual basis.
All I was saying is I recall in the beginning, some people said that about Columbine, that would never happen again.
Well, people said that, World War II would never happen again, but did World War I ever end? Are we still in World War III, 25 years of war, and we're still, funneling tens of billions of dollars, $50 billion worth of weapons here, $300 billion worth of weapons over there. World War III, is it now, or is it all just an expression?
Okay, I'll give you that candidate, but there is a school in Florida called Parkland. It did happen again. There was Sandy Hook. It did happen again.
It's in central Illinois from
First
Rockford to
shootings
Peoria.
is a completely different conversation than
I'm going to restart this
we
live.
were discussing with regard to the healthcare CEO.
Gun violence is gun violence, so you can go ahead and try that.
Yeah, I think that sometimes like by trying to like do that, we end up like in a weird place where we're not able to like have the same discussion.
Do you know what was frustrating? What was frustrating was after it happened, you had like a split, and this is the only reason why I think, Dismal, that Howard has a point, is that this wasn't like an overwhelmingly a decision like, okay, yeah, we're all on the same page, this was murder. We had like, the country was split with trying to figure out if this guy was a hero or a murderer. That was insane to me. Like, are you
definitely murdering somebody? Like that should just be that should be identified. Like he murdered somebody. He murdered somebody who had a family. I don't think that like there was any heroic nature of this. It was criminal.
convince Abby.
Doctors Without Borders is like a really good cause, and I would recommend donating funds there, not to political
Well,
campaigns.
thank you very little, Dismal. Since this is my political campaign hour, I'm wondering if we can get Abby from Philadelphia to come up here, and I can convince her to make a 10, not 11, 10, not $9 contribution to the campaign to elect John Kitover. We haven't taken APAC money yet, but we would like to. And Darren LaHood, who we're running against, has already received quite a bit of money from APAC. So I'm just wondering if you could be my APAC sugar mama for the night, dear Abby.
I consider a donation. I'd need a DeFi wallet, and I'll be able to donate in some crypto.
Save your shitcoins, honey. Click the link above and send us 10, not 11, 10, not $9 to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Well, you don't want to save the nation and make a donation. That's because you just want to save the world. You know, if you want to
make a donation, it's up to you. It's up to you to understand what DeFi is doing for the world. And all you gotta do is accept. I'm giving it to you. It's worth as good as the $10 fiat that you and I both know lost 90% of its value since 1975. It's like, come on, like I can give you your dang fiat, no problem. But you're gonna have to cash it out, and it'll be money, yeah, no problem. Cash out and go through Coinbase, take out your $10 in fiat, but give me your DeFi wallet address, and I'll donate.
Do you guys realize that the American Revolution, it started in a bar, and it started with less people that are in this room right now?
Yeah.
This could be the moment for the biggest change in U.S. history. All you have to do is believe that your voice matters, that your dollars matter. Now, if you believe that your voice doesn't matter and your dollars don't matter, then, just continue doing what you're doing.
Did you ever hear the theory of how, like, the term bar came about?
This is something you learned at Chile.
Wait, before you tell us about a bar,
No.
hold on, before you tell us about the bar, I did the Paul Revere tour in Boston, Massachusetts, and it was at that moment, I think we went to that, I know I went to the Cheers bar, but it was really, if that bar is there or whatever, but I just realized that, like, they must have had, if they were giving rousing political speeches at these bars, then they must have been getting drunk prior to, like, going out and shooting at British soldiers. I can't imagine how one doesn't go with the other, because it takes a lot of courage and balls to go out there with a rifle and start hunting redcoats and forming lines and doing hits. I mean, it's pretty wild. So it is crazy to believe that the American patriots probably slugged a couple beers down before arming up and doing weapon checks and cleaning rifles and preparing for battle. Like, it's pretty wild, that there were people that would do that. But I am a non-violent candidate. I believe in de-escalation, peace, and meditation. Yoga, going to the gym, having a nice smoothie afterwards, maybe having a nice New York strip steak on a Friday night with a beautiful glass of Pinot Noir. I mean, I believe in living life to the fullest, but with moderation and priorities. And I think most people in this room can admit that your government does not know a priority from a priority. Their left foot from their right foot, their left hand from their right hand. They are not prioritizing dollars, and it's status quo, status quo, status quo. And we have to break the status quo and wake up the American voter electorate to take action now. And giving $1 or $10 to this campaign can help future people take action and organize. Because if Barack Hussein Obama, who worked at International Business Corporation, the CIA front group after graduating from Columbia or Harvard, I'm not sure which one, if he is considered a community organizer, then you're using his app nonstop, but you're not engaged in actual community organizing, and then that outlet to this community organization known as Congress, you're missing a big opportunity. And I think
go out to pull over the ferry, he had to protect the alcohol that he was selling to the patrons. And so there would be these bars suspended from like the ceiling, and he would pull them down and lock it so he could go out, pull the ferry over, and then he'd be able to come back in. And so it's basically, that's apparently where the term bar came from.
Well, you know what? Tip. Did you know tip is an acronym? Bima? Tip. You know, you go to a restaurant and you get tip. You know, tip is an acronym. You know what it stands for, Bima?
I'm thinking it would have to be 3 words, TIP, right? Or is it like?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think. TIP. Something. I don't know what.
It stands for to improve performance. To improve.
Oh, I would have never guessed that.
So
Okay.
if you want to improve the performance of this campaign, guess what you gotta do? You gotta leave a tip, a donation to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Click that secure.antidote link above and donate $100 right now. Pray on it, put it to your heart, and say, you know what, is this guy full of shit, or could maybe he actually distribute some very positive and intelligent communications so the American population doesn't have a dismal outlook. Your turn, Dismal.
I like some of the points, but I disagree with your method. I think your methodology is demanding, like improvement that maybe you could be encouraged by like a TIP.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Dismal, I think if you join the campaign, you'd have much more influence on things.
It's true. You've advised presidents in a situation where you'd be a very valuable asset to this campaign, Dismal.
Not for people to join the campaign. Okay, so like advice off of politics.
Well, that's okay. We have a decentralized campaign, so feel free to join here in Clownhouse anytime to offer suggestions, priorities, ideas, opinions. Your information is valuable.
I think that is like fundamentally like one of the problems. It's just like civic education in our country. Like people think that if you worked in DC or political, if you weren't.
I'm having a little hard time hearing you, Dismal. It sounds to me like education is a priority to you, and it's a priority for the campaign to elect John Kitover. Therefore, I think you should give $10 to this campaign right now. Turn that dismal outlook into a positive mojo vibration. You're here because you're dismal. We are the positivity you're looking for. Give $10 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Does he sound like a, I don't know, like a Smucker's commercial or something? Like weird.
Well, honestly, it's getting late, and I have to kind of force project what I'm saying right now because I'm so exhausted of doing this. But look at my PTR. That's me when I was a fresh young second lieutenant, when I got commissioned by the Citadel Military College of South Carolina after completing 4 years of intense ROTC training. That was my lieutenant commission photograph to Army intelligence. Was then given a silver coin and a little booklet there, a commemoration booklet, where I signed a piece of document swearing to uphold the Constitution and defend this country against enemies, foreign and domestic. Domestic, Dismal. Is the domestic situation dismal? I'd say 37 trillion is pretty dismal. I would say if I was a real lieutenant in the Army, I might be concerned about the debt.
Would you have been concerned about January 6th? That would be my question.
I'm concerned about January 6th. Of course, chaos, violence. Who's not concerned about chaos and violence? That's anarchy.
The actual attack occurred. I'm curious, like that.
The attack? You mean poor Ashley Babbitt who had her head blown off by a piece of shit cop who just wanted to get it shot off? Fucking coward murderer. You mean that piece of shit that kept with if I ever get in Congress, oh, I can't wait to do anything I can do to get that guy arrested.
You're in favor of the people that were domestic terrorists, but
Yeah, that Capitol Guard police officer is a real domestic terrorist cocksucker who let poor girl's hat off. Ashley Babbitt. Say her name, Dismal. Ashley Babbitt.
okay, so yeah, you and I are pretty ways here.
You mean to tell me you didn't see the video? You didn't see the video of that cop blowing her fucking head off? I couldn't believe it when I saw the video. Holy shit, he shot her fucking head right off. She was just trying to get through a window. She's being crushed by a crowd. Poor Ashley Babbitt had her head blown off. Boom! Bye-bye, Ashley.
Look at the root
It's a
cause.
dismal situation.
You don't look at the root cause, and that is unfortunate for you, which means that you wouldn't be a good lawmaker.
Do you think she deserved to die?
I think that anybody that is unfortunately like put into a situation like that, yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing, I would look at the root cause, like, why did this happen? It wasn't because of it wasn't because, no, it wasn't.
Well, when you pull the trigger, that's at the bullet in the face.
But the actual root cause would be more like looking
Throw
at,
little stuff, the bullshit.
like, why did this happen? Like, what was the upset that occurred? And the upset would have been, unfortunately, like, Donald Trump. I hate his name is me.
What do you think about the idea that some people want January 6th to be a national holiday? And we call it Ashley Babbitt Day.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What do you think? Would you support that?
No, I think it's
What if you have to have the day off?
it's a relatively
Day off day.
dismal day. No.
What would you do if it was a day that paid off? What would you do on that day? How would you celebrate?
I wouldn't celebrate that.
It'd be a little less. It'd be a week after New Year's. January 6th. I mean, the New Year's just setting in, and here we are with a patriotic holiday called Ashley Babbitt Day.
That would be ridiculous, and I think we would need to like maybe investigate, examine, like why did that, what happened at that time?
She was murdered.
No,
Or you think she's still alive?
there was also a Capitol policeman that lost his life to sir.
Yeah, he was unfit. He had a heart attack.
Dismal. I'd like to change topics from January 6th to a more positive mojo vibration. I feel like it's getting late. We should all, go to sleep with great dreams and happy thoughts as opposed to chaos and anarchy that you like to bring up. So, Dismal, I'm just wondering, how do you find peace in your life?
Like eating strawberries or berries or something. Yeah. Probably the only piece.
Man, the way I find peace, you gotta like get some more money, fuck more hoes. Shit don't stop people though.
Sorry, you interrupted Dismal there. You're breaking in the
I was kind of also
Can we maybe?
Then you would have to criticize Trump.
Think she was there to get her head blown off?
I think she was there because she believed that the election was
Okay, let's say she believed the election was stolen. Is that a reason to blow her head off?
I think that's like literally like if we are debating that is like, do you understand like why I